reference, but I'm only aging myself. Welcome to Decision Desk 2026, episode 1 of what is going to be an epic primary season. My co-hosts here, Chris Cillizza of you know him from So What, Jeffrey Skelly from Decision Desk HQ. You guys gave us such a great response for Election Night 2025 and the Tennessee Special in December. We figured you guys wanted more cowbell, and what better way to start things off than with an epic night 1 of this midterm primary season. Obviously, the big kahuna is Texas. Let me give you a quick rundown. We're going to be live here until all the major races are called. We're kicking off at 7:30 because the polls have just closed in North Carolina. We're watching a handful of interesting congressional primaries there, and the Senate Republican State Senate president is in a primary that could oust him. It would be quite the little way to start the season off. I'm very curious what kind of anti-incumbent mindset that we have. Arkansas's polls close at 8:30, and then Texas, thanks to being so big, it's through 2 time zones. Most of the state closes at 8 p.m. El Paso, essentially, polls close at 9 p.m. thanks to Mountain Time. So there's your rundown. We think we're going to be together tonight for at least 3.5 hours. And from there, we'll get started quickly with all of our initial what are we watching for. Jeffrey, I'll start with you. How are you watching tonight? What's your guideposts?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, all eyes are on Texas, naturally, with the Republican Senate primary.
I believe they wrote a fight song about, the eyes
yes.
of Texas. Right.
The eyes of Texas.
Like, the eyes of Texas are upon you, or deep in the heart of Texas.
There you go. Come on, man. We got to get all our Texas stuff out of the
Take your Texas
song forever. I got a lot of these from Friday Night Lights. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
There you go.
Well, obviously the Senate races are interesting, and we're going to talk about that most of the night. I think other interesting stuff that's going on is that actually there are a large number of House incumbents who could lose renomination. You have 1 in North Carolina and as many as 4 in Texas who are clearly under threat.
And let's remind people, all of these are due to remapping and redistricting in this case tonight. This isn't always
the Texas
case.
ones. The Texas ones
and even the North Carolina one's a new map too, I believe.
Well, that district was not touched. The district that particular.
Don't challenge Skelly's brain, Chuck.
All right.
No,
that one. No. Because North Carolina did do a remap.
Yes,
they did. They redrew 2 of their districts and made the 1st congressional district redder, which is held by Don Davis, who's the Democratic incumbent there. He is seeking re-election. He's in for a tough fight. But in terms of primaries interest, now that 1st district, the Republican race is interesting because who will actually get to face Davis. But in the 4th district, which is a deep, dark blue district around Durham, part of Raleigh area, it's got Chapel Hill in it, very much, part of Tobacco Road, if you will. Yep. For the basketball fans out there, ACC. The Valerie Foushee, who's the incumbent Democrat in that seat, is running against a woman named Nita Alam, who's a Durham County commissioner. And they actually faced off in the old version of this district in 2022. And when it was when it was an open seat, and Foushee won that race. But now Alam is coming back and challenging her again. And this is like very much a sort of progressive versus even more progressive race. Where the subject of APAC money has come into focus as a major issue.
APAC has showed up, but also really age, right? Isn't this like 37?
Yes, that's also,
69?
they're like, Foushee is like more than twice the age.
Yeah.
And I think
Alam,
just to piggyback,
generational in Israel.
This is a David Hogg driven former DNC vice chair. I just to piggyback, and I want
briefly,
briefly. I want to get to our guest, but just to piggyback on Jeffrey's point. So obviously Foushee is a generational one, but also the Al Green primary where he got it because of the new district. Al Green, for people who don't know, is the guy who shook his cane and then had the African Americans are not apes sign. My favorite part, the New York Times did a story about this, came out today, and it said Green did no public events in the final week of the campaign. I was like, oh, that's a great sign. But I do think you do, because later in this year, we're going to talk about some of these other races, but there are a bunch of generational fights between a 70-something and a 30 or 40-something. Texas and North Carolina tonight are the first. Go ahead, Chuck.
So I geeked out, and if you go on my Substack, I used and got a chart made of midterm election cycles going back to 1970 and how much correlation there is between wave years and incumbents losing primaries. And it's not perfect, but the higher the number of incumbents losing primaries, the more likely you're probably in a wave cycle, right? Because of the discontent. And so there's correlation. It's not a perfect, so that's why I'm not making a huge deal out of it. But if you really want to geek out on sort of what do primary incumbent defeats mean in a midterm, we've got a chart for that.
There's a chart for that.
There's a chart for that. So I did that on my Substack today. Just very quickly, I just will say I think I've got 2 pieces of drama tonight that I'm obsessed with. Well, 3 pieces of drama tonight that I'm obsessed with. One, how close does Cornyn get to Paxton in the Republican primary? And obviously, the closer the better for Cornyn for obvious reasons. 2, does overall Democratic turnout top overall Republican turnout in Texas? The last time that overall turnout in Texas, the Democrats won that overall turnout competition with the Republicans was 2002. Okay. Republicans, there's just, frankly, all the action's been with Republicans. There haven't
been a lot of races on the Democratic side.
Haven't been.
Yeah.
This would certainly tell you something about enthusiasm. All right. It doesn't tell you much more than that, but it'll tell you about enthusiasm.
Yep.
And there's one other important aspect to a massive Democratic turnout among Democrats is that that's fewer voters John Cornyn can count on to possibly show up in a runoff.
That's right.
To bail him out the way Democrats bailed out Thad Cochran in a runoff in Mississippi, right?
Chris McDaniel
got in that like 7 minutes in.
Exactly. This is why you tune into us and not like the other networks.
You're not going to get a Chris McDaniel reference.
Let us tell you who Roy Cooper is. Right?
Right.
You know, we know you're smarter than that in this live stream. So it is the fascination there. So I'm curious about that. And the second, and finally, is could the Democrats end up in a runoff? And talk about complicating the Republican math. If we have 2 runoffs for the next 8 weeks, boy, does it complicate a lot of things. Makes it just more fun for us, but a lot more complicated for everybody.
All right, Chuck, let's get to Chuck was saying we're the 3 of us are mostly going to be here all night, but we are bringing in a bunch of great guests too. And to kick it off, Miles Coleman, Sabados Crystal Ball at UVA Center for Politics. Hey, Miles, I didn't realize that the North Face. We need North Face jackets. I said this last time.
I'll work on that. We'll get Lauren. We got to get the ad sales team on that. Lauren's our producer behind the scenes.
And I said this
we'll get the ad sales team
to Skelly that I want a Decision Desk HQ North Face. You would think that that kind of public demand would get us a North Face, but anyway, Miles, Chuck, you want to start? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I like that you have the kind of burnt UVA orange that you're wearing there.
There you go.
Well done. Well done. Look,
we've somehow doing Texas and UVA at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Good call. Pretty impressive.
Well, it's funny too because in Texas, it's really kind of a UVA Republican primary in Texas because both Cornyn and Paxton went here for either law school or undergrad.
Look at that,
Chip Roy. So it's like, oh man,
Wait, Chip Roy went to UVA too?
Yes, he, I think, was in the same class as Abigail Spanberger, and they even have the same birthday.
So, Chip Roy, member of Congress, who is running for Attorney General of Texas, just to give people context.
We are 9 minutes into this live stream, and I've already learned more than I would have learned on any other broadcast.
Yeah, I did not know that. Good UVA trivia.
Miles, let's start off. Look, this is night 1 of this primary season. Let's talk big picture. What are you looking for tonight that you think either feeds the wave narrative is building or throws caution to the wind about wave narrative is building?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, y'all hit on a lot of it earlier, but I would say just the incumbents losing. I know you have redistricting this year, but, usually you do have more losses following redistricting years. This is such a weird year because the mid-decade, in the one maybe number to keep in mind going forward, not just tonight, but through the whole election cycle, is the highest recent amount was 1992, where you had 19 incumbents lose.
That was very unique year. It was redistricting, massive scandal with the check bouncing.
Yep.
It was
House Bank.
And then House Bank, and then you had incumbents bailing. Yeah, that was 92 is the exception to every rule.
But remarkable to Miles's point that like it's not 92. We all of course are like, oh, 92. Like this should not be anywhere close to that in theory.
Right.
I mean, I know there's some. Go ahead, Miles. Keep going. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, one thing I'm interested to see, and this could have some patterns after this election as well, is just really specifically with the Democratic primary in Texas, just the early vote versus absentee vote versus election day vote, who that breaks for. I feel like, obviously in Texas, it would seem in some ways straightforward, basically Tallarica with the white liberals, Crockett with the African Americans, with the Hispanics being the demographic that could go either way. I think maybe I'm interested to see how some of those break down and if that's maybe replicable in any other states kind of coming down the pike as well.
And I think it's so interesting. Like, let's just talk a little bit more about Texas Senate while we're here. Chuck and I have talked about this when we're in the many times that we talk publicly together now. I feel like we're like a road show, but
I know.
People are like, what's Chuck doing today? I'm like, I don't know. I don't keep track of like his daily movements. But we have talked about the idea that like in some ways the way that the race sort of is trying to be covered is like liberal Crockett against moderate Tallarico, but that's not really what this is.
Miles, there's been a lot of sloppy national reporters on this. She is more of a conventional African-American Democrat, sort of what I would say is sort of in the median of the Congressional Black Caucus, right? Liberal, mainstream liberal, not super progressive. Not to say that she's not for Medicare for all, things like that, but not on the AOC Bernie side of the aisle.
What do you make of that, Miles?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, there's always this temptation by some people in our line of work who want to make everything into the 2016 primary again. Yes. And it's not always that clean. I think, it seems like kind of the biggest dichotomy on the Democratic side these days is, how much you're willing to fight Trump, just to present your, not, kind of irregardless of what your ideology is. I'll give you a little anecdote. Back kind of last year, I was talking to like a local county level group of Democrats here just in the Charlottesville area, just because they invited me to go give them an update on what we kind of do here. Before I got to kind of talking, they kind of were, doing their own business, talking amongst themselves. And it was funny because this was not long after Trump took office. The most unpopular politician they were talking about was not Trump, it was Schumer, because the perception is, he's too soft, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't fight hard enough. Yep. And we've talked about this. I do think at least one way to think about Tallarico Crockett is exactly to your point. What approach do you take to Trump? I was telling Chuck and Jeffrey this before I got on, but Ad Impact had a big thing about like what the ads are about in the race. And what's fascinating is Tallarico doesn't mention Donald Trump at all, has not mentioned him in his paid advertising. Whereas Crockett definitely is like much more like, I've stood up to Donald Trump. So it's even in that you see the, like, to your point about the dichotomy of like, how are you going to approach Donald Trump going forward?
Well, we've already seen it, this fight, I call it fight versus unite, right?
Yeah.
Who's the one presidential candidate wannabe that has caught the most fire? Well, it's the guy
Newsom.
fighting,
Yep.
right,
Yep.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a sustainable strategy, but it took him from nobody thought he was a serious candidate for president to he's first or second at every straw poll or hypothetical matchup that you have. And it's simply he's standing out as the person that fights Trump, right? So Democrats are paying attention to that. And I'm very curious. I mean, that New Yorker profile of Tallarico and that whole race was fascinating. I don't know if love's the answer. This doesn't feel like a love cycle. And yet Tallarico's response was, yeah, I'm going to respond with love. Maybe it works. Maybe that is the only way he can pull it off in Texas. But it doesn't feel like it meets the moment. But it could, right? I mean,
who the hell knows? I mean, they've tried everything else in Texas. I mean, but hey, Jeffrey and Miles, I want to get you on this. Can we talk about the Republicans a little bit in Texas, which is there a number that you guys see that if you say, I think we expect, we don't know, but we expect the Attorney General, Ken Paxton, to be at the front of the field, but there to be a runoff. Is there a number that you see, like if you see Paxton beat Cornyn by 7, 8, is there a number where you're like, well, there's no coming back from this, there's no path for John Cornyn?
Yeah, it's something that I mentioned in the crystal ball when I was talking about this race is, maybe the template for this race, not perfect, but I remember in 2014 when David Dewhurst was running for re-election, he was like, for some kind of context, he was the 3-term lieutenant governor, very much like Cornyn, right, in terms of his temperament, right? Old school, kind of a patrician type Republican. Yep. Lost the Senate race to Ted Cruz for an open seat. I think that kind of politically weakened him some. Anyway, point being, in 14, when he's running for a fourth full term as LG, his opponent was then a kind of now Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. In that first round, Patrick was up 41-28 over Dewhurst, and for an incumbent, that's just brutal. And
4 people voted for you, not good.
Yeah, and he stayed in for the runoff, but he lost by I think it was 30 points or something like that. So, for me, like if Cornyn, if he hits like under 30, like Dewhurst did, I mean, I think that's just going to be really rough.
I mean, margin wise, it's basically if it's outside of 5 points, it's probably too much. No?
Do you buy that, Jeffrey? I mean, the runoff, let me just say before you start, the thing that people don't understand, usually runoffs are relatively soon after. This is a 10-week run. There's a whole nother campaign, basically. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yes, the runoff would be on May 26th. And actually, Lauren,
by the way, not just any day of the week. That's the Tuesday after Memorial Day.
Memorial Day, yeah. So that could
hurt
turnout.
Yes,
possibly.
That hurts turnout, which is not good for Mr. Cornyn. But anyway,
which is interesting because so anyway, right now in Decision Desk's Decision Desk HQ's polling average, not right now. Here at the end of it with the primary. You've got Ken Paxton at 39%, John Cornyn at about 35%, and Wesley Hunt in third, down with 17%. And to me, it's sort of like, does Paxton end up leading like 45-38 or something? And then I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for Paxton to win regardless, because if we look back at the polling before
Cornyn, you mean
Cornyn, not Paxton.
Cornyn.
Yeah. Yes. That's my first error of the night. Hopefully no more.
We got you.
Cornyn is going to be in a very tough spot because he's an incumbent polling in the 30s. And they've spent, the Ad Impact had the numbers on this. They'd spent $71 million on pro Cornyn or anti-Paxton ads, basically. And he's at 35%.
Well, I'll tell you, these ads have worked. They've just
they've
worked.
lowered Paxton, but they
Correct.
haven't raised Cornyn.
Well, and more importantly, have you seen every general election matchup has both Democrats leading Paxton now? That isn't because Crockett and Tallarico have done so well. It's because John Cornyn's made an excellent case against Ken Paxton to be to be a senator. And it is
Ken cheating. He's sleeping with the mother of 7 children. Like the National Republican Senatorial Committee and Paxton combined for a truly like scorched earth ad.
Well, and one other thing you got to remember here is that you can pick your primary here as a voter.
Yep.
And this is a case where, a Republican pollster friend of mine did some legwork on looking at the early vote and seeing who these voters were. Obviously, it's been a huge Democratic surge in the early vote, but there are a lot of Democrats who've never voted in primaries or haven't voted in primaries in a decade that are showing up. Well, these could have easily been John Cornyn runoff voters. But once you decide on a primary, you can't participate in the other party's runoff that cycle. But if you don't vote in either primary, you actually can participate in the runoff. And Cornyn, in some ways, is in a contest with Tallarico, right? Because the Tallarico voter is somebody that would certainly prefer Cornyn over Paxton. But if they've already committed to the Democratic primary, they can't participate. It just takes another potential Cornyn voter off the board tonight. So this surge in Democratic participation in the primaries is like doubly bad news for Cornyn because it hurts him in a runoff scenario, even more so than it might hurt him tonight.
Can I, before we let Miles go, I want to ask one question. And Miles, this is for you, but if either of the two of you gentlemen also have an answer, why the hell did Wesley Hunt run? And what do we make? I mean, he's not at 2%. I mean, the reason we're going to have a runoff is that Wesley Hunt continues to have right? I mean, to Jeffrey's point here, he's at 17. Like, it's not nothing. Like, what, Miles, do you have any sense? Is it the map that got rejiggered? Is it he figured up or out? Is it like what? It's the thing that I can't figure out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think his seat changed that much in the remap. Right. I mean, it's always hard to get into the minds of these electeds, but one thing I will say on Hunt, and maybe this would be something for the audience to keep in mind as the results come in, is yes, I do think Cornyn is probably in a rough scenario no matter which way you cut it, but I'd be interested to see like where Hunt's votes are. Like, for instance, if he does, really well if Hunt does really well in the wealthier precincts of Houston. Okay, that may give Cornyn a little bit of a cushion going into a runoff, but
right, because those are more Cornyn than Paxton for sure. If they had to choose, right?
Yeah, so that's just something I'd kind of keep in mind.
Look, it is worth noting that Donald Trump did seem to hint that he might end up endorsing in the runoff. Yeah.
I'll say that the Hunt bid, it's a couple things. One is that they saw how poor his people and him saw how poorly Cornyn was polling head to head with Paxton when it was just a 2-person race, and then Cornyn and his allies started running all these ads against Paxton. Paxton lost vote share, but Cornyn again wasn't necessarily gaining very much. And suddenly I think Hunt and company were like, well, they'd already laid the groundwork a little bit by running some ads outside of the Houston area to raise his name recognition some just in case. And then it was like, well, people might be looking for a third option. They may not want Paxton because they're worried he could lose. Clearly people are not too cool or not really excited about Cornyn. So maybe I can kind of jump in here and have an opportunity. Obviously it doesn't seem to have worked out. But I can see what the logic is, though I will say it's very funny to think that all that Cornyn spending might have actually encouraged Hunt to get into the race by lowering Paxton's position.
I also wonder if, and Chuck and I talked about this months ago, I also wonder if Hunt took a little bit of a gamble that Cornyn might not stay
I always thought,
and then
I always had a theory.
Right. Like
I always had a theory that Hunt was the backup plan to stop
Paxton.
And
maybe you force Cornyn's hand by getting in and
then see what it is. And I think that, I've always wondered if anybody was going to have the heart to heart a few days before filing deadline to Cornyn and say, what, dude, it's actually easy if you don't run. Are you sure you want to go through this?
Yeah.
But people I know close to him said he kind of just doesn't believe he's going to lose. He really believes he's going to win this race. He really
give
believes.
You Dick Lugar.
I know.
Against Richard Murdoch. They're like, people love me here in Washington.
Yeah, he does not. He's in a bit. There's a bit of disbelief.
Yeah.
With Coleman.
Anyway, all right, Miles, we've already had you longer than we said we would. So thank you.
Sure.
Miles
Thanks,
Coleman,
Miles.
Sabados Cristobal at the UVA Center for Politics. Miles, by the way, I'm going to be down there doing a favor for a friend. So I'm going to be down there mid-month. So I'm going to email you. Let's get together.
Sure. And, just one thing before I leave is I know on the DDHQ account, y'all have been talking about it, but the DDHQ Votes app is awesome. I love that so much.
It's the best.
Really cool.
There you go.
And we're going to be featuring it very prominently once we get some votes coming in. So, yes, it is amazing. Thank you.
It's on another level.
Skelly will send you a check.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Be well.
Well, look, we've spent a lot of time talking about Texas. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about Texas. But there are 2 other states holding primaries, including one of the 7 most important swing states in America. It is the beautiful state of North Carolina. So let's bring in our next guest here, Danielle Battaglia of the Raleigh News and Observer. Danielle, it is thanks for joining Decision Desk 2026.
Thanks for having me. Happy Election Day.
And Chuck, can I put a plug in
Day.
for
Please
Danielle? I went on my Substack and I asked people, reporters, people like us, regular people, to nominate the best political reporters in every state. And Danielle was a name that came up again and again and again in North Carolina. So she doesn't need me to give her some shine, but I just wanted to let people know about that.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
You bet.
So, you've got to ride a lead tonight. And on one hand, right, there's this big, amazing Senate race that's going to be taking place in November. No real primary opposition for Roy Cooper or Michael Whatley. I'm curious, is the biggest story tonight Phil Berger, the state Senate president?
I think so. And I will say that is a race that I'm watching heavily. I started my career in Rockingham County. So these are 2 men I have known my entire career. I met them both when I was 22 years old. They've had so much bitterness between the two.
Tell us about both people.
Yeah,
so
tell
Phil
us about
Berger,
Phil
Phil Berger, state Senate.
People are not going to know this one.
Phil
as well.
Berger. Okay,
Yeah.
what people need to know about the North Carolina legislature, it's basically more powerful than the governorship.
Yes.
So those in charge of the legislative leaders in North Carolina are simply arguably more important than the governor, at least with power at times. Phil Berger been there a long time. He's the Senate Republican president. So tell us about Phil Berger and his primary opponent, Danielle.
Yeah, so I started covering Rockingham County in 2011, and he was already Senate president then. He is considered the most powerful lawmaker in North Carolina, and he is known in North Carolina to have that role, to be very powerful. He's got people behind the scenes working for him. He's basically running the show here, and his sheriff, Sam Page, who has been sheriff since 1998, decided to challenge him to his Senate seat. And so we are looking at a potential upsetting of a man who is the most powerful politician in North Carolina by his local sheriff, who is very popular. And like I said, they've had this bitter war going on between them for years.
Is it just over turf?
Yeah.
What's the war about?
Right. And this is,
it,
by the way,
is it an old-fashioned political turf war?
Yeah,
this
basically.
Is like Greensboro, Danielle?
Yeah, it's north of
just
Greensboro.
north of Greensboro. Yeah,
North of
it is.
Greensboro. I just want to locate it for folks.
It's right above Greensboro, south of Danville, Virginia. So you're sandwiched between the two.
Take Route 29 right down
yes,
there. From
29.
Charlottesville, if you wanted to go all the way to Greensboro, that's how you do it.
Skelly makes this live stream trend very heavy UVA. Have you noticed that? A lot of Charlottesville Center. Danielle, tell us. I'm interested because I know a little bit about Berger, but nothing about the sheriff. Is the sheriff an elected position, and how in the hell is the sheriff like legit, possibly knocking off, as you said, the most powerful politician in North Carolina?
It is an elected position, and like I said, he's very popular there. I would say, as far as, Phil Berger, most popular, most powerful leader, I should say most popular, most powerful leader in the state. But for the county, the sheriff is the most powerful politician in a county. And so people know who Sheriff Page is. He is somebody that is constantly at events around town. He's constantly on TV, whether that's in Rockingham County or in Guilford County. He makes a name known for himself. His daughter worked at the local TV station, so he had an in for a while at CBS. And so like he was constantly on TV.
The tentacles were everywhere.
1998 or something. It's been a long time.
They've both been in office for a long time. Yeah.
They've been around forever. And my understanding of this turf war started when Phil Berger's son, Phil Berger Jr., ran for district attorney, and Sam Page endorsed his rival, Belinda Foster, for that position, and they never got over it.
Dude, you can't see. I always say that Chuck and I talk about this. We both have like kind of grown kids. You can insult me all you want, but if you attack my kids, it's always the kids that get that's where I get like truly insulted.
But it's a reminder. The reason I love politics is because usually beefs are over, frankly, small things, not
dumb
big
stuff.
things. It's not like they're having this big ideological fight over whether there should be property taxes, right? No. Instead, it's about something small and petty, like you didn't endorse my son. You know?
It's piled on for years, too, because when his son ran for Congress, there was another turf war that broke out there in 2014, where once again, he wasn't supportive of Phil Berger Jr. for Congress. Now Kevin Berger, his younger son, is the county commissioner there. And there's been some battles between the sheriff and the county commissioner, Berger. So there's a lot going on there. It's fascinating to watch this.
Let's go big picture, Danielle. So look, a loss of Phil Berger, what does that do organizationally for the state Republican Party in 2026? Look, all leaders come and go. And over time, someone will fill the vacuum, and that we know. But there's certainly near-term political operations and all of this. What kind of domino effect could this have if Berger loses this primary? He still serves the rest of the year, so he'll still have sort of titular power, if you will, though people will sniff out the weakness. But what does this mean for, I mean, is this at all have an impact on the coordinated campaign in North Carolina? And does it have an impact on the Senate race, the U.S. Senate race, or anything else in the state?
Well, it's important to know that Senator Tom Tillis, who is retiring from office, setting up this Senate race that's one to watch this year, he came into power with Phil Berger. They had flipped the House and the Senate from majority Democrat to majority Republican. So that alone, I think, is interesting. But then
it's
you're
almost
gonna,
like there's a passing of a torch here, huh?
It feels that way a little bit. And then you're going to see them basically, if he loses, you're going to see them kind of have to reshape North Carolina politics. There's so many people in the Berger orbit that are running the place, basically, and they're going to have to get new leadership in place. On top of that, we just lost our House Speaker, Tim Moore. He's been replaced by Dustin Hall. Tim Moore is now a member of Congress. So you're going to have new leadership basically running both chambers.
We saw that with Kevin McCarthy. When he got ousted, it changed a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, Chuck. I was just going to say, just for people to see on screen, this is where that district is. It's, well, if I can do it correctly, it's basically as I zoom in,
extreme close up.
Yeah.
It's a square.
I didn't click out of it quite right.
92,000 people, I think, living there. No Starbucks, no Target.
Yeah, it's like entirely in Rockingham County and part of Guilford County, which is where Greensboro.
No Target, no Starbucks. This is like
in Rockingham, not in Guilford.
This is like the Wasserman. Like, how close do you live to a Whole Foods? Hey, Danielle, can we, I don't want to go where, I'm interested in the Foushee primary.
Yes.
It seems like it's both a, like, standard liberal versus like Bernie Sanders liberal, Anita Foushee versus her opponent there, main opponent. But it's also, we were talking about this before you came on, it also is an age primary too. Like, what's your sense of that one? How close is it? It's always in a Democratic primary for House. God, I mean, not gonna be that many votes cast. Let's be honest. Yeah. It's like hard to gauge. What's your sense on that race?
We were just talking about that.
For people who don't know, I'll pull that up, Lauren. That Jeffrey mentioned this earlier. That district has both UNC and Duke. UNC, Chapel Hill, and Duke in it.
I just want to insert quick breaking news and get another pot of coffee on Jeffrey. Dallas County is extending voting an extra hour.
Yes.
Due to widespread confusion.
Wait, so, 2 hours. I think it's 2 hours, actually.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. There's to 9 p.m. Yeah. to 9 p.m. local, which is 10 p.m.
10
Eastern.
here.
Yeah,
Great.
so basically Dallas is going to Mountain Time tonight.
Yes.
But I digress.
Daniel, go ahead. Tell us about North Carolina 4. I've got it pulled up on the screen here.
So Valerie Foushee is the incumbent. She is a Democrat. She's more moderate than Nida Alum, who is basically the person everyone's watching as possibly beating her. I don't know how close this race is going to be. This is a rematch. They've come up against each other before. It was a pretty ugly race then. It hasn't been very polite this time. And so we were talking about it in our newsroom before I came on here. We're not sure what to expect from this race, but I think it's one that people should be watching very closely. You never know what's going to happen in a primary.
And Alum has seen a ton of outside spending on her behalf, right?
Yeah.
Like slightly weirdly for a challenger.
So has Foushee, actually.
Yeah, they both
has
have.
come in response.
Interesting.
To
Okay.
Alum's support. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been.
Go ahead, Danielle.
I was going to say it's been interesting to watch because Valerie Foushee, the last election had a ton of AIPAC money. She had money from a man whose name is completely leaving my brain. Sam Freeman, is that right? Who is now in
Sam
prison.
Sam Bankman-Fried,
yes.
yes.
Thank you.
Currently incarcerated.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that's quite the pair. So she did crypto money and AIPAC money.
Those were her two biggest funders, and so she lost her two biggest funders this year because she wouldn't take the AIPAC money, and she lost him. And so she suddenly was getting AI money, which was a big part of this race of people watching that very closely. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe she actually just got a committee position or some sort of important leadership post regarding that will have to do with the regulation of that. And so she's gotten money now from them, from AI in sort of response, or was it crypto? It's one or the other. And now
it was AI, and that came in on December. She got that position December 9th, which I find fascinating in this race because people think she's been long-term on that committee, but it was only since December 9th that she was named to it.
And when was the filing deadline? Right. Exactly.
Around that same time.
Yeah.
There are no coincidences. There are no coincidences.
Not in politics. Not in politics. All right.
Hey,
let's
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to say, Chuck mentioned this, and I'm just scrolling through this, Lauren, on my screen, but the U.S. Senate races, Roy Cooper, the former governor, is going to win the Democratic primary. Michael Whatley, the former RNC co-chair, is going to win the Republican primary. But Danielle, I just kind of wanted to, while we're waiting for results sort of more broadly, can you talk about that race? Because like Chuck said, swing state, right? Swing state presidential, the best possible Democratic candidate, I think. Like the amount of money that is going to be spent there between now and election day is just going to be staggering.
Could be the first $1 billion Senate.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
looking,
which is fascinating because remember, Hunt Helms,
by the way,
when was the most expensive Senate race.
By the way, though, everything's bigger in Texas. I have a feeling as expensive as North Carolina.
Especially if there's a runoff.
Yeah. Texas probably is going to get to $1 billion before.
Danielle, can you just talk about the dynamic there? Because that's obviously, if Democrats want to have any chance of retaking the Senate, they have to have Roy Cooper win.
Yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic. And this is something I've been following probably 2 years in the making now of trying to see where this was going to go because I wasn't positive Roy Cooper was going to get in. I was pretty positive he was going to, but there was movement back and forth. And for a while, Tom Tillis was still in this race. He pulled out after he had a falling out with President Trump over the summer over Medicaid coverage in North Carolina during the One Big Beautiful Bill battle. And that's when you saw Michael Whatley get in. So to make this make more sense, Governor Cooper, he has been a candidate on our ballots since 1987. He's won every race.
Wow, 1987. He's the Richard Blumenthal of North Carolina.
We are going to have people, we are going to have experts tonight on this live stream who were born after Roy Cooper first served in office.
Wait, anyway. he was Attorney General for 4 terms?
4 terms. He was 4 terms Attorney General, 2 terms governor. He was governor during COVID, so he was on our TV sets every day. And because I pointed out myself, he's been in office only 1 year more than I've been alive. But
incredible.
But so this is somebody people know really well. He's been on their TV sets. He's been in office. He's been in like every level of government in North Carolina. And then you have Michael Whatley, who, if you're a Politico, you know his name because he not only was our NC GOP chair. I didn't say that right. He was the Republican Party chair in North Carolina, but he was also chairman of the Republican National Committee. And so I think Republicans thought going into this race, like everybody knows his name. This is a household name, but we're finding in North Carolina that nobody knows his name. I shouldn't say nobody, but a lot of people are very unfamiliar with him. And so compared to Roy Cooper, he's got like a steep curve to get up to get people to recognize who he is.
You're saying a party apparatchik isn't well known by the average voter? I'm stunned.
I know, right?
Daniela, let me get you out of here on this because I know you've got stories to start writing and worrying about, and when we get some numbers to trickle in here from North Carolina, and that is there anything tonight that happens that you think matters to the U.S. Senate race?
I mean, getting those names finalized, I think, is going to be very important. They're already campaigning against each other. Michael Whatley and Roy Cooper are very confident that they're winning this race. But I think having that solidified on the record that it's going to be those two will really help drive this election along. And I think you're going to start seeing them immediately. Both of them have campaign events tomorrow. So they're confident they are winning.
They're using this as a trigger to really try to take it to the next level of campaigning.
I think you're going to be oversaturated by them really soon.
Well, I want to thank Danielle because I didn't know there were so many damn burgers in North Carolina. I mean, it's incredible. Anyway, thank you.
I feel like we're doing an Uber Eats commercial. Burger, you keep making me hungry.
Totally.
Like, where's
which one of us is McConaughey? Probably Jeffrey because of the hair. Let's be honest. He's the only one with good hair. He's the only one with hair, other than Danielle.
You're gonna get yourself in trouble, Chris. Hey, Danielle, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
You rock. Make sure you follow her work, folks. Make sure you support people doing the work the right way. Thanks, Danielle.
So, as you know, you can do nothing for free.
No.
You guys know this, right? Nothing
I'm well aware.
For free. So, but in order to make this for free for you, we got to have sponsors. And with that, I want to toss to the sponsor of this live stream tonight, Ethos Life. Having good life insurance is incredibly important. I know from personal experience. I was 16 when my father passed away. We didn't have any money. He didn't leave us in the best shape. My mother, single mother now, widow, myself, 16, trying to figure out how am I going to pay for college. And lo and behold, my dad had one life insurance policy that we found. It wasn't a lot, but it was important at the time. And it's why I was able to go to college. Little did he know how important that would be in that moment. Well, guess what? That's why I am here to tell you about Ethos Life. They can provide you with peace of mind knowing your family is protected, even if the worst comes to pass. Ethos is an online platform that makes getting life insurance fast and easy, all designed to protect your family's future in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process, and it's 100% online. There's no medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions online. You can get a quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you can get same-day coverage without ever leaving your home. You can get up to $3 million in coverage, and some policies start as low as $2 a day. That would be billed monthly. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. So protect your family with life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Chuck. So again, that's ethos.com/Chuck. Application times may vary, and the rates themselves may vary as well. But trust me, life insurance is something you should really think about, especially if you've got a growing family. Well, there you go. I was tossing to myself.
That was nice. I liked your vest. I liked your vest.
Me and Boomer
Solid
Esiason.
vest game.
I feel pretty good that I saw my man Boomer Esiason is also a spokesperson for that.
Oh, there you go. University of Maryland graduate.
There you go.
Go Bengals.
Well, let's bring in our next guest. Let's talk a little. We're going to talk a little Texas, but I want to talk a little Texas Governor Abby Turner from National Journal.
Hi, Abby.
Hello.
How are you all doing tonight?
Good. Hey, real quick.
Dropped a y'all. I like it.
I know. Way to be.
It's a southern primary night. That's right. All three states are in the South. Right.
Lauren, I just pulled up on my screen. We've got some votes, about 8% in the Texas governor's race. So there. Thanks, dude. Go ahead, Chuck.
And remember, just a reminder to folks, we got polls. Polls aren't going to close. Actually, now polls are going to close in El Paso before they close in Dallas County. That's how long things are going to go. So there's no going to bed early tonight, especially if we're on a knife's edge when it comes to the Democratic side, because we think that's where the drama is about runoff or no runoff. But let's talk about a race that gets zero coverage compared to the Senate race. And yet, Abby, I have yet to see a poll that has shown Abbott up by more than high single digits against Gina Hinojosa. This feels like he's trying to win a fourth term. It is, there's always a point of like governor fatigue at some point. It is not easy to win a fourth term. Mario Cuomo lost his attempt to win a fourth term. Tommy Thompson did win a fourth term. I think Rick Perry got one. Not an easy thing. And yet Abbott does not behave as if he's got anything to worry about.
He really does not. He has not campaigned much when you think about, he's in a primary. Both of them are pretty much uncontested. Obviously, Abbott is uncontested. Hinojosa is expected to walk away with this nomination, but you look at him and you think, he's just being governor. He's not really worried about his reelection chances. But I think the polling in this race is very interesting. It's been overshadowed by both of the Senate primaries on the Democratic and Republican side. But as always, Texas is always Democrats' white whale. It's, what year is it going to be their year? I think the question is there going to be enough momentum on the Democratic side for governor? You're starting to see national Democrats kind of put an eye on Texas. Senators Ruben Gallego and Chris Murphy both endorsed Hinojosa within the last week or so. So I think as that Senate primary hopefully starts to wrap up tonight and you have a nominee there, you're going to see more attention on this governor's race, maybe even some joint campaigning to the eventual Senate nominee there. But Hinojosa has not picked sides in that Democratic
She
Senate
has not.
It is true though, like a rising tide lifts all boats. I know, right? But
Exactly.
it's you would benefit if you're, So I mean, I remember all the way back. What was the rich guy? The super rich
Tony Sanchez. Yeah, who got
and it was like Tony
wiped
Sanchez and Ron Kirk in 2002, and it was like, see, we're gonna have like a real Senate race and a real governor's race, and the Democratic turnout's got that. Actually, I mean, if Paxton winds up being the nominee, I mean, there's a lot to go there, but she could benefit from the Senate race driving. I mean, any Democratic nominee is going to have to find every person who's anywhere close to a Democrat in that race. And, like Chuck said, I don't care who you are, 3 terms, 4 terms, people start to be like, maybe time to give someone else are people paying attention in the state yet? Abby, or not really?
Yeah, I would say so. I think the one thing that Hinojosa has against her is fundraising. I mean, Abbott, as you said, going into fourth term, has a massive war chest. I mean, he has tens of millions of dollars.
It's monstrous. It's over $100 million.
He's
isn't
spending
it?
his operations like spending money, or maybe it's his allies, but he's using a vehicle to spend money to boost Crockett in the Senate race. Like he's like
he has $100 million on hand.
Yeah,
hubris much, right?
God,
like that one is
incredible.
And what I would want to say to Mr. Abbott, careful what you wish for there. Are you sure you want turnout drivers on that ticket? But anyway, but I digress.
But looking there, Hinojosa only entered 2026 with a few $100,000 on hand, so she really does not have that cash advantage. I think she's obviously going to need that attention that the Senate race is going to trickle down to the governor's race, but she needs more than just attention. I think she's going to need some funding to kind of trickle over from that competition as well.
I keep hearing in the back of whispers of like Greg Abbott's going to win in 2026, and then he parlays that right into a presidential. Do people talk about that? I feel like he's always mentioned and never. I mean, he's the governor of Texas. He's got $100 million in the bank.
Well, it's like not mentioning the governor of California for a Democratic presidential race, right? It's like he's the governor of Texas, so you got to assume maybe
of a giant Republican
right?
state,
Rick
with
Perry
a giant
ran,
George base.
George W. Bush ran, right?
Like, I mean, is that a thing that people talk about, or is that just like me with my like fantasy politics hat on, like which I get?
I think there's probably murmurs about it, but in 2028, I just don't think he's going to have his moment. It's going to be, Marco Rubio, JD Vance kind of thing. I just don't know if there is a lane for him at that point. Maybe if you didn't have those two in there and he does have this massive war chest, he could break through. But I just don't think, in 2028, it's going to be his time. And by the time another election rolls around, if he somehow steps out of the governor's office, loses re-election, he might not have the same momentum.
Hey, Abby, Abbott's got some skin in the game tonight. He's on the opposite side of Trump in a couple primaries. He's got his own weird relationship with Ken Paxton. So, how's Abbott watching this primary night tonight?
I think, as we see with the Senate race, it's going to be a test of, the new GOP and the GOP establishment. I think for him, he obviously wants the candidates that he backed to win, but that sometimes puts him at odds with Trump. I think that's what you're seeing with the Senate race between Paxton and Cornyn. He has skin in the game, but I think if his picks don't win, it's not going to drag him down per se in his own Republican world. He's obviously running unopposed in this race. I think you could see some, attacks from the Democratic side, where they're talking about, we'll Abbott back this person. They lost to the Trump endorsee. But I think for now, he's pretty good when you look at his own political chances.
Hey, Jeffrey, we see in this early vote Cornyn ahead of Paxton. We assume that this is all early vote, meaning this is not same-day election vote. And we assume that Cornyn was going to win whatever amount of Republicans voted early?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were basically at this point over the next 30, 40 minutes, you're going to see most early votes that at least were cast until right before, I guess, the very end of the early voting period. You're going to see those be the ones that the counties are reporting. And then after that, we'll start to get some election day votes trickling in. But I would, to some extent, you would expect a larger share of the early vote in the Democratic primary, a larger share of the overall vote to have been cast early, although not than in the Republican Party where you have some more election day votes by comparison. Still, both parties are going to use early voting a lot. And so all told, it might be kind of a 50-50 split in the Republican primary, more or less, between early voting votes cast and election day votes cast. But I would think that Cornyn would have done better among early voters.
He was going to spend more money doing that, right?
Better organization.
He was trying to bank. Yeah. He had an incentive to bank votes. And I would assume, I think about, I look at all this, of course, through the prism of my family, and my son is in Dallas at SMU. That neighborhood, I call it the Cornyn.
That is Cornyn Central there.
It's Cornyn
He's got over 50% in Dallas right now.
It's Cornyn Tallarico is what I call it, right? Which is because I think Beto carried the George W. Bush. This is where George W. Bush lives. I think Beto carried that precinct back in 2018 or came close. And I am pretty sure Kamala did well there. So it is like a lot of former Romney precincts been drifting away during the Trump era. But I would assume that those are Republicans that would vote early versus in many of the rural areas, not so much.
Abby, can I ask you about, I ask everyone who's smart about Texas the same question, because I get it all the time. Mm-hmm. How the hell has Ken Paxton, impeached by the Republican State House, his wife literally posts that he broke the laws of their biblical marriage. Infer what you want from that publicly. And this dude, Jeffrey's got the exact numbers, but this dude has taken, 70 million of incoming basically in this primary. And we all assume he's going to finish first, although probably under 50%. How do you explain? I mean, the only other person I've seen that with is Bill Clinton to some extent, and definitely Donald Trump. So what can you explain to people who are how in the hell is Ken Paxton beating an incumbent senator and a sitting member of Congress in this race?
Well, they say, bad press is just press. I think, he has these scandals, but let's put his name out there. I also think he's really leaning in on that MAGA support and kind of some of the distaste with Cornyn. Cornyn has been there probably since I was born, I will say. But
because he was attorney general right before he was in the Senate. Yeah, he's been there a long time.
I think this is what you're seeing in these states. I know you're talking about the North Carolina race before this, but people just get tired. I mean, I think we're seeing, everyone wants to talk about this as a blue wave this year. I think this is a wave where you're going to see incumbents lose. I think people really want to see change on the Republican and Democratic side. Now, Paxton obviously has faced his own scandals, but I think in some ways he's leaned in on that MAGA support, and it has kind of wiped away some of the, things that might have dragged him down.
It's funny you bring that up about waves, by the way, you just said in this long. I'll never forget in the 94 wave for Republicans on that election night, how many times we went through. It was like longtime committee chair loses, 12-term member of Congress, 3-term governor. Yep. Like when fatigue and a wave merges, right? Like it is those, if you've been there through it all and you've survived for a while, eventually a wave will come get you.
Yeah, that's right. I'm seeing this in other gubernatorial primaries this year, not any tonight, where incumbents are, they don't know if they're going to win renomination. One of them is in Rhode Island with Dan McKee.
He seems like a dead duck.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Numbers are terrible.
Washington Bridge closure.
He's in Frank Murkowski territory, who's the only incumbent governor that I can come across that finished in third place in his primary.
His favorability ratings are just, so in the gutter. But I think when you look at that and you tell people, the average voter, like, I think this person's going to lose. And they're like, well, there's a sitting governor. They have the incumbency advantage. I think things are so much different this year. I think another thing, too, just from, my perspective covering this beat is with dysfunction coming out of Washington, as states are taking more and more responsibility that the federal government is giving them, people are really looking to their statewide and state level leaders. And they want someone who is authentic. They want someone who's going to deliver for them. And I think voters are really recognizing the power that state level officials have in actually making change, whether it comes to affordability and stuff like that.
Abby, can I ask one more of you? And this is nerdy and not related to tonight, but as someone who covers governors, look, I always tell people there are 36 governor's races on the ballot. I mean, including every swing state, Georgia, Arizona, other than North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Is there a sneaky one that you kind of have an eye on where you're like, this is not one, it's not Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona or Georgia where everyone's paying attention to? Is there one where you're like, if this falls in an interesting way, or like there's an interesting candidate, or like just for people who are more casual observers of it?
I won't shut up about Iowa. I've been talking about this for months now.
Rob Sand.
Yes, Rob Sand. I think what's interesting with Iowa, and I think what you could see here is, in Kansas, Governor Laura Kelly kind of came up and found success after Governor Sam Brownback's tax experiment. The economy was in shambles. You're seeing a similar thing in Iowa. They keep ranking last in some of these economic measures. Obviously, Governor Kim Reynolds is not running for re-election. I think Rob Sand, and I would, kind of compare him to a Tallarico type bit, where, he is leaning in on his faith. He's talking about, he doesn't see red and blue. He just sees people in his state. He, I think, is hitting onto the economic hardships in the state. And on the flip side of that, Randy Feenstra is running in the GOP primary there, but he hasn't cleared the field. Bob Vanderplatz has endorsed Adam Steen, who used to work under Reynolds.
Bob Vanderplatz still kicking around.
A Bob Vanderplatz sighting.
But Steen also picked up some endorsement from someone in the state legislative leadership in the last week or so. So Randy Feenstra will probably win that primary, but it's not going to be cleared for him until the day of the primary. Rob Sand's fundraising has also just been insane.
And Abby, I'd throw one more nugget in there about Feenstra, which is his first name is toxic this year, Congressman. Right? Yep. I think if you have the first name of Congressman, and you're running,
exactly what Abby was talking about.
I'm going to bring Washington. Do you want to bring Washington's values to Des Moines? Do you want to bring Washington's values to Denver? Right? You could just. These incumbent these senators and members of the House who think escaping to run for governor is going to be better, be careful. That title of senator and congressman might be toxic.
And the one thing that does work to Rob Sand's advantage is he doesn't have a voting record. He's state auditor. He's really kind of campaigned on, I'm rooting out fraud. I'm finding ways that, state money has been mismanaged. without a voting
Oh,
record.
he's got the lottery stories. That Iowa lot. He's got one fantastic story that got turned into a Netflix doc or something, right? The Rob Sand lottery thing. Yeah.
And Chuck and I have talked about this, but I mean, like, if there is a Democrat that can win statewide at this point in Iowa, governor, not
well, he won.
He's obviously a statewide official currently.
Yeah, he won statewide the last time.
I mean, he has been carefully calibrating, and I will note he is married to someone whose family has a massive amount of money that can be spent, through various other ways. So I'm fascinated by that one. Anyway, Abby, you've taken more National Journal covering governor's races. Thank you, Abby. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you all.
Great.
And by the way, we did not just get rid of Jeffrey. For people who are wondering where Jeffrey went, he will be back. He's counting votes. He's got to go count votes. Counting votes and going on terrestrial television.
Well, that's all right. We're just counting votes.
Whatever.
Let's bring our friend from Calshi, Jaron Zhao. Hello there. Nice to see you.
Hello. And I think we have Nathaniel too.
From Boda. Is that right? Well,
yeah,
guys,
I think we got right on.
Yep.
Wow, Ranger showing his Texas Rangers pride. You don't see that.
Nice,
appropriate.
Nice work. Very appropriate. All right.
You weren't going to catch me dead in a Houston Astros hat. So
let me look. We're seeing the early vote drops here. Jaron, are we seeing any movement in Calshi's numbers as people are watching the tabulations come in on the early vote?
Yeah, there's actually a couple interesting movements. So on the Democratic Senate side for the nominee market, which is the biggest market,
hold on, I'm pulling that up, Jaron. Keep talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Talarico has gone from 90% before the votes counted, which is already very high. I think it's notable already. He's now at 97% based on the early vote, even though Crockett is ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm surprised. I look at his early vote, what I've seen so far, and I think, boy, that is not the lead I expected him to have in the early vote. I expected you to say he was going from 90 to, say, 82, and instead it's going the other way. That's interesting because I think she's going to do well on same day.
It's interesting because there's not vote from Harris County or Dallas or Travis, but Fort Worth, Tarrant County, she's ahead by like 13 points or something, and apparently the markets did not think that was enough of a lead to make this to tighten this. Now, where the race did tighten is on the GOP side.
I'll pull that up too. Keep going. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So Paxton started out the night at 80%. And he's currently, I think, back around there. But for a while, he dropped to 70 when the early vote came in and parts of, Dallas and Tarrant and had Cornyn ahead. I will say this is for the, who will become the nominee. So it's not just who will win tonight. They might be pricing in if Cornyn is able to keep it close, maybe that induces a lot more spending. From the Republican side, maybe it could, sort of coax a Trump endorsement in that election, which I think there'll be a lot of pressure to do if this goes to a runoff in May.
Can I ask?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
How the numbers are adding up to more than 100% here?
Oh yeah. So sometimes there's rounding issues. Other times there's a little bit of there's a gap in the buy and sell prices. So if it's more than 1 cent, then you'll see a gap of 2, if that makes sense.
By the way, shout out. I had this pulled up with the Democratic side. Shout out to the 1% of people who are for Colin Allred in the
well, is that just
Castro?
Somebody had money on him and
money, right?
And then never it's sunk cost. Is that what that means there, Jared?
Yes. Well, yeah. The markets won't go to 0 before we resolve it. So the lowest it really could go is around 1%. Yeah.
Got it.
I also want to emphasize for folks, because we dealt with this difference between vote percentages and probabilities at 538 where I used to work, is that these numbers here that folks are seeing, most people probably know this, but these are probabilities or odds of winning. They're not vote percentages.
Right. That's exactly
thing on the
No, of course.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Yes.
And in fact,
I will pull up the actual vote in a second.
Let's look at some vote here.
Yeah,
and Nathaniel, how are you looking at this early vote? Like I said,
I'm going to start on the Democratic side if you guys want to.
It is. I expected Tallarico to have a bigger lead going into with the early vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard because
obviously,
yet, yeah, exactly right. It's so fragmented, and Texas is such a huge state, as you know. And so and I think one important thing is that we aren't going to be getting results out of Dallas County, which of course is Jasmine Crockett's base, until 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, because there was a lot of voter confusion because the county went from voting at vote centers, which are basically like these big places where anybody in the county can go vote, to voting at like your neighborhood polling places, and a lot of people went to the vote centers that they are used to voting at and found that, hey, you can't vote here anymore. You have to go to your neighborhood polling place.
When did they make this change? Was this most recent legislative
so this
year?
was this year. So the Republican Party in both Dallas County and Williamson County, which is outside of Austin, decided that the parties have the discretion to choose how they vote. And they decided that the local polling places would be more secure. Obviously, they care a lot about election integrity, and that's been a big focus of the GOP recently. And so, but that change if one party opts into the local polling places, both parties have to do that. And a lot of Democrats, I think in particular, weren't prepared. And obviously Dallas just has a lot of Democrats in general. And so that caused all this confusion. And then there was a court order a couple hours ago extending the polling times to 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. So that is going to be a big question mark, I think, for a while here as we wait to see how strong Crockett's lead is and whether those issues maybe affected turnout. You saw her campaign making noise earlier in the day. And obviously you never know if this is like spin and like expectation setting, but they were saying that they were worried that, the confusion was going to depress her vote in the Dallas area. And obviously if this is as close as a lot of people and certain polls were suggesting, that could make a difference, but we'll have to wait and see.
And I'll note, just while Nathaniel was talking, Crockett, assume this is still, but we're now to 27%. She's now slightly ahead, just to note that.
Well, it just tells you that the early vote was very competitive, and so I'm just not it may, and don't forget, we assume about 2/3 of the overall total Democratic primary vote is going to be early vote, right?
Yeah.
And Nathaniel, what outside of Dallas, obviously it's her base, it's going to be, the polls are going to be open later. What outside of Dallas are you paying attention to as we look at the count? I mean, I think Skelly told us that there are 254 counties in Texas. So I'm not going to ask you to list all 254 of them, but where else outside? I mean, are we really just talking about, the big cities, or like where should smart people look as the vote keeps coming in?
I mean, the big cities, they're the most important. It's kind of the boring answer. But certainly Harris County, which is the home of Houston, Travis County, which is the home of Austin. I don't think rural Motley County is going to be.
No, sorry, I'm fiddling with the thing.
Totally
just
fine.
You keep talking. Sorry,
I'm just razzing you. But I think one more interesting place will be the Rio Grande Valley, right? And I think that in the primary polling, which was all over the place, which was very interesting, but you did see a general trend of Black voters are behind Crockett, white voters are behind Tallarico, but Latino voters are a bit of a wild card. And obviously the Rio Grande Valley is a heavily
in here
Hispanic area.
Wondering.
Right, exactly. Yeah. South Texas, which is an area that folks probably know if you're listening to this live stream, it moved very sharply toward Republicans. Donald Trump did particularly well in 2024 there. There's some evidence that, Democrats may make a comeback there. There was a lot of early vote for Democrats there. And if they come out strong for Tallarico, for instance, that could be decisive.
Jaron, have we seen any movement in the general election odds between Democrats and Republicans on this?
So first on the South Texas point, Tallarico actually went, he campaigned down there with Bobby Polito, I believe, who's running.
Who's running? Right,
Bobby Polito,
he just won
the singer.
He just won another. He just won another Latin Grammy earlier this year. By the way.
Wow.
I remember Liz Smith, who is Pete Buttigieg's person, is doing a bunch of other races. And I said, who's the most interesting? She's a Democratic consultant. Who's the most interesting candidate you're doing? Bobby Polito is the first person she said. Fascinating.
She's also behind Tallarico. She's
Tallarico, yes.
One of her candidates.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting.
So
anyway, go ahead, Jaron. Sorry.
Yeah, in the general, have we seen any movement on that?
So we saw movement actually throughout the past day and earlier when Tallarico went from 75% to 90%. and Democrats are currently hovering just around 40% chance to win the general election in Texas.
They'd probably take that.
That obviously,
yeah, I think that I'm selling on that.
Cash that ticket now, man.
Yeah.
Right?
well, I mean, it depends a lot on who the Republicans nominate as well, obviously, and that might not be decided for a while. But the scenario where Tallarico, if he wins outright tonight, and the Republicans they go to a runoff, which by the way the likelihood of that has surged as well. It was at around 70% earlier, and now it's over like 85%. And so that is like the sort of worst case scenario for the Republicans in Texas.
What is the runoff odds on the Democratic primary?
Well, it's less than 10%. Like it coming in tonight, it was maybe like 7%. I assume now it's even lower than that.
Ahmad Hassan, our guy, 1.2%, Chuck. He's the guy. Never forget that Ahmad Hassan is probably the guy that triggered the CBS lawyers because they would have had to give both Jasmine Crockett 15 minutes and Ahmad Hassan 15 minutes.
Only if he asked for it.
Only if he asked for it. But if you're Ahmad Hassan, you got to ask for it. You're not getting 15 minutes on broadcast television otherwise. But yeah, I mean, Jaron,
could have guaranteed a runoff.
Yes, I know. Jaron, one last question on markets. I thought I heard you say, and I just want to reiterate, for tonight, the most money is in the Democratic Senate primary, and I would assume then the Republican Senate primary.
Yeah, so yes, the sort of nominee or the winner markets always do the most volume. So yes, it's Democratic, then Republican, and then actually the margin of victory markets and the Democratic turnout markets are also doing very well.
Interesting.
I would just note for margin of victory, currently the top two sort of brackets are from Tallarico by 9 to 12%, and then from 12 to 15%. So for some reason, I mean, the markets think it'll be.
They think Tallarico is going to win in a walk. Fascinating, yeah.
I'm curious.
Jaron,
I know you do turnout. Did you do which party would have more raw vote, Democrats or Republicans?
Yes. Exactly. We had which party will have higher turnout, Democrats or Republicans.
And what is that
and it started out around 50-50, and now Democrats are at 91% to have higher turnout.
Wow.
Seems right.
I think that's right. I don't think people understand how big of a deal this is. I think this is a BFD. Yeah. The first time in 20 basically.
Are you quoting Biden?
Yeah, I'm quoting Biden.
Biden to Obama?
First time in 24 years that this has been the case. And people don't understand the margin, the advantage Republicans have had just on raw turnout in primaries in every midterm this century. Yeah. It's been like 2-1. These haven't been close. It's as if, and like I said, if you one of my pollster friends gave me the insight on this that said most of these early vote new primary voters are all just general election Democratic voters, but still the fact that they're showing up in a primary this early and frankly with what feels like the campaign just got started. Like imagine if there had been another month of advertising and another month of debates, which we could get.
Nathaniel, I want to one last thing, and we'll let you guys both go. And thank you for spending so much time. But basically, what we're seeing here, we're now 29% of the vote, and again, early vote. It's basically tied. Do you draw any conclusion from that? Is that different than you thought it would be, or about the same as you thought it would be? And is there any indicator that says, oh, like that's good for Crockett or that's bad for Tallarico or vice versa?
I'd need to be totally honest. I'd need to like dive more into some of the specific counties to be able to tell you that. But I do think that generally speaking, this is what I was expecting, right? We did have some very strange variation in the polls where some were like showed like a double-digit win for Crockett and some showed a double-digit win for Tallarico. But when you average them out, it came out to be like basically 50-50. And so I was basically, my thinking going into this race was that it was going to be a toss-up. And so far it looks, like it's shaping up that way. But I will take a closer look when I jump off after you can't ask any questions. So sorry.
yeah, that's fair. We'll let you go. Nathaniel Rakich of VoteBeat and Jaron Zhao of Kalshi. Thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
And Chuck, we have a little news.
We've got some winners. Lauren, let's we got music and boards. There it is. First two projections of the night. It is now official, and as you learned from our previous guest, Chris, the both Michael Whatley and Roy Cooper are kicking off big rallies tomorrow, day after the primary, to officially begin what is, I think, safely going to be the second most expensive Senate race in the country, because I think I think one thing we know for sure about Texas is that it is going to be a contested general election with real money on both sides.
Well, although,
doesn't mean
Chuck,
we think it's going to
Georgia
flip.
sneak in there?
No.
Probably
like
not
this.
at that level.
Not
I mean,
like this.
Ossoff is going to raise a ton.
Because
but
no doubt, but what's key here and why Texas will win this, I mean, both, you have two expensive contested primaries.
That's right.
And then you'll have a
And then the
contested
generals.
runoff, maybe two runoffs, and then the generals. Oh, and did I tell you it's in the state of Texas?
correct.
San Antonio, Austin, Houston, and Dallas. All four of those metro markets are in the top 15, let alone top 20.
And I will
very
note
expensive.
that Roy Cooper on the Democratic side is over 90% of the vote. I'm not saying this means anything, but it is worth noting that Michael Whatley, who is clearly going to be the nominee, that Don Brown, who I have not heard of until just now, is at 17% of the vote. Now, again, I don't want to draw too many conclusions, but I do think that that's a little bit interesting. And I thought Daniel Battaglia from the News and Observer hit it right, which is Republicans want to paint this race as basically a toss-up. I don't see it that way. To me, Roy Cooper is the favorite. Doesn't mean he will win, but he is such a known commodity in the state. The idea that they are going to easily villainize him as the next coming of, Nancy Pelosi or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I don't buy.
Look, the environment is already a problem for Republicans. So it really means that they need a Cal Cunningham-like scandal.
Yeah.
Right. Which is how
good Cal Cunningham reference, Chuck.
Right. Well, Cal Cunningham was going to be a United States Senator in 2020 against Tom Tillis until he imploded. His personal life became his private life became very public. And but the point is that Roy Cooper is such a known quantity. It's hard to imagine there's any new information. They have certainly, they tried to make him a left-wing liberal during his last reelect. They tried to hit him on, my friend Pat McCrory, has struggled running against him. He will complain. He goes, he's not as moderate as his image is. And you're like, well, when you get to be the attorney general for as long as you have, you've put a lot of crooks in jail and you look like, you don't look soft.
A whole
That's right.
lot.
And you're a consumer protector. I mean, in theory, being a state attorney general, it's why Ken Paxton is probably doing better than we only see the negatives.
Totally.
But, your state attorney general is
Putting
the guy
people
that
in jail.
That's right. And he's the guy that gets consumer refunds for you. And he's the guy that does, so a state attorney general is the quote fighter on your side, right? The consumer advocate, the voter advocate. So, it's they're tough.
Yep.
There's a lot of ex-AGs in the United States Senate.
And we've got our next guest, Chuck. I'm just going to keep the Democratic Texas primary up if you want to intro people, but I'm just going to keep that. Talarico now has.
Howdy, I'm back, by the way.
Hey,
hi,
Jeff. Well, we let people know you were counting raw votes, right? You have to, we're literally hand counting these ballots one at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not what I told them.
There are a couple counties in eastern Texas, I believe, that are doing exactly that tonight.
Very quickly, before we bring in our next guest, Logan Phillips here from Race to the White House. Anything, Jeffrey, about any conclusion you want to draw from this early vote yet?
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, if you're looking at that sort of the picture that we're seeing that Chris has got up there, if I'm Jasmine Crockett, I want the Dallas area to be all green. Now Dallas proper will surely be green, and it's maybe a good sign for her that Tarrant County next door, where Fort Worth is,
Tarrant.
Those are green. Dallas, we won't know for a while, obviously, but
I was going to say Dallas
surely
right
win
next
Dallas.
door
She'll win Dallas by a lot. Yeah, if you click up north of the state, just outside the state, it will.
Will it reset?
Yeah,
there we go.
Actually, if you hit, my friend. But I think if you're sort of looking at, I think it's Denton County right there north of Dallas. That's in purple.
Yep.
Now Denton and Collin County to the east of that are two of the largest counties in the state. Now they're huge suburban.
They've
counties.
been the fastest growing counties
Yes.
in Texas for like 2 decades in a row, right? Yeah.
And so
There's
huge
Colin.
and increasingly diverse in terms of race, ethnicity. And, for me, it's sort of a thing where, if I'm Crockett and I want to be winning in my home base, I'd like to see myself competing. Now, maybe it's a thing where Tallarico is ahead in the early vote. We get more of the election day vote.
Yep.
She will cash and surpass him. But, the fact that she is up in those early Tarrant numbers where Fort Worth is to the west of Dallas, but
here
trailing in Denton, maybe that's not the best.
Agreed.
I mean, maybe that's just not the greatest sign.
So the just overall estimate, do we think, is it a basic 2/3, 1/3 split here for the Democrats? We think 2/3 of their total vote will be early, 1/3 today? Or do we have a good estimate?
I think
on
the
that?
last estimate we had was something. It was the election day vote was a bit larger than that as a share. Maybe it was more like 60-40.
Oh, wow.
But we've also been redoing those throughout the
Right.
day. And so I'm actually not sure what the most recent one was. And because of what was going on in Dallas and Williamson counties, where there was apparently a lot of confusion over a change to the local election rules regarding precinct, either voting at your precinct or voting at voting centers. That's the reason why Dallas's polls are being kept open and why we won't have results there for a while. So that also affected those estimates.
All right, let's bring in Logan Phillips to the program here. All right, Logan, race to the White House.
Hey, great to be on with you again, Chuck. Good to see you, Jeff. Good to see you, Chris.
So we've been I know you're going through the data. We've been going through the data. This is what you do. What are you seeing? Tell us what the early vote's telling you right now.
Yeah, I think it's been good for Tallarico so far, which is kind of expected, right? Like we have unlimited polling here that really delved into the details between early vote and later. And with a late breaking primary, there's only so much we can rely on the nuances of that detail. But it did suggest Tallarico to be stronger here, and that's what we've seen so far. Now, I wish I had the rare ability of a Steve Kornacki that I could just look at the map and the counties on here and instantly tell you what's left and what's left to come. But I can't do that. But I think that that these market watchers, who I think clearly are too high on Tallarico, but still that it is zoomed close to 100% chance to win. And these guys usually on election day, I think that's when they tend to get a lot more right as the vote starts to get counted. I do think there's some good signs for him, and I do think he was the favorite coming into today.
So you take the prediction markets as a sign worth looking at. I mean, you look at 99-1 and you're just sitting there going,
I'm a little iffy about it today, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's a little,
that feels a lot
weird movement.
That is just, go ahead and you may be right. And 1 seed usually always beats 16 seeds.
Ask UVA.
Until they don't.
Sorry,
right, exactly.
Yeah,
I had to bring up another UVA.
That story worked out well. They won the next year.
They won
right.
the next year.
They won the next year.
Part of the story. It was part of the story. Yeah.
It
was really tough at the time, but it was part of the story.
And let's jump in on the Republican side. What do you anything surprising you there on how that's split?
Yeah, and not surprising me. I think it's very, very likely to head off to a runoff. And again, like we're just looking at incomplete picture here, right? We have a puzzle with like half the pieces missing. So I do think that John Cornyn has been unfairly counted out in this race to some degree. I think even the head-to-head voting versus Paxton is close and competitive, but to some extent, right? Especially if we end up seeing Paxton take a 4 or 5 point lead here by the end. He has been dumping literally everything he can on Paxton, and he still hasn't been able to break ahead. And so that does make you wonder if there's a pathway to it. I really think if Cornyn ends up winning this, it's probably with Donald Trump's support, which I wouldn't completely rule out, because Donald Trump got a lot of bad blows from bad endorsements in 22 and 24. And there's a lot of people around him that are probably telling him, please do not endorse Paxton, who's probably the most corrupt politician in America. I mean, think about what it takes in this modern day and age to be indicted by a Republican-controlled state house and almost convicted by a Republican state Senate.
Yeah,
pretty remarkable.
It is amazing.
I mean, I continue to be amazed, and I've already asked people this. It's just that Paxton's staying power is, and we'll see, but I mean, it's not a guarantee that he wins, but his staying power is something. The question I have, though, Logan, is to your point about Cornyn. Let's say that let's say that Paxton finishes 4 points ahead of Cornyn tonight, and it's a runoff. Is the strategy solely Cornyn has to get Hunt to endorse him and Trump to endorse him? Because the thing with Paxton is like, what else are you going to say about Paxton that you haven't already said with the $70 million that you pumped in, right? I mean, Jeffrey was going through some of the ad language. I mean, it's brutal. So that is it solely you have to get Trump to endorse, and then presumably you also have to get Hunt to endorse.
Yeah, I don't even know if Hunt's going to make that much of a difference because so I have my own internal primary forecast, right? And I've seen a divide that like it happens occasionally because of the Donald Trump era, but it's so rare where Paxton in the thing that I call endorsement points, right? Who's winning most endorsements, especially from Texas politicians, is crushing Paxton 8-1. Right, absolutely dominating. You have the entire Republican apparatus in that state hates Paxton and thinks that he's corrupt and could lose, where the voters there think that this is someone that's going to fight for them. They see, a lot of them anyway, I don't want to make this as a monolith, but a lot of them see Cornyn as someone who is weak and ineffective. And it's just not what GOP voters are looking for, right? Even though Cornyn is effective as a legislator, I think the litmus test is seen as someone that's loud and projects strength. And Cornyn is one focus group person I listened to said, he has little brother energy. In fact,
he's Mitch McConnell in a cowboy hat, is what I've been calling.
Yeah, he is Mitch McConnell in a cowboy hat. And Cornyn, every single second there's been any issue that is politically hot that involves Donald Trump, fires a lawsuit the next day, gets in the state news, gets in the national news, gets extra fundraising. And so he might not be a good politician for the general election, but this guy is very good at primary politics.
And in Texas, up until this year, you didn't need to do general election politics.
Yeah,
and I think we're going to find out if that inexperience with general election politics ends up being a problem for a lot of Republicans in Texas. Because the first time when a state goes from blue to swing or red to swing, you do see a lot of people sort of caught. It's almost like caught like deer in the headlights. Like I don't know how to run a general. And, they're just so used to just singing the same song, singing the same notes. As my friend Chris Matthews would say, you're playing the same notes on your xylophone there. You don't know how to widen that aperture.
Yeah, I think you're right. I would say this is like the first leg of multiple things Democrats need to win, right? If you have especially Talarico versus Paxton, but even just Paxton in the race, now you have the candidate quality gap that can make it competitive. You're also going to need the big national blue wave. And you might on top of that need Texas to shift a little more extra towards Democrats. And I think the hope there is because Latino voters, as I'm sure you guys talk about all the time, Donald Trump has lost more support with this group than anyone other than maybe Gen Z men. And so if that is particularly true in Texas, this is an R+12 state normally. Maybe it continues to shift like it was starting to before Republicans regained with Latinos.
That's exactly. I mean, one thing that I was struck by, I was looking through the prep docs that Jeffrey and Scott Tranter over at DDHQ and Eric and all them put together for us. And one thing that's striking is it was a single digit state in 2020. Trump won, but was it like 6.5?
Yeah,
Jeffrey?
It was like 6.5.
And now it's a 13. It's changed. Anyway, Logan, we'll get you out. Thank you.
Yeah, let me. I want one more question. Logan Phillips, Race to the White House. Be sure to check it out. And do you have any? Let me. It's a question we asked earlier. Why is Greg Abbott struggling? For Greg Abbott? I mean, he's not struggling. He's winning, but it's a single-digit race, and it's fascinating. What does that tell us about? Is there a higher Democratic floor this time? Is that what this is about? Is it Abbott fatigue? Is it all part of this larger story? What do you make of it? What do your numbers tell you?
Well, I think that Governor Abbott has probably been the best electoral performer, perhaps even in Texas history, but certainly since 2000. He has won by just these overwhelming massive margins back when he was Attorney General and as governor. But he's running for his fourth term. It's in a state that it has gotten considerably more competitive, not since 2020, where Democrats have taken a little bit of back step, but certainly since 2012. And so he's still governing as if he is the governor of Mississippi or Louisiana. And he's talented enough that I still think he's probably going to win. I don't think it's 100% though. and he's going to turn off some voters potentially. Now, he has a massive fundraising edge.
Yep.
So the Democrat, Gina Hinojosa, I think.
Yeah.
Will need
Gina Hinojosa. Yep.
Hinojosa. Yeah.
Now I'm reaching the point that I'm starting to press for the cycle, and I've been doing everything in writing up to this point.
Nah,
so
you're
I
good,
can-
man. You're good.
That's all right. I know that feeling. I'm plowing through.
We're
up some
obsessed
names
with
tonight.
pronouncers. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, Logan Phillips, Race to the White House. Thank you, my friend. Take care.
Hey.
Thanks so much for having me on, guys. Great to see you.
Yeah, hey,
all right, man.
Logan, thanks so much.
Jeffrey,
guys, I
what
wanted
do you
to jump in?
Yeah, go
actually,
ahead.
Real quick, because we have a lot of vote in from this race, and I think we should mention it because Dan Crenshaw in the 2nd congressional district in Texas,
pull it up.
He might be done. We'll see.
Let's let people know the only incumbent member of Congress running for re-election in Texas who did not have Donald Trump's endorsement.
Yep.
Do you want to know what that's like? Let's look at the current result map.
So to be clear, maybe let me not jump the gun here. He's maybe not done. There are votes left, but he is trailing to Steve Toth, who's a state representative who's challenging him for the right. Toth actually has a history of causing trouble for incumbents. He actually ran against Kevin Brady, which some people might remember was chairman of the Ways and Means. And actually held him
great
to 53%.
Bald head.
Yes.
Really good bald head. I got to give him credit. Not everybody can pull it off.
Kevin Brady, one of the best bald heads you'll ever see.
That's right.
He, Toth held him to just 53%, actually, in a primary in 2016, and then got elected to the State House, is now challenging Crenshaw. Crenshaw sort of, so I would say the MAGA right has become a bit suspicious of him, a little frustrated with him, and such that, well, here we are, and Toth running to his right might actually be able to beat him.
And did Ted Cruz jump into this race?
And yes, Ted Cruz endorsed
Toth.
Yes, he endorsed Toth. Yes.
Yeah, this is how the MAGA.
This is
by the way,
Houston,
the MAGA right attacks Crenshaw, and you know how they attack Crenshaw? He's really a McCain Republican.
That's right, McCain Republican.
Because he's a
there
hawk.
was a time that right. By the way, there was a time that was a compliment.
I was going to say that was a good thing.
It is when you're being accused of being a McCain Republican these days in the Texas Republican Party, it ain't a compliment.
And this is suburban Houston, Jeffrey.
Yes. So part of the district is in Harris County, which it's mostly,
which is what I've got highlighted here.
Yeah,
most of the vote is in.
Which Houston is in Harris County. I don't think that much of the city of Houston proper is in this district,
right.
But it's that and mostly Montgomery County or part of Montgomery County to the north. Yeah. I mean, it's a district Trump won a little over 60% in 2024. It's not a seat that we would expect to be competitive in a general election. So in that sense, it's not like Crenshaw losing suddenly puts this on like the general election map, but it may say something about sort of where the Republican Party is right now.
Yep. And longtime incumbents, incumbents, no question. Hey, Chuck, we should bring in Lokshaya, by the way.
Oh, let's do it. I love
Lokshaya Jain. Let's bring him in. He is the Argument Magazine, also the co-founder of Split Ticket. Amazing.
Yeah, we love Split Ticket around here.
Jeffrey, you want to lead us off here?
Yeah, sure. Lokshaya, what's I don't know.
Let me pull up the Senate race here, just because I think that's the one most people are watching.
Yeah, obviously the Democratic primary Senate race. Yeah. I think the early numbers are probably decent for Tallarico, and God knows the prediction markets certainly seem to think that.
By the way, El Paso now has extended an extra hour. They're like, hold our beer, Dallas.
We see you, Dallas.
We're going later too. We see you. So this is I know that everybody's excited about our live stream tonight, and so all the precincts in Texas want to stay up longer. We get it. Anyway, sorry, just thought I'd interrupt with a little news. Go for it.
Anyway, Lokshaya, what sort of, I guess, what's your perception of how this is developing?
Yeah, I would say that these numbers, as we see them, are just incredibly good in the early vote for Tallarico. Obviously, you got to wait till everything comes in to call a race. But what I will say is, yes, Dallas is going to come in a little bit later. Yes, El Paso is going to come in later, but you can make some inferences about how the vote plays out based on what is released. These are not independent signals of each other. The way that Dallas goes relative to expectations is probably not going to be that different from the way that Tarrant is going or the way that Houston's going. And in all of those places, we see that Tallarico continues to overperform his benchmarks. So take a look, for example, at Tarrant. Crockett leads the early vote by 13. And you might think like, hey, that's good. You know, like she's doing pretty well there. She's leading. Therefore, things look good for her. But she's from Dallas. You would expect her to do well in that area. Now zoom on over to Houston.
Right. She should be known in that media market. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Hold on. I'll get Houston up. Hold on one sec. There we go.
Now get to Houston and you see right here, she's only leading by 8% in an area where you would expect really the demographics to favor her by more, given that she's getting 90% of black voters. So all in all, like just the way this breaks out, if this was a Georgia primary where the Democratic Party is, you know, like over 60, 70% black in that state, Crockett would be running away with it. But this is Texas, and black voters are only like 15, 20% of the electorate, of the Democratic primary electorate in Texas. It's just not enough. It's just not enough.
Interesting. I think that
yeah.
And look, we did see, sorry, I keep clicking on the wrong things here. We did see in the averages, in the polling averages, and I think I'll pull that up, Jeffrey, but you can speak to it. We did see, I think by the end, Tallarico had, excuse me, I'm clicking all around, but Tallarico had, here, he had kind of just started edging her, and you obviously see the purple moving straight up, like if we're looking for momentum.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think we saw with the spending, it's one of those things where more people were familiar with Crockett at the start of his primary than Tallarico. But Tallarico's side had more money. He raised more. He had a lot more outside spending support. So it's sort of like, if you're looking for how you get better known and people come, more familiarized with you, I
have to tell you, can I be a contrarian here? I just think it's remarkable Crockett's been as strong as she's been the entire time. This is a individual member of Congress from not even the largest city
right.
in the state. I've seen this play out in other states, and usually they have a hard time doing anything outside their home region. It's been the case in California over the years, been the case in Florida over the years. Now, I guess it tells you perhaps how well she plays on socials, right? And all of this. I see the numbers. I think Tallarico has all the momentum. He's got all the money, but she is, I feel like, outkicked her coverage when you look at her organization and her money. And so I don't think this is simply her just doing well with black voters.
Well, and if she loses, 54-46, I think people overestimate always, including the member of Congress, but in a big delegation, I always talk about the California governor's race. And it's like, Eric Swalwell is a member of Congress. No one knows who the hell he is, except maybe from MSNBC, but you know what I mean? The same thing with Katie Porter, all these people. And you're in a big state with 1 million media markets. People don't know who you are. Laksha, can we, I'm going to switch over. I'm in control of this thing here. So I'm going to switch over to the Republican side, and I want to get your the Cornyn Paxton take. 42% in. Should we be surprised or not that Cornyn is ahead right now?
I wouldn't be that surprised. Remember, in Texas, especially with the way the vote patterns shake out, you're going to get a lot from Dallas to begin with, right? And Austin and those suburbs. And that is Ken Paxton's biggest weak point. Right? Like affluent, educated people look at Ken Paxton and they're like, no, why would we choose to unseat John Cornyn, country club Republican? He's one of them. That's like institutional republicanism. But I think Cornyn's in trouble. And looking at this, you see that, Dallas looks decent for him, et cetera. But now you go to some of the other more rural areas and you see, like in South Texas, for example, take Webb, right? In South Texas.
Hold on. I'll pull it up. Yep. Hold on.
No one votes in Willacy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Webb is the green block, right?
The yellow blob.
Yellow. Yeah. Look at that. That's indicative of the way Paxton is doing with more rural voters, more of the newer entrants into the GOP's coalition. By itself, yeah, there's not that many Republicans.
Yeah, because that's a mostly Latino county, So
right.
Yeah.
That's how Cornyn is doing among the newer entrants to the Republican coalition. And that tells you about how the rest of the night's going to go. With the areas that tend to drop later are more of the MAGA areas. They're more of the people that are like more aligned with the whole America First or MAGA movement. Those types of places are really not shaking out well for John Cornyn right now. And the way
those are like rural. It's like death by 1,000 cuts and
Lubbock.
Right, all these counties in here,
all of those areas.
Yeah. Where we have either none or very little. Like just one. These are tiny. To your point, Laksha, like 684, but it adds up over time.
Laksha, hey, I was curious what your take is on Texas as a competitive state. Like, not to assume it's Tallarico Paxton or something. But potentially that could be it. And so, where does it sort of fit in on the Senate map when we think about the battle for control?
Yeah. So I think the way it's shaking out, right? Like, Democrats are going to need. Let's just be charitable for a second and forget about the whole Maine kerfuffle. Let's be charitable and say that they're going to figure out how to win a Harris +7 state, which really is closer to like double-digit Democratic baseline in a blue wave year. Let's say they figure out Maine, and let's say they get North Carolina with Roy Cooper. That puts you at 49. Now you've got to win 2 of Ohio, Texas, and Alaska because Iowa is not on the board. Hinson is not losing. Their best shot with Democrats was Ernst. Ernst retired. That takes Iowa off the board. So now Texas opens up the field more. I don't think Democrats are going to win Texas. I still think, if you had to force me to guess, that Ken Paxton is a senator come 2027. But Texas is expensive. And the Republicans, the Democrats can afford to lose Texas because they have other paths open. Republicans cannot afford to lose this state. And so what's going to happen, I think, is you're going to see a lot of money getting poured into Texas from the national Republicans. And look, it's going to have to come from somewhere. So I think it comes at the expense of Ohio. And I think it's like the inverse
Ohio,
of the
not Georgia or Michigan. Huh?
I think those two also. But if I'm being honest, I never really thought Ossoff was in much trouble. And I think in Michigan, if McMorrow's a nominee, it's a hard task for Republicans to win a break-even state in a blue wave year. Just the fundamentals don't. And Mike Rogers isn't anything special as a candidate. But Chuck, what I would think is important here is that in 2022, the reason Democrats won Arizona by so much is because the Senate Leadership Fund went into Arizona, went into Ohio, figured out that J.D. Vance and Blake Masters were both losing, and said, we're triaging Arizona, we're going into Ohio. Right. The lesson there is like, rising tide lifts all boats, but like same thing here. If Paxton, I'm almost certain at some point in this cycle, Paxton is going to struggle. And then the Republicans are going to come in with a wave of money. He's going to survive, but it has knock-on effects for Sherrod Brown in Ohio.
Totally. There is a somewhat finite amount of money that can be spent. Right. And it's like now Texas is a probably tens of millions of dollars state if you have to go into it, and Paxton's fundraising is nowhere near what Cornyn's fundraising will be. It's just
now Laksha,
problem waiting to happen.
Your math claims that Democrats need 4 seats.
Oh, here it is. I know where he's going.
My math says, well, they can do it with 3 seats if the third is Alaska.
Murkowski, yeah.
Because Murkowski, I'm convinced that if Alaska goes, if Peltola wins, I can picture how Murkowski rationalizes the decision. My state decided it did not want Republican representation in the Senate. Therefore, I am going to, in a 50-50 Senate, give the majority to.
The other lurking thing with that,
and I think that hovers over this.
The other lurking thing with that's interesting is that obviously Murkowski won in part because the state adopted the top 4 in ranked choice voting.
Yep.
Well, they might get a ballot measure on it this year that gets rid of that.
And it almost got repealed in 2024 on the ballot.
Yeah,
so it's really close.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. And obviously she won as a write-in, so I'm not about to like.
I know.
I was just gonna say
hashtag Joe Miller.
By the way,
But she
and
would
her
be an
last
interesting
name is
independent-
Murkowski. You know,
That
I
would
always
be an
say
interesting, you know,
that's your ultimate mic drop for
an
her,
independent
right?
Lisa Murkowski from a state that has probably got one of the more actually somewhat independent electorates, or
I was just going to say she
is different from much of the rest of the country. That's it's an interesting.
Hey, by the way, hey, before I want Laksha to see these numbers. Go pull up the AG race.
Yep.
My Chip Roy
Hold
running
on.
behind Cornyn, I believe, according to my buddy, our producer here, Ed
hold on one
Demaria,
sec,
who's been
Chuck.
helping me out here. Go to the there you go, AG
Yeah,
red.
there it
P.
is. Sorry.
There it is.
Hey, Laksha, how
Look
was
at
Chip
that.
Roy and the
Chip Roy.
in the war?
Yeah,
the argument or split ticket in the argument have their basically their rating using a kind of a baseball comparison of
I love it.
how good is a
Wins
candidate
above
compared to
replacement.
a replacement candidate.
Sure, your win
from the
above
same
replacement.
party.
Yeah.
The generic Republican or generic Democrat, if you will.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Chip Roy has consistently been one of the weakest Republicans. Not like Marjorie Taylor Greene or like Lauren Boebert level, but it's consistently, below average, below expectation. People don't like him, and it's kind of clear why.
By the way, and Chip Roy would say, "Thank you." I don't like people either, right? Like,
although that's a bad trait as a politician,
yeah,
Chuck.
you say that's a negative, Laksha. Chip Roy goes, they're finally understanding who I am.
Yeah,
you can't dislike your voters.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, are we seeing the end of Chip Roy's political career here? I mean, he will qualify for a runoff, but
I mean,
the
if
whole
you
thing may
lose
be
by
done.
15, it's really hard in a runoff.
You don't win runoffs like that.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the other thing: is I don't know if Roy is consolidating. I know Aaron Wright's the guy who's in third place there is probably the most conservative of the bunch. So maybe some of that goes to Roy, but Middleton's position himself is pretty conservative as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's hard to see if it stayed anywhere like this. Roy.
All right,
well, I'll tell you who's happy. It's Mike Johnson, right? Everybody just can't stand Chip Roy on the
Stay
rules
in
committee.
Congress.
Yeah.
Well,
So
hey,
it's kind of like nominating Ted Cruz for the Supreme Court. It's like everyone with that is happy.
Yeah, that's one true thing that Donald Trump said. He said everyone would be thrilled if I nominated Ted Cruz. Everybody wants him out. Laksha Jane, I will say, look, the argument and split ticket are two. I keep a tight bookmarks bar.
Yeah.
I will say that. And both of those are on my bookmarks for a good reason. Thank you for what you do, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
Great to see you, Laksha.
All right.
Thank you so much, Laksha.
Well, how about that? I expected Chip Roy to struggle in this race because, again, I think having the first name of congressman is just I think that is going to be an undercurrent throughout the primary season that we're going to see in sitting members of Congress who trying to go in other races where that doesn't go as well as you think it's going to go.
And hey, Jeffrey, what do we know? I mean, just because Attorney General is such a launching pad to governor eventually, what do we know about Mays Middleton? I mean, if he's going to wind up as the nominee.
Is there a half decent Democratic candidate? You got to think in this cycle that with so many statewide elected offices on the ballot and the most motivated Democratic electorate we've had in arguably at best since 2002, that somebody might break through here the way like Nikki Fried broke through in Florida that one year where everybody else came up short, but she was able to win and be the lone statewide, or Rob Sand in Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there are two Democrats. Well, I mean, there's the three Democrats who are running in the AG race. It looks like Nathan Johnson is currently ahead. I believe he is a state legislator. So is Mays Middleton. He is a state rep, and the thing is with the field of candidates in this race for Attorney General, they are all very right. I think Huffman, who is in fourth place right now, would probably be considered the sort of least MAGA.
She's a state senator.
But she also is very conservative, but it's sort of degrees here. So I mean, I think Middleton would be viewed as a pretty conservative candidate at the end of the day. And so, but I will say, if it is absolutely true that if you have a close election at the top of the ticket, like let's say it is Tallarico and Paxton, there could be another opportunity on the ballot for, because it would suggest that the overall environment's closer. maybe there's another Democrat who also has an opportunity to take advantage of that, that situation.
Yep.
Even if
Totally.
most of the
Rising tide
Republicans
lifts
are
all
winning.
boats. Yep.
No, and that's
Hey,
why
do
in the few places you might go, AG's one of them, right? It's those some of those races that get a little more attention.
Chuck, let's bring in Kirk Beto, National Journal Editor-in-Chief. Kirk, are you there?
He should be here now.
Hey, everybody.
Chief of the hotline.
Hey,
Mr.
man.
Beto,
Hey,
how you doing, buddy?
Hey, dude.
Good, y'all. How are you guys doing? Fun
We're
night.
good. Second y'all of the night from a guest, by the way. I think people are really getting into the Texas thing. I feel like by the end of the night,
Kirk, though,
Kirk's going to have like
went to
chaps
Tennessee,
and
right?
a cowboy hat on.
No,
That's why
what
I'm not
I'll-
standing up right now. I don't want you to show you guys the what I got
The
on
chaps?
the big
No,
belt buckle.
I'll know somebody is really going all Texas if you can showcase like the largest American flag you can find, right?
Totally.
Because
Like
there's
that's at a car dealership.
So there's the road to DFW, like I said, because I'm now an expert from going from Dallas proper to DFW. And by the way, pro tip, always take Southwest and fly into Love. If you're actually going
Why
to Dallas.
is DFW there's so much land? You're like on the airport property for like 15
For an
minutes
hour and a
before
half.
you get to the terminal.
Do you know
Anyway.
that you now get tolled when you go into the DFW proper? I mean, they literally toll you just to go into the area. But that last highway between when you're headed to DFW, it is the largest collection of American flags over car dealerships. I mean, it looks like a Family Guy spoof when you sort of see it. It is astonishing. They are, if one of them got away, like, it sort of like accidentally flew off the thing, like it would probably cover multiple cars at the same time. And, God only knows what kind of accidents and stuff. But anyway. But I died.
Well, Kirk, welcome. We're focused right at the moment, and we just want to get your take. I mean, I think obviously most people's eyeballs are on the Senate race, Democratic and Republican primaries in Texas. We're up to over 40% of the vote in. Tallarico up.
Hey, let's go to the Al Green district. 95% of the votes in.
Yep.
Let's go to Al Green. Let's give Kirk some news to look at here.
Yep. Hold on.
I don't think we've called it, but it's
getting pretty close to have our first incumbent losing a primary.
We may have our first incumbent going down here.
Yeah, I refreshed.
Yeah.
Sorry, it'll just take a sec.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, to be clear, for people watching at home,
Oh, that's Tony Gonzalez, by the way. Totally separate. Sorry, that's a whole other thing that we'll get to.
Yeah, we'll get to 18th congressional district.
Yeah, where is it?
You had Christian Menifee, who just won a special election for the old version of the 18th district, facing Al Green, who currently represents the 9th district.
I'll go find it.
Oh, you know what? I can pull.
Do you have it? Yeah, because I don't have it in my little menu.
Yeah,
here.
there's
just so many races tonight, guys.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Looks like I'm a
Texas has too many
psychopath
races.
right now
Here, if Lauren, if you want to switch it over to me, I've got that race up.
Well, while you're pulling it up here, I mean, we just
There
have
it
how rare this is that we see an incumbent lose a renomination here. I mean,
well, it's not. Well, right now it'd be a runoff, so we're not there yet.
Right. But obviously the thing is that it's an incumbent versus incumbent race, but it's also a weird one because Menifee has been in the House for
10
month.
minutes. Yeah.
I was going to say literally a month. Is that the Sylvester Turner, old Sylvester Turner seat?
So Menifee won the old 18th district, which had been vacant since March of last year when Sylvester Turner passed away.
He died the day of the State of the Union, correct? I think I remember that. They were like, "Why isn't he here?" He died.
Or sorry, it was not the State of the Union. It's just the
bipartisan address to a bipartisan Congress. Thank you.
This is the screen to make that clarification because there are people in the comments going, "Well, actually,
technically,
a month
the
or so after you may
speech
take office,
gives,
it's not technically a State of the Union, but yes, an address to Congress, a joint session of Congress." But actually, I was talking. I believe we're gonna have her on later, but Gabby Birnbaum from the Texas Tribune was telling me, she's like, well, Christian Menifee actually might be pretty strong here because he's been campaigning in this area for like a year.
Correct.
Yes.
Because it was such a long time for that special election to happen, and then it went to a runoff, and so he's just been campaigning nonstop. Whereas Al Green was in a competitive race on the redrawn 2004 map, where I believe he beat Chris Bell, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes, who is running for governor?
He's running for governor. He's in like third or fourth, and he's not going to win. But he every now and then he shows up running for another race. Chris Bell years later, but Al Green hasn't really been in a competitive contest since he won that seat after the redraw in 2004. So he hasn't had to compete in the way that Menifee's just been competing for the last 10 months.
Right.
Kirk,
and he hasn't been fundraising. He hasn't been spending money, and he's gotten a bunch of crypto money dumped on him as well.
Yes.
And he wasn't even in the district tonight. He's here in Washington. So I think this is as close to waving the white flag as we could see from any member of Congress here.
Kirk, can you talk about? You mentioned it, but you do see. Incumbents don't usually lose renomination. Now, this is a little bit of a special case, as Jeffrey points out. But look, to the extent anybody knows Al Green, I think nationally, they know he's the guy who shook the cane at Donald Trump last year in the speech to a joint session of Congress. That one's for you, Jeffrey. And this year held up the sign of, African Americans aren't apes. Should we be surprised by this, I guess, is the sort of, the basic question here.
I don't think we should necessarily be surprised the second you start looking under the hood at the specifics of this race that Jeffrey was just pointing out about how this is a redrawn district. Menifee's been campaigning in here for months already. Al Green has not been spending money, not been raising money, had crypto money dropped on his head as well. But big picture here, it's very rare for members to lose renomination. Our friends over at the University of Virginia Center for Politics actually had a great study on that this morning where they ran the numbers, and on average in every election cycle from World War II until today, about 6 members of Congress lose renomination on average. And last cycle in 2024, only 4 members of Congress lost renomination, and 2 of them were more progressive members who lost because AIPAC came in and just dropped tons of money on their head. That was Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, who also had a lot of personal baggage as well. This doesn't happen a whole lot. You see a lot of that number tick up in redistricting cycles after the redraw, and that's kind of what's been happening here, where these guys were drawn together. The Menifee district is the old one, the one that he won in the special election, has a bigger percentage of this new one. And I'm worried that tomorrow morning we're going to wake up and see a lot of people talking about the generational divide here. Al Green's 76 years old, Christian Menifee's 37, and that this was a referendum on age. I really don't. I think it's a lot more nuanced than that right now.
Well, and there's going to be a little problem with that storyline because in North Carolina 4, we got quite a bit in.
I can pull that up.
We're close to 80% in, and Fouché is up 5 percentage points.
Yeah, Valerie Fouché.
Exactly.
It is, and one. that would have been, if all the young people are winning and all. I have a feeling that there's not going to be a clean way of doing this. Here's a real question: Does Al Green concede if Menifee is sitting at 49.2?
I don't think he would. I think he would try to drag this out right now. Yeah, I think he would. He's not necessarily, as we've seen from his what people know.
He doesn't play. He's not a team player, is he?
He's not necessarily someone who listens to what Hakeem Jeffries and other leadership has to say here.
Dude, Kirk could be a politician with that answer.
I know. You're on the live stream here, man. The FCC is not monitoring this.
I will say also, just to back Kirk up on Texas, and I mentioned this earlier, but there is a New York Times story about that leads with this Al Green Menifee race and basically says that Al Green was just no campaign events from the last week of the campaign. So it's yes, it's easy to be one of them is 70 whatever and one of them is in their 30s. And I'm not saying that didn't play any role, right? But there's mitigating factors here. Al Green, as Kurt just said, Al Green's in DC. What I mean? So how serious do you take it?
If Valerie Fouché would have lost to a Justice Democrat candidate tonight, a progressive, that would have been more of feeding into that generational narrative that we're talking about.
Hey, Chris, let's go back to Texas too, because this is also looking like it's we might be on a verge of a
Dan Crenshaw is in a lot of trouble because
he is.
Hold on, Chuck, it's coming up.
Yeah,
my God, he's getting housed.
This could be the first call bad. Of the night. The first incumbent to go down tonight. Yeah.
And by the way, as Jeffrey said earlier when we were talking about this, we had almost none of Montgomery in, and it was mostly Harris.
It was actually better.
Yeah.
It's actually better.
It's getting worse for Toth. Right. For Crenshaw rather. Yeah.
This is I believe sticking forks in people, right? Is that
Well,
yeah?
and-
I mean,
and
we're,
Chuck,
we're
you
not in a
made this-
position to project it yet because there's enough election day vote. But given the way election day vote is probably going to help Ken Paxton, I'm going to.
I was
guess
just
it's
going to
not
say
help Dan
Crenshaw's
Crenshaw either.
He's not going to be helped by the election day.
And
Yeah,
as Chuck noted earlier, and Kirk, speak to this if you can. We talk about this all the time about Trump. Dan Crenshaw was the one Republican House incumbent that Donald Trump chose not to endorse.
Right.
This is what people say, when are Republicans going to break in mass from Donald Trump? And I'm like, well, when he starts getting less popular in the Republican Party and his way, he stops getting his way. This is another example of like, you cross the guy.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly. Like Dan Crenshaw has not been afraid to go it alone and do his own thing and break from the orthodox. In fact, Trump didn't endorse him, but he also didn't actively campaign against him. But who did is Ted Cruz, which I think is really interesting that Ted Cruz cut an ad for Steve Toth here, especially as Cruz is making some moves about running for 2028. I mean, this is a big victory for Ted Cruz right now and getting active in a cycle that he's not on the ballot here.
I'm sure he won't take credit if Toth wins. I'm sure Ted Cruz not
okay. But if you're going to take credit for Toth's victory, do you take credit for your former chief of staff getting housed in the AG primary?
I think we'll have to listen to the new episode of Ted Cruz's The Verdict to find that out.
Ted Cruz, podcaster, also senator. Kirk Beto, editor-in-chief of the Hotline. Thank you, my friend.
Also, U.S. Senator. You just didn't know that. He's very
part-time senator.
Part-time senator.
Full-time Potter.
Yeah.
See you, Kirk.
See you guys.
Good to see you, Beto.
And for people who are wondering, yes, Jeffrey Skelly is off. I don't know. What does he do when he's gone, Chuck?
I'm telling you,
he's hand counting the Toth vote.
Yeah, we're worrying about the Toth vote. No, I mean, we're delaying. We are, all of us, as I joke, I have 8 part-time jobs. You have 7.
Oh my gosh, it's so true.
So there's always, nobody's in charge of you and everybody's in charge of you. And Jeffrey lives in that world too. So as we are starting to creep, when you're at 50% or more of the reporting, we're starting to creep into some election day reporting. And as you can see, the gap, right, is closing between Paxton and Cornyn here a little bit.
And let's bring in Gabby Birnbaum from the Texas Tribune. We love the Texas Tribune. Shout out Evan Smith. Great independent journalistic entity. Gabby was, I said this earlier about Danielle Battaglia from the Raleigh News and Observer, but I did put out a call for best political reporters state by state, and lots of people mentioned Gabby's name. So she's on my list too. So Gabby, welcome.
What a great intro. Thanks for having me.
We do what we can. We
see numbers. We see all the numbers. You're hearing from people behind the scenes and from the campaigns. What are you hearing so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the Republican side, I think especially if you look at the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and I think this was maybe the biggest surprise to me, Cornyn doing well in the early vote. This is where Paxton's from, right? He's from Collin County, which is just north of Dallas.
Hold on.
And you see Cornyn doing pretty well in that early vote. And I think, like you mentioned, we do probably expect Paxton to do better with the election day vote, but it seems pretty clear this is headed to a runoff. And I think with Tallarico being in a good position on the Dem side, I think this just makes the case that Cornyn allies have been making to the White House, trying to get Trump's endorsement, all the more strong to say, okay, Democrats got who, Republicans certainly think is the stronger candidate in Tallarico. Look how close Cornyn and Paxton are running. The endorsement could make more of a difference than ever. And so I think that's definitely where the Cornyn camp is going to be going, including.
Well, at this point, if you're Cornyn, I mean, the irony is that he was obsessed with Crockett getting into the race. And I do think getting Crockett in the race and Tallarico, there's a whole bunch of people voting in a Democratic primary that might not have voted in the primary, that might have been available to him as voters in a runoff, but hey, that ship has sailed.
Right.
But Tallarico, in theory, is him winning without a runoff is the best chance Cornyn has of convincing Trump, right?
Yeah, I would think so. And I think this is sort of the scenario that Cornyn allies have been describing to the White House, including John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, who said, every time he talks to Trump, they talk Texas. And I imagine this is what they're talking about, the map we're seeing here, and the potential for this to be hundreds of millions of dollars in a contest that I think should be competitive.
What do Republicans make of the fact that the Democratic primary turnout is going to be larger than the Republican primary turnout?
I think it depends who you ask. I mean, a lot of when you break down the vote, a lot of people who are voting the Democratic primary are people who've just voted in general elections before. So I think there's some debate about, okay, are they bringing in, it's not so many, people who used to vote Republican primaries or whatever. I think a lot of it is just because there's been so much interest because they have this super competitive primary. But I don't think if you're a Republican, you can spin it to be good, right? The Democrats are outvoting Republicans. It doesn't happen very
First
often.
time in 24 years, but it's not something. But we're not that worried, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Gabby,
I think we'll see.
I'm fascinated by this. Like, well, if it's Cornyn and Paxton and Trump endorses Cornyn. Now Cornyn has a real chance. Is your reporting bear? I mean, I know that I totally get without Trump endorsing in the runoff and endorsing Cornyn, Paxton will almost certainly win. But the part that I'm less convinced of, and I just want to get your sort of expert opinion on, is like Ken Paxton. It's going to be hard to paint Ken Paxton even without Trump's endorsement as like not MAGA. Right. So like, how does that dynamic, let's assume for the sake of argument, it's Paxton finishes first, Cornyn finishes second, it's a runoff. They convince Trump to get involved for Cornyn. How much does that move? How much is Cornyn sort of basing the entire runoff strategy, a 10-week runoff, on the president endorsing? And what's your sense of like, how much does it move voters?
I think it's a few things. I mean, I think one, that's certainly their ideal outcome, right? And I think a close race makes that more likely. And Cornyn has way more money at his disposal than Paxton, right? On the campaign side, on the PAC side, so he can then run weeks and weeks of ads. I'm Trump's endorsed candidate, what have you, if Trump were to get in there early. The second thing is, Paxton. It's a bit tough, right? I mean, all of his baggage is presumably out there. Maybe there's more, but there's a lot of stuff to hit Paxton on. Cornyn has said he's going to make it very painful for him, and he has the resources to do so. So I think the hope on that side is that the monetary advantage can sort of cancel out what a runoff typically, right, advantages the more conservative candidate, which would be Paxton. But yeah, I mean, Paxton, there's, a base of voters there for Paxton who would walk over fire to vote for him. And I think they're coming out to the runoff no matter what.
How can he, I do not, this is not a rhetorical question. How can, I get the money advantage. How can John Cornyn make it more uncomfortable for Ken Paxton than the $70 million that has been spent today? Like, what else is out there? I keep thinking of Trump saying, I could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and not lose any support. I remember rolling my eyes at the time. Like, he was totally right. Yeah. Like, it feels like Paxton is a little like that. What is the sense of Paxton in state, and whether those numbers are like, are there people who are peelable off of Paxton?
I mean, one of the questions I've been asking this whole cycle is like, is the cake already baked with Paxton? Like, when you point out this ethical baggage, like, do voters care? And the Cornyn campaign's response has always been, nobody's done it sort of at scale over a long period of time the way that they have the resources to do. I mean, we'll see, right, if that's the case. One of Cornyn's closing ads, and most of that 70 million, we should point out, I think, has been positive for Cornyn, and then some anti-con. So right. I think, certainly they can go bigger on the negatives against Paxton. Paxton can do the same. He can start spending. He hasn't spent all that much. But I think that's where the money might matter.
We're speaking with Gabby Birnbaum of the Texas Tribune. And
great reporter.
Gabby, we've been talking on the Republican side of things. And by the way, I'm old enough to remember when I had Democrats and other Republicans saying, well, we've really never laid the case out against Trump. Okay.
Oh, wait. Just wait. There's so many negatives. There's so many negatives.
Yeah, there's so many. Just wait. There's so many.
Right. I remember those conversations.
Let's go back on the Democratic side. I know there's been a little bit of that Colin Allred and Crockett did a presser about the voting extension in Dallas, and they've really leaned into this idea that black voters and brown voters are being disenfranchised. Is it going to do we think the party unity is going to be easy on the Democratic side?
I think we'll have to see how Crockett moves forward. This has been a pretty divisive primary, certainly along racial lines, right, where Crockett has gotten way more support among black voters. I will say, I think it's been, if you don't live in Texas, it's been really ugly online. But, yes. Most Democratic voters are like, I like them both, and I'd be happy to vote for either of them. I think a lot of that sort of online negativeness has not necessarily dripped down to like average Democratic voter, who's not. And
you haven't seen it in the TV ads, right? They're very light touch.
Yeah, do they? They don't attack each other, do they?
The PACs went negative, but it was more like the Republican, there was a pro Tallarico PAC that was like the Republicans want Crockett, that kind of stuff. I mean, it wasn't so personal.
It seems like the most personal thing was Colin Allred hates Tallarico, as opposed to like Jasmine Crockett during that whole thing of like Tallarico allegedly said that he was a mediocre candidate, and it got to, did he say he was a mediocre black candidate? And Colin Allred got super pissed. He endorses Crockett, but like Crockett during that whole thing was not like James Tallarico is a racist who hates black people. You know what I mean? Like she didn't go anywhere near where she could have with it.
No. And I think towards the end, she definitely was pointing. I mean, I think she sort of said that she has more federal experience. That, I mean, she's pointed out, and this is kind of interesting, that who do you want on the debate stage with Ken Paxton, almost that kind of thing. I think she said at one point, maybe he's too nice for this moment.
Well, this is Chuck's point about love.
I think
love campaign.
Look, during the debate, I mean, I got one of the quotes that we singled out here. She goes, "It's not about who sounds as clean as possible. It's about tapping into the rawness of this moment." Right. I do think she fits the moment that Democrats are having, and I also believe that that's not a winning strategy either long term. So you could be right about that, but I'm not sure this is a moment of peace and love either.
And I think one thing Democratic primary voters have shown they care about is electability. I mean, this is something that they think about when they go vote, and that is
such a subjective thing.
It's a subjective thing, but it's absolutely
the point Crockett's made too, right?
Yeah.
She said like, we've tried something that looks like James Tallarico, like moderate tonally, and it hadn't worked.
Yeah, that's exactly the point she's made, and he's said, "Well, I can reach out to independents, what have you."
Gabby, that New Yorker piece was rich with it looked like there were a lot of anonymous quotes, a lot of people wanting to settle a score here or a score there. Is there a little bit of resentment about Tallarico sort of butting in line here, right? There was this idea, I guess Beto had, of, okay, who's running for governor? Who's running for lieutenant governor? Who's running for Senate? Let's create a dream ticket. And I know I talked to a lot of people who thought Tallarico would have made the best gov candidate. And this was before I think Hinojosa really got in. Now, once she got in, I understood why he didn't want to get in there and develop a primary there. But what is the story of that? I mean, was Tallarico, is he just sort of the innocent doe in headlights here, or was he sort of trying to make his own weather?
And can I add one thing to that, Gabby, before you answer, which is like, to me, it's like, when I say like James Tallarico, people are like, he went on Joe Rogan. I'm like, I mean, that in and of itself does not a qualification to make you a U.S. Senator. Go ahead.
But there you go, with Democrats and electability and thinking about that stuff. But no, I mean, I think from that New Yorker reporting, so I mean, it was widely reported, right? They had that meeting with Beto and Tallarico and Joaquin Castro and Colin Allred. Crockett, right, wasn't part of that meeting. She wasn't initially sort of in those conversations. And I think the idea among the others from the New Yorker reporting was that Tallarico would sort of be a sacrificial lamb for governor. Greg Abbott has like $100 million. I mean, that's a difficult operation to run against, especially because he's sort of made education and vouchers his calling card in the state house, and that's such a state issue. And I think, he said, that's not what I'm interested in. And Senate has been by far the most attractive race for Democrats. And I'm so not surprised there was like a glut of Democrats who wanted to run because they wanted to run against Ken Paxton.
Yeah. Hey, Chuck and I have been interested in this, and you mentioned Abbott. Says she's well on her way to win without, I've got that pulled up right now, well on her way to win without a runoff over, I can't believe he's still in politics, Chris Bell, because I covered him in the early 2000s when he was in the House. I had to check and make sure it was.
Remember, the accidental House member who got the beat, when Tom DeLay was like, on the doorstep of jail.
Right. And then lost Al Green, someone who we might talk about, but yeah.
Lost Al Green. And was the guy who got in the way of defeating Rick Perry in 2006.
That's right.
When if Democrats had sort of stood down, they might have defeated Rick Perry, but I digress.
I was just going to ask, what is the vibe in the state? Chuck and I are, Chuck has mentioned many times, it's hard to win a fourth term no matter who you are, no matter where you're running. Abbott, obviously, massive amount of money. Has the Senate race sucked up all the oxygen? Like, does anyone in the state political type say to you, like, keep an eye on the governor's race? Like, what's the vibe there?
Because and by the way, let me just add, he created a lot of enemies with this voucher push. that could create an unusual coalition against them.
Right,
Anyway,
particularly with rural Texans. Yeah. I mean, I think when you look at 2018 was Abbott's closest race, right? And that was against a Latina candidate, Lupe Valdez, who many people thought was weak. So I think this is almost like a poli-sci test case of like, okay, you have a stronger Latina Democrat in a cycle that should be good for Democrats against this like incredibly powerful Republican incumbent. But like you mentioned, running for a fourth term, definitely some bruising over the voucher thing. And so I'll be curious to see how she does. I mean, I think certainly people think if Dems are going to win a statewide, it would be Senate. If Paxton is the nominee, right? But I think this is one to keep an eye on. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Abbott's closest race, but I think it's definitely
it's probably more likely a single-digit race this time than a double-digit race. And for Abbott, that's something, right?
Right.
And we're just looking Dan Crenshaw behind, Al Green behind, just anything in the House delegation that interests you?
Oh my gosh, yeah. So, I mean, this could end up being the most turnover in the House in like 50 years, just given redistricting, retirements, and then incumbents going down. Crenshaw's in a tough spot. Al Green's in a tough spot. We'll see what happens with Tony Gonzalez. And then we still are waiting for Julie Johnson, Colin Allred in that Dallas district where we don't have results yet because the polls got extended. But those are four incumbents who are in serious danger.
And wait, we got to ask you one more question.
Yeah.
We've been following Chip Roy's, looks like his
I'll pull that up, Chuck.
Struggling candidacy for AG. It's a very conservative group of candidates, so no matter who the nominee is, are the Democrats contesting the AG race? Are they going to we know that they're putting some, look, Hinojosa's going to have a decent amount of resources, probably not as much as a targeted race would get. We know the Senate race is going to be well funded. LG and AG, right, which are two very high profile statewide offices in there. Are Democrats giving it a real shot or not?
Yeah, so they've got two candidates, Nathan Johnson, who's a state senator from Dallas, and Joe Jaworski, who's a former mayor of Galveston, both been elected before. And I think Dems' real pride this cycle has been like trying to contest as many races as possible. This being obviously one, I mean, they were going to have a nominee regardless, but it's sort of been an interesting contest. And I think because, the shadow of Paxton over that office is so large and there's been so much interest in the Republican side.
Right.
But again, like if there's going to be a statewide that flips, it would be Senate first. And then that honestly be a good question. What comes next? But I mean, it is now open. There's no incumbent. So there's that.
Yep. And then there's has Dan Patrick become I'm old enough to remember
like a moderate figure.
He was the polarizing figure in Texas politics, but it's like Ken Paxton. I mean, it's just sort of like Dan Patrick's been left in the dust by Ken Paxton.
I know. Yeah. Well, we'll have to, I mean, he still has like pretty iron control over the state Senate and more conservative than the state House and all that. But well on his way, I think, to another term. I mean, he does a competition. Vicki Goodwin, who's a state rep, is the Dem there who should win. But yeah, that'll be, again, another interesting statewide, just like in a Dem cycle. It's always in a cycle that should favor Dems. I'll be curious to see like what the margins turn out to be in all these statewide races.
Right. Totally. How many of those Republican statewides are single digits versus double digits?
Yep. All right. Well, Gabby, you rock. We love the Texas Tribune. Thank you for doing great work. And my gosh, you talk about a embarrassment of riches. If you're a political reporter in Texas,
you need some interns. Yeah, you need some interns.
I do.
Some down there.
I very much
to cover.
Follow Gabby's work.
I mean, even like there's county judge races this year that are amazing. I can't wait there's a Bexar County race that I'm obsessed with the former San Antonio mayor running.
Oh, there's so many things I don't even know about that are
it's just a ton of action this year in Texas, and it's crazy. It's behaving like a two-party competitive state. Watch out.
Crazy. 24 years after Tony Sanchez says it was one. All right, Gabby, you rock. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabby.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, of course.
Bye now.
Chuck, you go ahead. Why don't you bring Jessica in? I'll pull up the Senate race here.
Let's put up in Senate races. Yes, let's bring in Jessica Taylor. She does Senate and governor races for the Cook Political Report with our friend.
Hello.
Ms. Taylor, it is nice to see you again. She was my expert witness for my for Newsphere.
Yes,
I saw that. Yes. Yeah. Wait. The Cook Political Report now has swag. Do you see that? Do you see she's got a quarter zip, Chuck?
Once again, as a former employee, you should be demanding your own swag.
I'll just assume mine got lost in the mail. That hurts.
We have hats too. We have hats too, Chris. We'll get you a hat. No.
Gosh, here I was getting ready to sing Rocky Top to you, and now you've got this, and I can't. Go ahead, Chuck.
So, and I do like to say that the state of Texas would not exist were it not for the state of Tennessee. So.
Oh wow. Yeah. Wow, is that a Davy Crockett reference? Just because of the Alamo? Or
yeah,
what?
yeah. That's how we got our volunteer nickname. So
yeah,
there you go.
Because of Davy, yeah. I did a whole deep dive on Texas independence on the Chuck ToddCast on Monday on your ToddCast time machine.
Yesterday, yes.
So go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we've got Tallarico Crockett pulled up here, Jessica, as you can see. It looks, we're at 50%. Obviously, we said Dallas poll is still open for another 11 minutes here, right? Like,
no, Dallas is going to be open for another 11 hours, right? I'm half kidding. Right?
Oh my gosh, don't joke like that, Chuck. I need my beauty sleep. That's how I maintain this look.
I hear you. And then we get another hour with El Paso.
Jessica, anything surprising here? We had Laksha Jain on with a split ticket, and he said, look, this looks really good for Tallarico. What do you?
He basically was ready to call it.
Yeah. I know. What's your make when you look at this? Are there places that you think like, ooh, there's a lot of purple on this map? But again, go ahead.
I think we still don't know the election day vote, but what I do think this shows me is that, there were sort of questions about, was this Tallarico vibes or, sort of questions about some of this. But I think what Tallarico has is that he had organization, he had money, and that you can tell people where to get out to vote. You're better organized, even question about, does the ad money, does some of that make a difference in our sort of delinear environment and different things. But I think that this is where organization matters. And we knew that this, I think, was going to come down to the Latino vote. And that's where Tallarico seems to be running strong. We'll see what the election day vote is. That's what I'm still waiting for. But he's built a good base from early voting and things. But that's where I know that the Tallarico folks felt pretty strong about.
And check out all of South Texas. You have Webb.
Right.
Yeah. If you look at Jim Hogg.
65-31.
According to our producer, Ed DeMarie, said Jim Hogg County is 86% of the vote in, and Tallarico is sitting very close to 58%. It's just over.
Is there a better name than Jim Hogg County?
I mean,
no.
I know where I want to be the sheriff. That's where I'm going to run for sheriff. I want to be the Jim Hogg County sheriff. Oh, yeah.
By the way,
come on, Skelly. I know you spent a week one night in Jim Hogg County, didn't you?
No, but I've never had the pleasure, but I do have it up if I can share my screen again.
Yeah, I was going to say share it. Yeah,
give me some Jim Hogg County because
all right,
Jim Hogg County results.
I mean, look, there are not a lot of people in Jim Hogg. In fact, I think it's one of two Jim somethings in Texas. I'm blanking.
Gotta love me a Jim Hogg. Yeah, look.
But yeah, I mean, this is a part of the state where you would expect, where like if Tallarico is doing better with Latino voters, he seems to be leading in most of the, Cameron's where Brownsville is,
and it's 60+%. I mean, most of these places, Jeffrey. Even though I mean, I know it's not a ton of vote, but
no, and so just the fact that he's this is where he needs to be up, and he is up, and it is early vote still.
Right,
you got roughly half the vote in.
And we still have no same day vote yet, huh? Anywhere?
Yeah, and we don't have. I mean, when Dallas comes in, that will be a big deal for Crockett.
And that's when we can call either.
That's why you don't see anything.
We'll get a better idea. What is that going to make a big enough difference?
Exactly.
I think will tell us whether that's enough to save her, or does this trend?
Well, just remember, she doesn't need. She just needs to pull them down 4 percentage points.
That's right.
It's just
going to get into a runoff.
So possible. It isn't, it's not like she's down 8. She's actually down 4, right? Like when you look at it in those numbers.
Jessica, one thing that we've gone back and forth on, and we've gotten differing reports just from experts we've had on tonight, is let's say it's Tallarico Paxton. Is Texas truly competitive? How do you view Texas? Because I said to somebody the other day, I felt like it's the Lucy, Charlie Brown, and the football. It's like every 2 years, man.
Well, that might be North Carolina, but they might actually get it this time. They might actually.
But it's like, and at some point, maybe Charlie Brown kicks the football. Like, how do you, when you look at the map, right? I mean, it's obviously a giant money suck for Republicans nationally, even if they get Paxton across the line ultimately.
Right.
But how do you view? Is that like a legit? Where do you rank it in chances for Democrats?
I mean, I still put it behind, I think, Alaska and Ohio, but it's a bigger money suck, as you mentioned, than perhaps
that's a technical term.
Then we'll see what happens.
So let's put Iowa, Nebraska, Texas. Put those in order.
If it's Turek in Iowa, I might say Iowa first, but I still think
I agree. Amazing story in Turek for people who don't know. Paralympian, gold medalist.
Well, and in the same way, he and what he and Tallarico have in common is that they've flipped Trump's House districts before.
Yeah.
They know how to talk to these voters.
He's from out from the northwestern corner of the state.
Yes.
No, Council Bluffs. He's in Council Bluffs. A little further down. Not quite northwest.
Western part. Excuse me.
Yeah, western part of the state. Yeah.
Sorry, Iowa's my territory there, brother.
Most of the Iowa Democrats are not in that part of the state, which is why
they're all literally on the other river.
Yeah,
the river on the other side of the state,
or Iowa City, or along the Missouri River,
along the Mississippi.
Just you would say, would you say in terms of likelihood to flip, would you say Alaska, Ohio, Texas, or would you have it different than those three? Like if you're just doing those, I'm just
those three. I still do rank them in that regard, but I think Paxton is not a great candidate, but he has won statewide before. That's what I have.
Yeah, we're talking with Jessica Taylor, the Senate and Gov editor for the Cook Political Report. I can hear the tension in your voice a little bit, Jessica. What gives you pause about Ohio? Why do you put Alaska over Ohio?
I think that's the state where I think just the partisan nature is a little bit more. It's a little bit more fluid. I think that you have where Peltola outperformed by a higher margin than where Sherrod Brown did. And another person pointed out to me too that Alaska is a better bet because you have that seat for 6 years.
Yeah.
Versus in Ohio, they're going to have to run again in 2 years in a presidential year.
Right, because it's JD's. Right, you're running for the end of JD's term, not for 6 years.
It all goes.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I don't understand how Sherrod Brown. I can't believe he got talked into that.
I cannot believe he's not running for governor.
I can't believe he didn't run for governor.
Governor's such a better job. It really is.
And it was a winnable. Sherrod Brown in an open seat.
Yeah.
Has a better shot against Ramaswamy than against.
I would have enjoyed a Sherrod Brown Vivek Ramaswamy debate.
They could do like a rap lyrics.
And Sherrod Brown has probably run or held every office in the state of Ohio except for governor. I think it's the only race he hasn't done.
I believe an ad being run by the NRSC against him basically was like, Sherrod Brown, he's been in office since like 1982 or something.
I go back to in a year where I believe your first name as congressman or senator is a demerit.
Yeah.
Being a former who was just there. I mean, I just don't know. I think he's got a hard time getting over that.
Yeah. And listen, I think Tallarico is a fresh face. That's what he brings to it. And he's speaking to the affordability argument when he talks about top versus bottom. I think that's very appealing. And if you are a disaffected Republican, you like that he talks about religion. I mean, he's studying to be a pastor, but he looks like a youth pastor. I mean,
he doesn't look like a youth pastor. He doesn't look like. It's like, are you sure he's 30? Does he qualify?
Every youth pastor in every Bible church in the South. You're totally
right. A little breaking news here. The Texas Supreme Court has temporarily blocked the Dallas judge's order to keep the polls open until 10 p.m. And ordering the county to separate out votes from people who were not in line at 7 p.m. when the order went through. It's not a final ruling, but talk about potential chaos if we are in a very close race. If we're within a percentage point of is it a runoff or not a runoff? I've been joking about how long this live stream is going to go, but my word, we could be going on for days. Because as you know, we're not going until we call the Texas
blocking a block. It's just.
Oh yeah.
Yes, can I ask you while we've got you on real quick? I just want to ask you about North Carolina. Obviously it's not competitive. I'll just pull these numbers out, but Cooper's got 92% of the vote.
Yeah.
Do you make anything of Whatley? We knew he was going to be the nominee, but do you make anything of Whatley I think he's in the 60s now. He's doing a little bit better. Do you make anything of that?
Yeah. Brown was really hitting him over his response in Western North Carolina and the fact that he used to be a lobbyist. Brown is a veteran. North Carolina is a very heavy military state. I mean, to me, these are people that may not love.
He was a real campaign. What you're saying, he's also ran a real campaign.
I mean, yeah.
Brown.
Yeah. I mean, not to the extent that Whatley was, but.
No, but like he did events, he showed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Michael Whatley, people just don't know him yet. And I think that's the
right.
thing, I mean, and it is a hard transition to make. This is the thing that gives me pause about Whatley, from a strategist to being a candidate.
Always
100%.
Totally
agree.
Is North Carolina toss up, or do you have it like lean D, or where are you?
We have a toss up right now, but we're constantly. We're constantly evaluating. I'm not going to break any news here tonight, but
no. But let me ask you. But
I think it's ahead of.
Let me ask you a question that I have been asked before, and I'm like, hey man, I don't get into that secret sauce.
Yeah.
What happens? What makes a race move from toss up to lean? Like, what is it? And I know you've been asked this before. And then what is lean versus likely in your mind?
Our definition is that likely we don't consider it competitive yet, but it has the potential to become competitive. Lean is that one party has an edge, but it's competitive. And, the thing I keep hearing about North Carolina, and I've heard this among Republicans, is they are very worried about where independent voters are trending in the state this cycle.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a toss-up race to me. And it's not
with Donald Trump at 25% among independents.
I understand. Like I would, in your shoes, I don't know what I would do either, because the history of North Carolina in the 21st century says something else. Yeah. And so it's like you have all this history, but boy, if you just look at it and you put blinders on from previous years, you're like, oh wow.
They've never had a candidate. Democrats have never had a candidate as strong as Roy Cooper. And here's the other. Yes, Cooper, I think, yes.
He looks like Matlock to me, like actual Matlock. Like, right? Like,
I thought you would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes,
as a Southerner. Roy Cooper is how his family apparently pronounced it.
Yes.
Love it.
We've been pronouncing
that's
it wrong.
That's my second favorite North Carolina senator fact, other than John Edwards' birth certificate is Johnny Reed Edwards, which is one of my favorite.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah.
Anyway,
one of
here's
our
the thing here.
Go, please, Jessica.
Go.
Cooper has won while Trump has been on the same ballot.
Yep.
Like most governors' races, of course, are in midterm years, but North Carolina's is not. He has won twice, so there are voters that are used to voting for Roy Cooper and for Donald Trump, and he left office so well liked. I mean, this is not the same as other red state governors.
And most importantly, no competitive primary. Nobody making an issue about Israel. Nobody making an issue about Medicare for all. Nobody making an issue, right? Like about age, right? Like when you look, this is exactly what Chuck Schumer thought Janet Mills would do to the Maine Senate race, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just we got to let you go.
We do.
Jessica Taylor, Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. Put me down for size medium in that. In that
always a medium for Cillizza.
In that Cook Political Report, I want it to fit tight.
Yeah.
You know,
got it.
Or maybe like a youth husky, potentially. But either way, I'll be in touch.
Knows it. Amo knows
she knows
it.
what
Amo knows exactly.
All right.
She knows
Thanks,
Jeff.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
Hey, let's bring in one of my favorite newsletters that I read every week, and I'm obsessed with, is Patrick Ruffini of Echelon Insights. And it's a perfect time. Patrick's going to love the first race we're going to bring up, because he loves to get in the weeds. Chris, you need to bring up the Phil. Oh, we lost Cillizza here for a second. So instead, Skelly, can we bring up?
Race or something.
Yeah, can we bring up Phil Berger's race? Because guess who's losing?
Oh yeah. Give me 2 seconds here.
Let's pull it up. Nothing like a state Senate president to get Ruffini started in the weeds, and I know he will appreciate this. A little look at this. The most powerful politician in North Carolina Republican politics, and he may go down.
Yeah, and this is tough because most of that district's, well, not most of it, but a substantial portion is in Rockingham County, and then it kind of stretches. We don't have the state Senate lines on this, but it kind of goes like this around Greensboro. And Sam Page is the sheriff of Rockingham County, and he is absolutely mauling Berger there. So that, I mean, it's looking real tough for the incumbent.
Yeah, looks like he's got about 1,000 vote lead, which in a small race like that. So, Mr. Ruffini, you ready to draw any conclusions? What are you seeing so far tonight? What's grabbing you?
Well, I think that there's not just here, but you have Dan Crenshaw in Texas too. You've got potential, and I think Cornyn is actually hanging in a lot better than I probably thought he would do tonight. But you still have the prospect of an incumbent going down statewide in Texas. So I think with all the redistricting and with all the especially in Texas, but with all the really scrambling of the lines, you're going to see a lot of incumbents go down. It may not necessarily be. It's not just anti-incumbent sentiment. It's also the fact a lot of these people are running in new places where they're not as familiar to voters.
Does the fact that Chip Roy's not doing very well? I mean, I think it's bad. I think the worst name in politics in this midterm cycle is going to be congressman or senator, right? Like, I just think there's just, when you're in that, when you're throwing people out, you don't like those incumbents. And I see Chip Roy. Look, I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but he's much further behind than I expected him to be. You read anything into that?
I think a lot of that has to do with his fraught relationship with the president. Obviously, he is somebody who's very much on the right. And you would think with Texas Republican primary voters, that is the sweet spot. But he, sometimes he's a little bit so far right that, he runs counter to what the president wants. And he, I think there was a pointed moment at the State of the Union, if I'm not mistaken, where Chip Roy is trying to shake Trump's hand, and Trump won't shake his hand.
Didn't make eye contact. It was noted. Yeah, a lot of social media.
It's like Chuck when I see him in public, Patrick. Refuses to make eye contact, will not shake my hand. By the way, I did not have to go to the bathroom. I had to go get some Cherry Garcia, just to be clear on where I was.
Literally, that's already too many references to Cillizza in the bathroom for the live stream tonight.
Hi, Patrick.
You know what we never talked about on NBC? That my pal Lester Holt's the Iron Pants guy, from the old 2000 election overtime, that he got that reputation. He could go hours without a bathroom break.
Patrick, can I ask you about the Senate race in Texas? Obviously, ton of money. Looks like there's going to be more money spent. Are we reading the right? What is, when you look at what's happened there, and we expect Paxton and Cornyn runoff? What's your breakdown? Because I always think you have a, not purposely counter-conventional, but I often think that you see things in a way that's not how everyone says is the narrative. Is this just MAGA versus, country club? Or what do you make of both the numbers tonight, but more broadly, sort of the dynamic of that race?
Well, I said I was surprised. I said because the longer you go into the night, the more Cornyn is hanging in there. I think he's ticked up a little bit, but you really look that Cornyn isn't just dominating, the very high education areas in Dallas and Houston, or not. Maybe dominating is the wrong phrase, but I think he's spreading his coalition that's sort of out in further into the suburbs, which really is the bread and butter of the Texas Republican electorate. You're really talking about exurbs of Dallas and Houston, and Cornyn is doing surprisingly well, frankly, in a lot of these places, better than I thought he would. Now, I think runoffs are always a very tricky thing in Texas because what you get is you typically seem to get a more conservative electorate in the runoff than you do. And maybe if this isn't a sleepy runoff, he just has to, I think he definitely has to end up ahead tonight, right? Because I think, if something just kind of goes the expected way in the primary or goes a certain way in the primary, the runoff will tend to confirm that, especially if you have the more conservative candidate is leading. And so I think that this upsets that, and it means that this will stay competitive to the end.
Well, and Patrick, the conventional wisdom is, the president doesn't like endorsing losers, and that Cornyn actually being in first place would be a big deal. Would make Trump more comfortable doing this.
Yeah, I mean, let's see where we end up at the end of the night. Obviously, this is not completely outside.
We still don't think we have any same day yet. We're not sure we don't have that much same day for what it's worth.
Well, if we don't have that much same day, I mean, that's a factor, right? Because I mean, there is still a pretty big divide in the Republican primary electorate within your election day voters. This is the overhang of 2020, right? It's people who, got used to voting on election day as a matter of principle because Trump told them to vote on election day, and therefore you have the MAGA Republicans, right? I'm just kind of looking just at the, we do have 60% in right now, but you're absolutely right. If that turns slightly differently, I do think it's on a knife's edge because obviously we know there won't be a winner tonight, but we do know what is the where does Cornyn need to be actually a credible candidate in the runoff?
I think he's already stronger than I thought.
Totally agree.
I think there was some concerns among the folks I was talking to that, wait, what if Cornyn doesn't come within 5? Right?
We had talked about a David Dewhurst performance where he gets under 30, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in a primary and just gets absolutely
we've
ass beaten by Dan Patrick.
I mean, I think some people were talking about, Hunt is going to fade so far so fast that it's Paxton might get over 50. Right. Yeah. And there are people saying that. Right. And credibly, I think, because I think, I think that has been, this was kind of the outcome we were headed to. But where Hunt got in the race, and I think Hunt really threw a monkey wrench into Cornyn's plans in terms of, really distracted the focus that they had on Paxton and the heat they were really, aiming at Paxton. And in the end, he doesn't end up being that much of a factor.
So, Patrick, you're one of the few people that I literally know I can see you do math in your head as you're having these conversations. So how much is Cornyn hurt by the fact that you have this massive Democratic turnout, which all indications are it's basically general election voters showing up in a primary. But what it also is, it's voters who are no longer eligible to vote in a runoff, right? Once you pick a primary, you're not eligible in a runoff. Famously, Thad Cochran, one of the few people to trail in a primary of a more conservative candidate and then win a runoff. Still one of the more remarkable feats. And he did it basically on the backs of a bunch of Democrats who didn't vote in the first round of primaries. Does Cornyn running out of voters?
Look, I think it's always been the case in Texas, right? Runoffs have been challenging, but I think the dynamics have usually been different. That if you have one candidate who's slightly ahead on primary night, they usually blow out the runoff because there's really no, voters conclude there's no point in that process. Look, I think the people who have, turned out in the Democratic primary, and I think we've seen this throughout the Trump era, these are, I think, safe Democrats in the fall, right? I don't know that there was
right. They're not ex-Republicans, or they're not like light Republicans or Cornyn voters who are coming in looking for a safety valve just in case.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me because this was a competitive race, right, on the Republican side. So if you have any inclination whatsoever to pull a ballot pull a Republican ballot to create, just to stop Ken Paxton at the pass, I think you would have done it. I mean, you had the opportunity to do it. And so both two very competitive races on both sides. I think we're just seeing this is really a story of where the bases are, as opposed to maybe where swing voters and independents are at right now.
Yeah. Okay. I always say this. I'm a giant Patrick Ruffini fan. Maybe not as big a fan as I am of Kristen Soltis Anderson, another echelon insight.
See, I'm a bigger fan of Ruffini than Kristen, and
wow,
I tell her that.
Shots fired at Kristen.
I'm just going there. I'm just saying.
I like them equally.
Oh, come on, Skelly.
Ruffini's newsletter always teaches me something that I hadn't thought about. It's something, and I'm dead serious. I've said this. It is. He finds a nugget that I had not seen, and I look for a lot of nuggets, so it's always good stuff.
And I want to just recommend also The Intersection by Patrick Ruffini on Substack. Trust us, you will not go wrong. You will be smarter.
Hey, while we have you here, Patrick, we have Democrats have won another special election. This is an Arkansas State House district. It's not a surprise. This was kind of a swing. It's a swingy district in Arkansas, turned into a blowout in these sort of non-general election. What do you make of how do you factor all of this sort of these weird specials? They're all trending in the same direction. They're all this Democratic overperformance. How would you tell the Republican Senate and House committees they should be thinking about this?
I mean, I think they have to look at the Tennessee 7 playbook a little bit more. And I think in terms of raising the intensity and the salience of the election, especially the election day vote, and I think that was one where they did run a playbook. It was still an underperformance, right? I mean, there's no question about that. But when you were talking about a race that was, many believed was either headed to a very low single-digit margin or a loss or something that would have been incredibly face-saving, or an incredibly embarrassing defeat with the margin in the House being what it is, really have the president get out there and do GOTV. And I think, we're seeing two things going on. It's normally we have a midterm environment. It's no surprise this is a midterm environment. But you've also have the education sorting of the parties, which I've written extensively about.
Yes, you have.
In these things, you have an extra maybe boost in these special elections where you have the biggest turnout differential between your college educated and working class voters, right? In the 24 cycle, you also saw special elections start to break more Democratic, but the general was did not break Democratic.
Right.
So you saw it start to see Democrats in a secular way across cycles begin to overperform in these specials, which obviously is a headache for the RNC, is a headache for the the various committees that work on this. If it's not just a cyclical thing, but this is gonna continue happening at some level in every cycle. But in November, right? November is probably a little bit of a different ball game. Although it's still going to mean Democrats are probably going to turn out at higher rates. But to this extent, I'm not sure of.
Yeah. Look,
All right,
we've
man.
said it before. Patrick Ruffini,
Take a look at
Echelon
it.
Insights, and
Good to see you, buddy.
the Intersection. Check it out. Thanks, Patrick.
And
Thank you.
don't let
Thank you,
Kristen
Patrick.
know all about our trash talking.
Yeah.
But she's a gator. That's her real problem.
Oh, that's right.
She
That's
knows.
why you don't like her.
Oh yeah, she's a gator.
Why does Chuck Todd hate Kristen Soltis Anderson? I think
That's
it's a
she's
real
a
question
gator.
of the
I mean,
matter.
she knows the scene.
She's probably like doing this somewhere,
Yeah,
chomp,
well,
chomp,
whatever
and,
that is.
yeah.
Wait, Chuck,
You know
am I doing the U right now?
What's that? Yeah,
I'm
you gotta
doing
have
the
both
U-
hands. You gotta have
Both.
hands.
It's
That's right.
that's right,
Both
because
up.
this is Utah.
That's
This is-
Utah. This is Miami.
okay.
Yeah.
Patrick, you don't have to stay around for this. Thank you. Thanks for being so smart, man.
See you, Ruffini. Good to see you.
Hey, before we bring in our next person, Jeffrey, do you have any as we are looking at the Senate race in Texas? Here's where we are in the
Dallas
Republican
County
side.
finally dropped. By the way, we got at least the early vote finally dropped.
Oh,
in
for the
Dallas
Democrats.
County. Yeah. So let's take a
Okay,
look.
let
at
me
some
pull
Dallas
that
County
up.
vote here.
Yep, hold on.
Yeah, because that's been what
'cause
we've
been
all
waiting
been
for
very
some.
interested to see what would happen in that.
There's a big drop came in there. Let's see what it is.
That's it there.
See, I mean, now granted, we would expect Tallarico to be doing better in the early vote relative to the election day vote. So maybe Crockett's going to gain a bit more.
But she'd have to gain.
Mm-hmm. How much more?
But
do
she
you
might need.
Well, I mean,
she might need more. You know, if she's gonna win, because at this point, I think it's 6. Yeah, just refresh it.
Yeah, I'm refreshing.
I think we're at. I think it's like a 6-point margin now statewide.
Yep. It's like a little under 100,000 votes.
But again, it's not. That's not a. She doesn't need to make up 6 percentage points.
No, it's not a huge.
Remember, she only needs to drag him under 50.
Yeah, so this is where like, you know, that God help us if this race is so close that Dallas court order ends up being
the court order ends up being the difference.
Oh my God, that's the kind of stuff.
All right. Let's bring in Adam Carlson. Let's bring in Adam Carlson in here from Zenith Research here.
Hey, Adam.
Adam, we're playing a little numbers game here, and we're all just wondering. Just imagine if that late Dallas poll extension is the difference between Tallarico at 50.2 or 49.8.
Yeah, really hoping that's not the difference maker.
Yeah, we're all thinking that.
Just for the sake of everyone's sanity. I think that we were waiting for Dallas early to drop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're just waiting for election day. And what's left, unless Crockett absolutely dominates on election day votes, like everywhere, and I'm talking by a lot, this is probably pretty callable as soon as we start getting a few medium to large counties reporting election day votes. But it's not going to be a huge margin. And the only thing that's not callable potentially is that like him being over 50%. Like you said.
That's the thing, and you can't call it. So
you can call it. You can call him finishing ahead of her, but you can't call it for over 50%.
Right.
Yeah, which is the point.
To me,
useless, right, that's a useless call. Like yes, we will call this, but
like there's no way there's no way that she can hit 50. That's what we can call.
Right. She's either runoff or bust.
Yep. And what's striking to me is just the way the Tallarico is dominating in along the border, heavily Latino areas. And election day vote in Texas is historically pretty Latino. So he might expand his margins there. Like I'm looking at what's left out to report, and there's not a lot of places for her to make up ground. So he's in the driver's seat, but it's not over till it's over.
You're right, though. You are seeing. I just pulled up Webb.
Yeah,
but, 60, 65, 31. That's a substantial, because that's a majority minority county, right? That's a Hispanic.
Oh, it's overwhelmingly
hugely, right?
Yeah.
So
90, a lot of the counties down there are like 90, 85.
Right. So that may wind up being the story of how he winds up winning, right? Is like he just
might
kind of
do better
rolls it up there.
Whites. Yeah. Which would be crazy.
Which is fascinating.
And just because I have to do the polling thing because I'm a pollster. Most polls, a lot of polls really whiffed on Latinos. Some had him up by a fair amount, but no, I don't think any had him up like by 30 plus, or very few had him up by like 30 plus. And it's just like,
and that's this Rio Grande Valley, all for people who are all in
so
here,
there's I have a little humor me here a little bit. I'm curious that we're trying to figure out how many of these Trump Latino voters have stuck with the Republicans, or are they now playing in the Democrat in these counties? Is the Democratic turnout much bigger than the Republican turnout, or is it about even? I'd love to see some of the
let's just look at Hidalgo.
So we look at Hidalgo here,
right?
We've got
let's look at that.
63%. We're looking at 2050,
43,000 to 10,000.
Yeah.
And let me pull it up for let me pull it up for Republican.
43,000.
Hey guys, not to break in. We've got a projection that the Republican primary
is going to
go to a runoff. Yes.
Okay. It's official projection from Decision
official
Desk.
projection.
A useful
Desk HQ
projection.
And do we know who it's between? We can say it's between Cornyn and Paxton, right?
Yeah. So
we don't see a Wesley Hunt surge out there.
No. There was a brief moment in this campaign in the polls where Hunt actually did tick up, and then you saw a lot of negative ads being run against him, and perhaps not coincidentally, he fell off a bit in the polls. And now, the fact that he's at like 13%, and a lot of it is, and most of it is early vote, and you would probably expect him to have done better in the early vote than the election day vote.
Oh, I was just gonna say,
for sure.
People are saying like, who's going to actually
digits?
win this thing?
Yeah.
You know, he might be closer to 10 by the time we get to the end here.
Adam, are you surprised? And again, a fair amount of this is, it needs to be said, this is still not election day voting, right? But are you surprised at what we've got up on screen there? Cornyn ahead by whatever 40,000 votes. Or do you still expect Paxton to wind up on top here?
So it's interesting. No, this is the biggest surprise to me of the night is that Cornyn. I mean, there's still a lot of rurals out, and I expect, but the rurals are kind of split. You know, I expected Cornyn to really flop outside of kind of the bigger suburban, exurban metro counties, because the rural counties.
Yeah, and in here, you know, North Texas, Central Texas, he's not done terribly.
Yeah, turns out that money still matters in politics, and he spent like $100 million to like, and he went to Jeffrey's point, like he went after Hunt hard. Like he spent, I think, almost as much on attacking Hunt as he did on attacking Paxton, just to like fend off.
Boy, that tells you that they did have numbers themselves that had this like a small fear of finishing third.
But he was, but Hunt wasn't well known, right? So he was, you know, a fresh face,
easy
but
target,
also very easy to define when you have a huge war chest like Cornyn did. So, but to your point earlier, like the one scenario where I think that Trump would endorse potentially is if Cornyn finished above Paxton in the first round. Like, it's like superficial stuff like that works with him. You know,
he loves that. He loves it. You finished first,
but like, and that's Cornyn's, to me, his best path. But looking at these results, maybe not his only path. But like runoffs tend to reward the more extreme candidates generally on the Republican side, especially. So I still say Paxton's the favorite, but I'm not. I was like absolutely sure it was going to be Paxton before tonight, and now I have some pause.
Yeah, and he is to Cornyn's credit. He's sticking with it. You know, like 62% in.
The only thing that I fear for Cornyn, if you're in Cornyn's camp, is you're going to get Trump's endorsement just when everybody turns on him over Iran. You know, it's like, you know, you could end up getting the endorsement at the exact wrong time to have the Trump endorsement. And I'm being slightly facetious here, but
no,
I would be a little concerned about the way the war plays out throughout the runoff.
But kind of like zooming out a little bit here, Democrats kind of need every single thing to go right to have a chance to win Texas.
Yes.
And, you know, you need in my mind, the more electable, I know it's a bloated word these days, candidate to come out of the primary, Tallarico. You need Republicans to go to an expensive and brutal and negative runoff. You need a blue wave environment. And then and only then are you in the conversation.
Yeah.
And
basically,
you need a scandal-plagued nominee to actually win.
Yeah, someone who can't align traditional Republican vote.
Yeah, independents don't like. So they'll be up for grabs.
Right.
And that's why I think that this is Democrats' best potential 51st seat in the Senate.
Interesting.
Because I think
you're higher on it than.
And then Alaska.
So where do you go? So you go North Carolina, Maine, Alaska. You put this over Ohio and Iowa.
I would, yeah.
Only if Paxton.
Assuming Tallarico Paxton.
Paxton. Anything else, I think it's down the list. But again, that could possibly
fascinating. It's. I mean, look, Chuck and I have talked about this. It's already. I mean, it was 110 million spent, and that was a week and a half ago. So I mean, I would assume if it's a 10-week runoff, it could be another 150. Yeah, I mean, this will be the most expensive Senate race in history. I mean, the amount of money.
It's going to be $1 billion Senate race.
And I think it was already the most expensive primary in history, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
right?
exactly
Senate
right.
Primary?
Yes, Senate primary. Yeah, and the other thing too is like we talked about this earlier, but look, Republicans need to win the Texas seat. Like it's Texas. You know what I mean? So they're going to have to spend. And if it's Paxton, he's not a great fundraiser. He's not going to win independents. He's going to struggle some with kind of the country club Republicans. Like you can't spend, it's not Montana where you can spend $2.5 million and really drive a message, right? I mean, you got to spend 15, 20, right? I mean, it's a significant chunk that comes out of, Georgia or Michigan potentially, or, I mean, there's a finite pool, right, Adam?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that it's just, and the NRSC is going in so hard on Cornyn specifically. And I assume because he's like the guy, he's a McConnell party guy.
100%.
But if I'm Greg Abbott, who's sitting on just like an ungodly amount of money. I forget some staggering number.
It's literally like almost $100 million, or a little more than $100 million.
Like he's going to win re-election pretty easily, probably even a blue wave. Maybe it'll be a little uncomfortably close. If I'm a party man and I'm Greg Abbott, I'm doing every ad I can to just Hinojosa and Tallarico. I'm going after both of them so that because Paxton can't be trusted to run a good campaign.
To do that, that's
right.
Abbott,
totally.
It has to be the cavalry.
But I mean, it is so expensive, right? This is 20 distinct media markets, right? Are in the state of Texas, right? Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin are like these giant, mega cities now.
Yeah.
And then you have these places that are like, again, like North Texas, there's Dallas, and then there's like the megapolis, right? They call it the Metroplex. I mean, my God, Denton and Frisco, these towns.
I mean, it's just growing. Everything north of Dallas is just
it's like
surging.
a subdivision a month,
Yeah, that's right.
And it's just massive amounts of money.
The national capital of abundance.
Up in here, folks.
And I guess the only thing I wonder is, do Democrats really go all in Texas, or do they say, you know what? For half the price, we can go all in Ohio.
Yep.
If money is infinite, essentially, yes, right? If like Democrats really wake up and starts, donating a lot of money, and there's like 2018 was like this, right? Where Democrats could have, in 2006 to a different extent, that was before Citizens United, but like they could just spend everywhere, and they have the luxury of spending everywhere. And I think that if they don't, I would personally put the money in Texas, because I think it's more flippable. But I could easily see, just because Democrats have had such a hard time breaking through in Ohio and Iowa of late, and obviously Texas hasn't gone blue since 98. I think the last time was any statewide race.
Yeah, John Sharp probably, right?
Yeah, it was 94. Gary Morrow.
Yeah,
I believe is from land
commission.
Gary Morrow, land commissioner.
And then he was the gubernatorial nominee.
He was
in
98.
Smacked. Yeah.
And in 92, I believe he was the Clinton Gore Texas state director.
Forgot about that. Yeah. So, I mean, it's going to be a tough decision, right? And, it's going to be up to Gillibrand and Schumer pretty much, right? She's the SEC chair, and he's,
Well, look, they lobbied Tallarico in there. I mean, Tallarico got talked into it by a whole bunch of big donors, a whole bunch of outside political consultants. This is not some, this is not some organic thing. I mean, there was something organic about Tallarico at first, but this was, Crockett was not who they wanted. We know that. Does he, it's funny. It's like Schumer, his job is to go find these candidates. And, look, he deserves a lot of credit for Alaska, a lot of credit to Ohio. He found the only candidates that could put those races in play. Peltola
and he thought Maine too, Chuck, and
he got Cooper, but he thought Maine, and
he thought Mills.
His candidate in Iowa is losing. His candidate in Maine is losing. And, I know he does his fewer fingerprints in Tallarico, but trust me, their fingerprints are in Tallarico.
Of course.
So, but,
And it's fascinating. See, because a lot of people stayed out of this race, the Texas Democratic Senate primary. There weren't a lot of endorsees on either side. She had some Congressional Black Caucus folks, like Ro Khanna randomly endorsed her early on.
Did Kamala endorse her at the end? Am
yes.
I remembering that right? But it was very at the end.
It was more about Kamala. It was more about
early vote, right?
And it was only a robocall. Like she didn't do a rally. Right. She didn't do a live ad, cut for her. It was kind of like the worst of both worlds. Like you got involved, but you didn't go all in. And I don't think I would have made the difference here, but Kamala is still very popular within the party, despite what you kind of see online. Like every poll has her. Like people love her, and like white women, Latino women, like really
well. And the more unpopular Trump gets, she gets a little bit of
this,
like
buyer's remorse,
right?
Like she was right about everything, but it was a kind of a. I would have gone. Even at the time, it was confusing.
But isn't that a tip? I mean, I hate to say that this plays to type, right? But Kamala Harris has this reputation of being a bit risk averse, and it's a classic. How long were you debating this? And
totally could have gotten in 3 weeks ago and made a difference.
You finally said you were going to do it. You did it like too little, too late.
And the California governor's race too was the same thing. Right. She went back and forth. She was asking people if she should run, and that would have cleared up a huge headache that Democrats are having now with like seven candidates.
Look at the state party chair today, basically saying get out unless you're 15%.
There's about a 1 in 3 chance Democrats get shut out. of that top two system. If they now, I think they'll sort it out soon. But if Matt Mahan gets in and spends a bunch of extra money, it's going to be a mess.
All right, we got to jump, Adam. Thank you, my friend.
Yes, and you have
always
my
a
good
pleasure.
friend.
Thanks for your
John
smarts,
Kuvion
dude.
next.
Yes,
we are.
We can't preempt Kuvion too long.
Yes.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right. So
well, there we go. It's just out. By the way, it is now past 10:30 on the East Coast, and the only thing in Texas that we have called the Decision Desk HQ, Chuck, is
a runoff.
It will be a runoff on the Republican side between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. But why don't we bring in JMC and
let's do that. And while you're doing that, let's pop to some house races here.
Yep.
John, it is good to see you.
Glad to be back.
From JMC Analytics, John Kuvion. How did I do with that? Did I just butcher it?
You got the first syllable right.
Yeah. Are you related to your brother Dave Coulier, who was like from from Full House? And
he was on Full House.
Yeah, right.
No,
this is your long lost cousin, right?
No, I'm Kuvion.
Kuvion instead of Cuvier. Mr. Kuvion, it is good to see you. Let's do some things here. Tony Gonzalez looks like he is surviving. 70% in, but we should take a look at Mr. Gonzalez here.
That's a runoff, though, right?
Still would be a runoff.
That'll be a runoff. Yep.
Right.
It's hard to imagine. I don't know.
You see, what's interesting about that race, you can make an argument about to what extent did these allegations impact the election day vote versus not impact the election day vote, just because of the timing when all this came out, early voting was underway.
That's right. That's right. I mean,
so
look,
a runoff
he was in a runoff with Herrera, the same guy, in 2024, and he won 52-48. So we're headed towards something similar there. The question is, does his political situation erode between now and a May 26 runoff?
Right.
And this is still a swing district in November.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a pretty competitive district in November.
I mean, they have shifted it to make it a little more Republican, but it is the one Texas district that there'll always have to be money spent just because of the competitive nature of the district and the fact that it's such a vast area. You're talking about multiple media markets. We have to spend money.
And go check out our Tejano singer here, Bobby Polito. He's winning.
He is winning. Wait,
Texas 15.
I don't know if I have that, Chuck, up. Let me do this one first.
Yep.
Still not called.
Right.
Still
but
waiting for
nothing really changed.
You see, and the thing that's interesting about this race and the Senate race is the basic contours of the race have stayed the same all night. I have gone way out on a limb on the Senate race and called it for Tallarico because the benchmark I've been using throughout the night is the Royce West performance in the 2020 Senate race. And in virtually every county, save, say, Terrace and or Travis, the Crockett and the Royce West vote are almost identical. So in other words, for Jasmine Crockett to have a shot or to have had a shot at winning, my thought is I would have had to have seen some notable overperformances for her relative to what Royce West got, but she couldn't even attain that in Dallas County.
Yeah, well, her biggest problem is in South Texas. I mean, Tallarico's sweep of Latino voters is the difference, is it not?
Right. And Georgia and Texas is not Georgia. In other words, the black electorate is a fraction of the whole in Texas, whereas in Georgia, it's something like 60 to 70%. As you'll remember from the 2018 Battle of the Stacys, where I knew that there wasn't a chance that Stacey Evans, I think it was Stacey Evans, was the white Democratic candidate.
Yeah, against she was like the state Senate minority leader or something. Yeah, I remember. Yep.
So in other words, there was a minimal chance she was going to win so long as you had an active Republican primary, which of course was the case because that was the infamous Brian Kemp and the shotgun ad season. And just, John, when we're looking at this map that I've got pulled up here, Chuck points out the Rio Grande Valley. Is there anywhere else? I mean, is it this central part of the state where she's, I mean, look, this is the Dallas media market, right? That's why you're seeing a lot of green here. It does not look like Houston. Let me just hold on. Let me click in here into Harris County. But it's not a huge margin, right? It's like when you say she's not overperforming, do you mean, are there specific places that you are talking about there, like in areas of the state? So there's really two things I'm looking at. The first is on a county by county basis, how well she did relative to Royce West, who was a Black Democratic candidate, also from Dallas, incidentally, who ran 6 years ago and got 48% of the runoff vote against MJ Hagar. And so when I'm seeing that the Crockett vote and the West vote are almost identical, I'm thinking, okay, she's basically capping out at 47, 48%. And the thing that's interesting when you look at the color pattern there is those are what I would describe as the deep South counties in Texas. In other words, any county where you have a substantial enough Black vote, particularly when you're talking about the denominator of the Democratic primary, it's not terribly surprising to me to see her carrying a Karras or a Jefferson or a Dallas or places like that, because you take the Republicans out of the picture in that part of the state, roughly everything east of I-45, you're talking about a Democratic primary electorate where you do have a substantial Black population.
Yep, I think that's a great point. And basically everywhere green that you're seeing is that kind of deep South Democratic primary electorate.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I think that's kind of become the dichotomy of this Senate race. And so while we were waiting for the Dallas County early vote to drop, the first thing I looked at was how well did Royce West do in Dallas County in 2020? And if I recall correctly, he got 69%. And when Jasmine is getting 61%, I'm not expecting that all of a sudden she'll get, say, 80% of the election day vote. It might be more like, say, 63 to 65. But that's not enough. That 40,000 vote margin is not enough to erase the other 253 counties of voting.
Yep. And I want to just pop over to the Republican race while we're looking at it, because we've had a couple people on who've said, like, look, this is my biggest surprise of the night. I assume Paxton would win more overwhelmingly. Now, I will note we're at 65%.
Right.
We don't have Skelly here to tell us how much, if any, of this is today election day vote versus early vote.
Right.
But does what you're looking at here surprise you? Does that give Cornyn hope, even if Paxton does wind up ultimately kind of passing him?
Right. I'm going to be the contrarian here, and we'll go back to the 2012 race, or even the 2010 race, the time that Kay Bailey Hutchinson tried to switch from senator to governor, and then in 2012
primary,
that's
against Rick Perry, yeah.
And then in 2012, when you had a race that went into the runoff, that of course Ted Cruz won. When I see an incumbent who has been around, let's see, 3 terms, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 2006. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Because wasn't Cornyn elected at the same time? That was when the Democrats had their dream team for governor and senator.
2002. You're right.
Yeah, he was a sitting AG. So the other thing you got to remember about Cornyn is he's been in statewide elected office since the 20th century.
Yes. Yep. So going to a 50,000 foot level of all of the Republican Senate contests this year, there's the CNC factor, which is Senator Cassidy from my home state of Louisiana and Senator Cornyn of Texas, where those Senate contests are a very interesting kind of exhibit A of to what extent are Republican primary voters looking for someone perfect, or to what extent will they still defeat somebody who had voted for the Trump impeachment 5 years ago. Yep. Texas, of course, is preceding Louisiana by a couple of months. But what I'm seeing happening is both contests are going to go, well, Texas is definitely going to go into a runoff. I think Louisiana will go into a runoff as well. So that will be approximately 1 month after the Texas runoff. But getting back to your immediate question, when I see a 4-term incumbent who's sitting below 45% of the vote, and there's a 3-point spread between himself and a challenger who, let's just say he has his issues, that does not impress me as a strong showing, because you're going to go into I think it's the Memorial Day weekend is when they're going to have the runoff.
Yeah. It's right. Yes, it's right after Memorial Day weekend. That's exactly
it's Tuesday after the holiday. Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of like how Massachusetts likes to do its primary right after Labor Day. But getting back to the point, when I see a runoff that is right after Memorial Day, I'm thinking, okay, you're going to have a drop in turnout, because people are going to be more interested in the holidays. And that kind of drop tends to favor those with the more dedicated supporters, which I would say is Ken Paxton. Plus, there's the Wesley Hunt factor that I'm thinking, okay, they voted against John Cornyn for a reason. And would they necessarily be more comfortable with Cornyn even up against Ken Paxton? So those are the factors where I think that Senator Cornyn has trouble going to the runoff. And I don't care if he has $50 million or $200 million.
Well, I hear you. I hear you. And yet you've made all the sort of what I would call the conventional political case.
Right.
But we don't live in conventional political times, right? We have this unusual situation with a Republican Party that is a cult of personality, right? He has this ability, for better or for worse, to concentrate the mind. When he gets involved, it does seem to work. Or ask Dan Crenshaw, the only member of Congress not to get his support, and he's out, right? I mean, we haven't called it yet, but it doesn't look good.
He's not in good shape.
Right.
I just pulled it up.
Nothing about this Texas runoff feels normal. That would be my only put. And John, I think you're right. I'm just playing a tiny bit of devil's advocate here because of Trump.
Right. I think that's exactly right. I would just say, I do think it is. I think John makes a really important point, which is Cornyn is a totally known incumbent who grossly outspent his two primary opponents, who is not going to win even close to a majority of the vote, right? More people in the Republican primary will vote against Cornyn than voted for him. Sorry, John, I want to, one last point if you want to make it.
Well, I think the other thing that's worth considering too, when we're talking about the impact of a Trump endorsement of the runoff, is the specific wording he uses whenever he makes his endorsement. In other words, does he say nice things about Cornyn? Does he give him the complete, the prized, good housekeeping seal of approval, which is the complete and total endorsement? Does he badmouth Ken Paxton? There is kind of a spectrum of possibilities here. Mm-hmm. But the basics I'm looking at, and by the way, before I went on, I was looking at the results in terms of the urban counties, the suburban counties, and the rural counties. The rural counties, Cornyn had a narrow lead. And really, rural counties, let me say the rest of Texas, once you get outside the big counties and the suburban counties surrounding them. Suburban counties, actually, Paxton carried narrowly over Cornyn. And while Cornyn led in the urban counties, it wasn't a dominant position with the possible exception of Dallas County. But the other urban counties, Paxton was quite competitive. So where I'm going with this is, I don't really see a strong base for Cornyn, rather. It would be different if, let's pretend, he got 70% of the primary vote in Harris and Dallas and Bexar and places like that. But when I'm seeing 5 and 10-point leads, that's hardly a dominant position in those what I would describe as establishment primary electorates.
Bigger picture, is Texas a battleground state?
Potentially, yes, because if you're talking about a Ken Paxton, and you juxtapose that against the fact that historically dominant Republican primary turnout turned upside down this year, and you had 53% Democratic electorate going into Election Day, that does suggest to me that Democrats are going to have that extra spring in their step to where they're going to want to spend money. And that kind of psychology, especially in an expensive state like Texas, I think is worth a few percentage points of the vote. When you're talking about Joe Biden investing heavily in Texas in 2020, when Kamala Harris did not do the same 4 years later.
Absolutely. John, thank you. Appreciate you always joining us.
John, I love your stuff.
That's why we like having smart people on. Thank you, my friend.
Have a good evening.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks, and just to reset very quickly, Skelly says he's coming back. He just got a snack. So we will see his. There he is. I mean, it just as it
And by the way, Lauren, I've actually shared a screen with you, and I wanted to get Mr. Polito.
Chuck, scroll down on there. Scroll down on yours so we can see this.
You may have to actually zoom out. If I don't know. Can you hit control?
We're hitting Chuck's technical inexpertise.
Yeah.
Well, we can say Bobby Polito, Tejano singer, 68%
on his way to winning the
nomination
in the 15th congressional district.
And that's a district, Jeffrey, that Democrats think they can win, right?
Right. So this is one of those South Texas seats that this is not one of the ones that it's already held by a Republican in Monica De La Cruz.
Yeah.
But this is a seat that Joe Biden only narrowly lost, but then Donald Trump let me clarify that. In 2020, Trump narrowly carried this seat under the new lines. And it did change a bit in redistricting. But under the under these lines in 2024, Trump carried it by a pretty substantial margin. So it's one of those districts that you're going to really want to watch to see, okay, Latino voters, we know, move toward the Republicans. We're much more 50-50 in the 2024 election overall. And South Texas, they leaned toward Trump overall. If they swing back, though, and if you have that situation where some of the sort of lower propensity voters who turned out for Trump don't show up, I always like to be careful about talking about swing. Well, when a big, it's apples to oranges sometimes in midterm and general electorate. But if it swings back to toward the Democrats to some extent, through a combination of those things, you could have Bobby Polito in a position to compete there.
And he is a unique profile, right? He's a celebrity. I mean, it's
one of my pet peeves about some conventional sort of what I see with some legacy media is this assumption that because a county or a demographic group went Trump, that they're in 24, that they're somehow part of the Trump coalition.
They're required to stay there.
And you're like, no. I mean,
that's not how politics works.
Like, that isn't how it works. And I think it's pretty clear, just like it was overstated that Latino voters were an important part of the Democratic coalition.
Yep.
I don't think Democrats ever had a sort of that kind of grip on the Latino vote. Latino voters are like a lot of swing voters. They're swing voters.
Yep.
And they're not
monolithic.
It is not at all. And I think that's the unknown about Texas. If Latino voters are swing voters and they're moving in the same way that independents are moving, then, what they giveth, they taketh away from the GOP.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few components that go into Latino voters. You've got the fact that they aren't a monolith, as Chris was just saying. So a lot of things can come down to origin. We know that Cuban Americans are much more
first generation,
right?
And there's also first generation,
and generational.
Second generation.
And the thing that you get in Texas is a mix of, you actually have a lot of Tejanos who've been there for a long time, who are maybe a bit more conservative socially in terms of social issues. Maybe were Democrats historically, but maybe were more open to moving toward Trump, which is why we did see South Texas move so sharply even in 2020. And then again in 2024, even more toward the Republicans. But at the same time, they also as a whole, though, Latino voters are much younger. And so in the sense of, depending on who is sort of participating, the fact that they aren't maybe as committed to one party could make them more liable to swing, last in, first out kind of principle.
Yeah. Hey, let's bring in.
I would be treating them like swing voters, not like former.
Exactly.
Voters. That's for sure.
Let's bring in Grace Panetta, who probably can speak to this better than any of us can. The 19th News. I love the 19th News. Shout out to former Texas Tribuner Emily Ramshaw and former Washington Poster Terry Rupar. Both friends. Love them both. Grace, I'm just going to pull up, Lauren, I'm just going to pull up the, let's start on the Democratic side in Texas. What do you, when you look at this, 52-46 right now, looks like Tallarico, not certain, Decision Desk has not called it yet. Well, what jumps out at you there? Are you surprised at all?
Yeah, I mean, this by the looks of this map, you would definitely rather be James Tallarico at this point in the night. There's about a third of the estimated vote left outstanding. And what's interesting is that the top line polling on this primary has been kind of all over the place in between the independent, the internal polls. Some have showed Crockett leading, some showed Tallarico, which has made it very fun and exciting. But as we kind of see from this map, it is kind of breaking down along the kind of basic demographic lines that you would expect. We see Crockett doing pretty well in the eastern part of the state, obviously leading in Dallas, which is her home base, in Houston. But then you see Tallarico doing really, really well down in that Austin, where he's from, San Antonio, I-35 corridor, and then moving down to the Rio Grande Valley and further west, which would comport with the polling as, we were just discussing about Hispanic voters. So would definitely rather be Tallarico at this stage, especially, given the way the night is going so far, but definitely still a very interesting competitive primary that is really a great one to kick off the cycle with.
We love it. God bless Texas. Texas forever. I just got the Republican map up here. Cornyn's lead is shrinking a little bit. We're 2/3 in. Jeffrey, are we still?
It's like dripping water.
Yeah,
it's like this vote is super slow.
Early vote. I mean, when
we're now getting
into?
Gotta be an election day vote.
I was going to say,
on the Republican side.
It's interesting. So I was chatting with when I went to go grab that snack. I was chatting about sort of what we're seeing in terms of the general swing from the early vote compared to election day vote. The expectation's been Paxton will do better in the election day vote. And the swing is just not quite as strong or as large as maybe we would have thought. And so, at this point, Paxton may be in the lead by the end of the night, but it could be very small, which in a sense is a win for Cornyn. Like the fact that we're even wondering if Paxton will actually get ahead of Cornyn is a win. Like there's no doubt about it, is a win for Cornyn when we're thinking about, okay, how do you actually pull this off in terms of
And Grace, what do you make of those numbers? I will say that I will admit, I assume Paxton would be ahead at the end of the night by 5 to 8. And it seems unlikely he'll be ahead by 8, but like, what do you make of that number there?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that it mainly just speaks to the power of incumbency. Senator Cornyn has, been in the Senate for well over 20 years, obviously has huge name ID. And I think a big reason we're seeing a lot of the breakdown and this Republican side is due to Trump staying out of it and not endorsing anyone at all. And I think without that factor, it really comes down to fundraising. Cornyn massively outspent Paxton. And then also, just kind of who's been more motivated to show up in a Republican primary. And I think we're, kind of seeing a really, really interesting breakdown there with Cornyn doing really well in certain pockets like Austin and Dallas, and then Paxton more in the rural areas. So it'll be really fascinating to see what happens in the runoff without the Wesley Hunt factor.
Do we think these guys will debate?
I would love to see them debate.
We gotta get a Cornyn Paxton debate.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I mean, let's go. I'll moderate.
Chris
will moderate
the runoff.
I want a debate a week. Give me something.
Yeah, and I will say, like, look, if it winds up being relatively close, to the mid 40s with both of them, I think that does strengthen Cornyn's hand a little bit to do that kind of, like, Paxton can no longer just kind of run and hide for the next 10 weeks, right? He actually has to do stuff. Because one thing that I'm Grace, I'm a little confused by is, did Paxton not have the money or choose not to spend the money in the primary as opposed to, runoff?
Yeah, I mean, my sense is that it was mostly the former. Just Cornyn just outraised him outright, and that's before even getting into kind of the outside groups. Cornyn was backed by Senate Republicans' campaign arm, the NRSC, who spent to back him, and then also really viciously attacked Paxton with their money, which is an interesting dynamic.
Can't wait to see them do that little backflip when they have to do it.
That's going to be awkward if Paxton's the nominee.
Yeah, and they will. They'll do it. They've been there before. Speaking of Mr. Cornyn, he's talking to reporters at the moment. I'm going to use Patrick Svitek's Twitter feed here. Cornyn on Trump. There's only one person on the planet who knows what President Trump's going to do, and that's him. Cornyn on Hunt. You ran a spirited race, and you have a bright future, and I wish you well.
Please endorse me.
Cornyn.
Yes. Yes.
Cornyn calls Paxton flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate, and he promised that runoff voters will learn more about Paxton's, quote, indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. And then he adds, as if it's like the end of a movie trailer, Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton.
So,
I mean, like, I only wish Jerry Bruckheimer were producing Judgment Day is coming. Grace, what is, and Chris has asked, right. Chris has asked this question to everybody that's been on this show. What is left for Texas Republicans to learn about Ken Paxton that they don't already know?
I mean, my sense is the problem is people not knowing. It's, fact that what is deemed, completely like either indefensible or disqualifying behavior, the bar for that has shifted quite a bit. And Paxton, he's courted controversy for so long. He has, sort of continued to win re-election as Attorney General, just beating back primary challenges, including from a member of the Bush family, George P. Bush, back in 2022. And also another, interesting dynamic for the runoff is that the Texas Tribune's Gabby Birnbaum made a great point on the DDHQ podcast that the electorate that turns out for a runoff tends to be even more on the conservative side, favoring the more far-right candidate because that's who's likely to be more, activated. And even without a Trump endorsement, that is a factor that could very well, sway in his favor. But as for the scandals, it seems to take him in stride. Yeah.
I mean, literally, if Cornyn fails and he does what we think he's going to do on Paxton, he will be the single most important super PAC supporter of James Tallarico.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Totally. Just absolutely carpet bombing him. I mean,
they have no choice, but this feels you could just, I'm trying to think of maybe Gray Davis with what he did, but that was like in another primary.
And then that was also in like the late 90s or something.
There's nothing I can think comparable to this where you drop this nuclear bomb on a candidate, it doesn't work, then the party has to turn around and support this person.
Grace, do you have any sense? Because I mean, everyone we talk to about the runoff says Trump endorsement, like Cornyn has to have it. Trump has obviously not endorsed yet. He certainly had many opportunities to. John Cornyn has probably asked him 100 times already to do it. I'm reminded of the Arizona governor's race where Donald Trump does I endorsed Andy Biggs and the woman who has since dropped out, Karen Taylor Robson. Like, is it possible, given Ken Paxton is the guy who brought the lawsuit to overturn the swing state vote? Like, he's not just like ancillary MAGA. No, he's like
Jan 6 MAGA.
Central MAGA. Like, it feels like we're treating this as like, oh, well, he's going to endorse, not you. I mean, me, I'm thinking in my mind, he'll endorse Cornyn and then we'll move on. But like, could it be that he does a kind of both? And then that, I assume, helps Paxton. Like, do we have any sense of Trump in the race?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Senator Cornyn's assessment that the only person who knows what Trump is going to do is Trump. It's not out of the question. And if we recall, before the Arizona thing, he did the same thing in Missouri of endorsing both Eric Greitens and Eric Schmidt. He just said, vote for Eric.
Yes, I forgot about that.
One of the best ones.
Great.
Yeah.
Nothing's out of the question, to be sure. And
vote for Eric.
Vote for someone who was an attorney general of Texas, because that's actually what John Cornyn was.
There you
go.
Very good.
Grace, we'll let you go. But I would just say I will give a shout out to 19th News. They do great work. If you don't check out Grace and the broader site, please.
Grace has also been on the Decision Desk HQ podcast. She's great.
I mean, that's all the stamp of approval you need. And by the way,
it really is, because
we had
Chris
Gabby
Cillizza
earlier tonight.
Chris Cillizza and Chuck Todd haven't been on the DDHQ podcast.
I'm still waiting for that invite, Chuck. I think, you know what, Chuck? I think our invite is in the same package with our Decision Desk HQ North Face quarter zips.
Yeah.
That still haven't arrived. Grace, thank you.
Thank you both so much for having me. This has been great.
Grace.
Have a good one.
Hey, while we've been away, apparently we've started a military operation in yet a new country, Ecuador.
Really?
Yes, U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations in Ecuador.
My gosh.
This is according to U.S. Southern Command here. The operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism.
Donald
there
Trump,
you go.
Laser focused on the affordability question in the U.S.
Look, I don't want to get into this too much here, but this is not, if you're a Republican on the ballot in the midterms, man, you're like, can you do anything in the country? You know,
I mean, golly,
it is.
I think
he continues to make this more difficult.
I mean, this could be a little bit of an example of where a president, in his second term, a lot of people are using DDHQ votes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm bogging down quickly. Keep talking, Jeffrey.
Essentially, as a president, now granted, Republicans have full control of the federal government, so in theory, they shouldn't be in this situation. But of course, they have very narrow control of the House. It's difficult to actually get things through, and the filibuster still exists in the Senate. So the situation that Trump may find himself in is like, well, I have a lot more free reign when it comes to foreign policy decision making than I do in terms of actually getting through policy things that I want. Obviously, we know that President Trump in his first term and to some extent in the second term, not exactly like policy, like, policy legislative wonk here, but the guy, is about action and where can he act? Well, he issued a lot of executive orders, which have all been, have basically been in court since he issued them early on when he took office last year. But where can he continue to do action? In the foreign affairs, foreign policy. Presidents have more leeway there, and they've actually gained more leeway over time, arguably. I mean, obviously, we're having all these debates about, should there be a vote in Congress about some of these military actions, et cetera. So.
Hey, let's do a little update on Phil Berger because I've got a great tweet from Danielle Battaglia. She noted, and she addressed all of us. She said, a listener and a viewer of our live stream corrected her by saying that Rockingham County now does have a Starbucks.
Oh,
still
yes,
don't have
that's
a
important
Target.
to me, Chuck.
But they still don't have a Target. Meanwhile, I believe the spread between Phil Berger, I think he's trailing by about 170 votes.
Oh, my gosh.
This is going to be so the most powerful leader of the Republican legislature is going to end up at a recount. And on the wrong side of a recount.
Actually, for what it's worth, I'm seeing that it's
even smaller.
Votes.
Now it's down to 2 votes, so let's go, baby.
Hey, let's bring our guest in, Chuck. By
That's
the way,
fantastic.
I am trying to get up the votes thing. I'm having it's a little janky at the moment.
You did better than I did.
Actually, Lauren, if you want to bring mine up, I'll
thanks,
share.
Jeff.
Because mine's going right now.
He's got the real connection. Chuck, can you
for whatever reason,
while I'm doing this?
I have like 1 million. Everything is like extra sized.
Yeah, there you go, Chuck.
I have no idea.
There you go. 2
votes.
Forget the Senate races in Texas. This is why you tune in. I promise you, CNN hasn't even heard of this race.
Look at that. That's incredible.
Part of this is because I'm hungry. I need a burger. I want to turn the page, and we need
not a Phil burger. Amazing.
Wow. Let's bring in. Oh, this is beautiful too because the results
they're like flip flop.
They're like flip flop. Yeah. Yeah. Don't mess with the sheriff, man, in his county. You just don't mess with the sheriff and with Mr. Page in Rockingham. Let's bring in Armin Thomas from Split Ticket. One of the
last guest of the night.
Yeah, and who knew we thought you were going to be playing cleanup, and we're still waiting on a call in the arguably the biggest contest.
Armin, I moved to Texas because I thought you'd have thoughts about that.
Oh, definitely. We were talking.
You really don't want to talk Phil Berger and the 2-vote margin in the North Carolina State Senate primary?
I wish I knew more about that race, to be honest with you. But most of my attention has been focused on Texas.
No worries.
Armin,
you and
go. What do you see?
98% of our listeners and viewers tonight. So tell us what you see.
So truthfully, I've mostly been following the Democratic primary, and because I figured the Republican primary was going to be a runoff between Cornyn and Paxton in some fashion. That was a foregone conclusion. In terms of the Democratic primary, though, you can see that Jasmine Crockett really does not have an ability to project a coalition beyond, her admittedly very, very strong outreach to Black voters. But Texas is not Alabama or Mississippi where that controls a Democratic primary, right? You need to win white voters, you need to win Hispanic voters, you need to win Asian voters. And if you look at the precinct map that, Vote Hub has, I don't know if you can pull that up, anywhere that's not a majority Black area, she's getting, clobbered in. And admittedly, she's not doing terribly in some Latino areas, contrary to what the narrative is going to say, right? But there's too much nuance in that for me to go into right now. But with white voters especially, even in her own backyard in Dallas, she's getting clobbered. And that's not the position that she wants to be in. And I think, she said already that her campaign strategy was about juicing her base. And I think she's now finding out the hard way that that doesn't work in a primary, and that also is not going to work in a general.
And yeah, Jeffrey's got that pulled up, Armin. If you want to talk to it, that's the precinct level.
Yeah, and see, if you look kind of through here, I mean, to Armin's point, this kind of running through here is where the new 9th district is, which is 50% Black. Obviously, Crockett's home base in the southern part of Dallas County, where where she's represented, and obviously in eastern Texas, you do have more. Basically, most of the state's black population is sort of east of Austin.
The state.
Yeah. So,
always has been,
so that's how you can get sort of this map split. And I mentioned this earlier, but you saw a little bit something similar in terms of a map in the runoff in the 2020 primary for the Democrats here. MJ Hager looked a lot like Tallarico.
Yeah.
And Royce West looked a lot like Crockett.
Yeah.
Our friend Adam Carlson just notes all the in all these big majority Latino counties, winning Hidalgo by 36 points, Webb by 34 points, Cameron by 29 points, El Paso by 26 points, Nueces by 25 points, and Bear by 15 points. I mean, that's going to basically be the story of how did Tallarico win? Is that not going to be the story? I get.
Yeah, Armin, you said that you think it's more complicated. Yeah.
What makes it more? I mean, that's going to be the basic hot take.
So I think the specific counties you suggested, with the exception of Bexar County, they're all, border Rio Grande Valley counties, and those have a very similar grouping. And Tallarico blew the doors off there, right? Yep. And I know that region of Texas very, very well. I lived there for 2 years. Tallarico put in the work to convert the votes there. In San Antonio, he evidently did, but if you go to San Antonio right there, if you zoom in on the map, you'll see that a lot of the downtown city core is inside I-410, right, the loop. And the southern side of San Antonio tends to be very Hispanic, right? And you can see that the Tallarico is winning them, but not by the gangbuster margins that he's winning in the valley as well. So evidently, I think there's some stuff that's going to be unpacked in the coming days. But writ large, if you go to Houston, if you go to Houston for sure, right? Tallarico's Hispanic margins are very, very commendable for his campaign. And if you go to the Valley, of course, high ed, low ed, it's all it's all very, very good there. I think the main story basically is that Tallarico actually worked for all of the votes that are not really his, because he's a white liberal guy from the I-35 corridor, which is not necessarily the best position. You want to, you can win with that basic coalition. MJ Hagar did it, but she didn't really command a victory that way in the runoff, the way that Tallarico is going to in terms of that coalitional story. And so
if he wasn't a pastor, he might have had a harder time putting this coalition together.
Probably, especially because a lot of the Latinos that vote in a Democratic primary after 2 successive realignments are probably more receptive to that left-wing religious message that Tallarico has been sending to voters.
Hey, Jeffrey, can you pull up the Republican side? I just want to get Armin's take on that too.
I've
Armin,
not really seen them.
Are you? Yeah, I mean, look, Cornyn continues to kind of hang around. I mean, if Paxton, obviously DDHQ's already said it's going to a runoff. I think we all expected that. We would have been stunned if it didn't. But are you surprised that it now looks like, let's say even if Paxton gets ahead, maybe he's ahead by 2 or 3. Does that surprise you? I'm asking because it surprises me a little bit.
No, for the extent that, at least what I would think from my former days working in campaign world, is that when turnout gets this high, you are going to get a lot of people who are not necessarily tuned in as much to the political process, right? And the same is true for Republicans as it is for Democrats, that the people who pay attention to politics less are comparatively less plugged into these big ideological fights, right? So Tallarico is winning the surge voters, the people who are not as ideological, because, Tallarico's messaging has been very good that way. I think on the Republican side, John Cornyn has been in Texas politics since 1991, I believe. He is arguably one of the biggest reasons that Texas is a red state today. So when, garden variety Republican voter goes to the polls and thinks, oh, I'm going to vote for Ken Paxton or John Cornyn, John Cornyn is known as a conservative. He's not especially known as a rhino unless you are, very plugged in about his gun votes and his immigration votes and some other things.
That's right.
And so I think that's why you're seeing this. Now,
and that's probably not the case in a run. Sorry, you were going there. Yeah.
Yeah, right. In a runoff, right, similarly to where the dynamic on the Democratic side would favor more college-educated, higher propensity voters, the higher propensity voters on the Republican side in Texas tend to be, I guess the charitable way you can describe it is out there, right? In terms of their more extreme beliefs in terms of the candidates that they tend to support. Do I think Trump would endorse in a runoff? I mean, he could, but even with that, I think he's lost endorsements before where they might just vote for Paxton anyway, because if you see the type of activism on the Texas Republican Party on Twitter in terms of where the conservative activist base is, Greg Abbott, John Cornyn, these are not very popular people among that class of Republicans.
Right.
And in a runoff, that class of people is going to punch above their weight, politically speaking.
Totally.
Hey, a little update here from the Jasmine Crockett campaign. She just told her election night party that she is not coming back tonight because she wants to wait for the Dallas area results. Quote, "So knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes, we, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight." So,
Joy,
do you guys agree with that?
That's an interesting. I mean, do we think the numbers are going to be that late, or she's just going to challenge, or we're going to have a
she could just wait it out? Yeah,
there's a chunk of votes, right? Depending on what we had, the state Supreme Court put a halt to the one court order to extend.
Well, Ken Paxton asked them to do that.
It's the benefit of being the Republican Attorney General, Chuck.
All right. By the way, you got to love what John Thune's. One more for you guys because we like a good laugh. It's after 11. The Senate Leadership Fund put out a statement. Their executive director, Alex Latchman, released the following statement on Wesley Hunt's failed campaign that forces a runoff. Congratulations to Wesley Hunt on an abysmal third-place finish in Texas's Republican primary. Instead of fighting for President Trump and conservative priorities, Wesley launched a career-ending vanity tour without any substance or political reasoning. While Wesley's amateur consultants got wealthy on his senseless campaign, Republican voters are now forced to endure an even longer primary runoff election.
Tell us how you really feel.
John Cornyn's like, Wesley, please, Wes Hunt, please
ignore
me.
them.
And
I don't have any control
SLF
over them.
Is like, screw that.
Do you know how much money we have to? SLF is mad because they're the ones writing the big fat check on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, in terms
all right,
of
I'll stop with my breaking news.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
You
words.
were asking about sort of like why she would have said that, based on the fact that we also know that Harris County has a lot of votes left, and Harris County is basically the latest to drop, and it could be very much in the wee hours before we get sort of the final batch from them. The fact that it is, a 4-point race.
But it's not a 4-point race. It's a one, right? It just needs to pull Tallarico to 49.9. And my guess is she's not going to concede until the math says it's not there.
Yeah, mathematically eliminated. Right.
Yeah, the good news
she's going to take this to the end.
The good news for Tallarico is that there's lots of votes left out in places where he's strong too. Now, even if Crockett does better in the election day vote, these big counties that have a lot of votes left.
Mm-hmm.
So, it could be, this could have a little bit of a First World War feel of, offensive
trench warfare,
war in the trenches. Yeah. In terms of the gains, but Crockett's closed it to 4 here. And I mean, she's probably going to close it further, but it's just sort of a question of,
is there a path for Crockett to a runoff? I assume there's probably not a path for her to wind up ahead, but
to pull Tallarico under 50, I mean, she would have to do significantly better in the election day than the earlies. And in some counties, she's done 2 to 3 points better. But even in a county as big as Dallas, I don't think that's going to be enough. And Vote Hubs, they have their own internal needle that they put updates from every 20 odd minutes or so, and they're estimating that Tallarico is going to cap out at about 52.5. So I think the balance of the votes that is left is going to lean towards Tallarico by a pretty similar margin. Texas is not like Pennsylvania or Wisconsin where there's these 20-point deltas between early and election day.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Like in the SD9 special, I noted that, the Democrat was winning that easily. And so I figured, that guy's probably going to win the overall thing.
That was a deterrent for those watching.
That's what happened. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Armin Thomas, a split ticket. Thank you, our friend.
Thank you so much. Happy
All right.
to be here.
Take care. Be well.
Thank you, Armin.
So
hey, let's run through a few of the House races here while we wait for
let's do it.
because we've got Colin Allred is winning here. He's up.
Yes.
What do we got? About 64% of the vote, but he's up by. It looks like looks like it's gonna be a runoff.
Could be another,
and
runoff.
That's a member. That's a former member versus a current member in Julie Johnson.
Yeah.
Right.
So basically, the situation is Colin Allred had been in the House since 2018. He won in 2018. He then ran for Senate in 2024 against Ted Cruz, so that left his seat open. Julie Johnson ran for and won that seat, and so she essentially you have the current member and the former member from the same district running against each other. Allred was running for Senate again, dropped out when Crockett got into the Senate race, and this district was redrawn pretty substantially in the redistricting contest, or in the redistricting process. So I think it was like a third of it basically is from their collective old district.
This is Dallas
yes
area, yeah.
Yep. The district is mostly Dallas. I think little parts of Tarrant, where Fort Worth is, but it's very heavily Democratic. It's also a very it's a very racially and ethnically diverse district. The population is about half Latino, though the voting age population is probably just like 45-ish, 44-ish% Latino. So just a very diverse district, which, Allred also had more money, and but I will say the fact that the third candidate there, Carlos Quintanilla, is pulling in 12% could really, put it into a runoff.
Runoff is a runoff. I mean, that's just more.
And can we just, while we're circling, did Fushi win?
Not yet.
To make sure we're closing.
And it's really really tight.
It's too close to call.
Too close to call. Look at this. Less than 2,000 votes here.
So there's basically, my understanding of the situation there is that we don't have votes left in terms of what the estimate is, but there are still votes there. Just it's unclear how many. And it's not a large amount, but it's close enough that we can't.
Yeah, and I was going to say the margin. The margin is like 1,700.
North Carolina also has a runoff rule, but the runoff is only 30%. It's if nobody gets over 30 that you get.
Years ago it was 50, but they slowly lowered it.
They slowed it. It went to 45, 40. Yeah, like it's gone down.
And Al Green, while we're here, is that stayed?
We're also waiting, I think, on a handful of votes, and
that's tightened up.
Basically, whether or not it's going to be
that's also a runoff,
or Menifee will get over 50%. So, yep. Another one. Now, what's interesting here is Amanda Edwards, who was the special election for the old 18th district that Menifee just won.
The Sylvester Turner, the old
Sylvester Turner district. He won it in a Democrat versus Democrat runoff. Under Texas's special election rules, everybody's on the ballot together first round, and then if no one
gets like California,
top two, yes,
yeah,
the top two advanced, and it was two Democratic candidates, and Menifee defeated Edwards, and so Edwards actually dropped out, but her name was still in the ballot, and she's getting 6.5% here, and she might actually throw the race into a
even though she's
runoff,
not in the
even
race,
though she's not actively campaigning. Yeah.
We just heard from Ken Paxton.
Oh,
and he just predicts that he's going to win by 30 points in the runoff. I've been in 2 statewide runoffs and never won by less than 30 points, and I don't plan on starting now.
Oh,
the
there you
victory
go.
we're going to secure in this election will be even sweeter than the last ones.
He is gaining.
Yes, he's closing, which makes sense.
It's been inching closer.
He's likely going to be. I mean,
he will be ahead, right? We think
probably going to be ahead. I'd still bet on him ahead.
I think a slight lead, but I don't want to write off Cornyn having like a couple tenths of a %.
I think that matters a lot. I really do. I think that,
especially for Trump.
I mean, it matters for Trump.
Yep.
But there is it is. Look, it's a way for Cornyn to get other donors to. Hey, I've been trailing this whole time. See, I've been overperforming.
Everybody wrote me off.
I did it again.
I fought hard for this, and I actually beat that guy in the first round.
I think finishing a vote ahead.
Yep.
It's all psychological, but I think it's a more big than small of a deal.
And Jeffrey, can we go to the Senate race real quick on the Democratic side?
Democratic side.
Yeah. Am I right to assume that the reason that DDHQ isn't calling is waiting for more day of voting in the big cities?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Especially I mean, again, this is where the fact that Harris, which I think dropped most of their last pool of in 2025, a much smaller election, but they dropped a substantial portion of their election day vote at like 2 a.m. So like this is the concern, is that Harris will take forever to do that again. And you don't want to, put the cart before the horse because yeah, I mean, Crockett's leading in Houston, the Houston area where Harris County is. And she's leading in Dallas, obviously, which is her home base. And there are a lot of votes there. And there are more votes in those two places. Houston is the most populous of the bunch. There are more votes in those two places than there are in, say, Austin and San Antonio. So, this is why you're going to be careful. Although you do notice there, Crockett had been gaining, and Tallarico actually just gained a little bit in the latest drop that we just saw live there. So that gets to Armin's point that there's just a lot of the splits just may not be large enough for Crockett to actually catch Tallarico in the end, but we'll see. I don't want to. I'm not ready to write her off.
All right, let's go back. I'm sorry. I'm obsessed with our state Senate president here in North Carolina.
Oh yeah,
because all the votes have been counted. All the votes have been counted.
Wow.
Everything is in according to the state.
I
know we think there's more vote in, but according to the state,
right?
all the vote is in, and there's still provisional ballots.
Yes,
and I would assume a 2-vote
version
is an auto.
This is going to be weeks when you've got the state Senate president. It isn't just any ordinary state Senate incumbent here.
No.
Oh man,
this is going to be a mess.
I wish I had an excuse. This is one of those. It's just a great story. It's like, yeah, it's a local story, but it doesn't matter.
It's not that far from the Virginia border, Chuck. Let's be honest. I mean, Danville is like right there.
Yeah,
nothing fires me up like a two vote margin.
I mean, that is crazy, and I would assume like provisionals, right? And then there's got to be an auto recount trigger there, given the margin.
As this one reporter that I follow here from Spectrum News in North Carolina, he said, Senator Berger mentioned making sure, quote, legal votes are counted 3 times, and mentioned this could take days, if not weeks. So that's Phil Berger saying this. So yeah, it's let's just say he will bring every chit he has acquired over the last 40 years, right? You acquire those chits for moments like this. So we'll find out.
And we always say like, oh, it's hard to. It's only a 1,200 vote margin, but that means you've got to get 1,201 votes, and the other person has to get 0 votes for you to go ahead. But when it's a two-vote margin,
you can just lose a ballot. I need you to lose 3 ballots.
Exactly right. I mean, that is close. I mean, holy cow.
So Stephen Colbert, are we giving him? Does he get? I
think
does he get a trophy for this?
I think he has to. Like,
are we gonna say that's the moment that flipped the momentum in this race?
Can you pull up the polling in that the DDHQ?
Because we have it by time, right?
Yeah, because I think it's by. I mean, like we can't see it exactly, but like that's right around the right time, Chuck. It's like what else happened that would explain a number? Tallarico's been outspending Crockett the entire campaign, right? I mean, it's like what explains that? Exactly, right? Where Jeffrey's outlining. What explains him going from 42 to 50? I mean,
I think it's probably a combination
manufacturing
of more earned media from that
manufacturing the FCC illusion.
Yeah.
And then the fact that he did continue to outspend Crockett. I mean,
right. And more people start paying attention the closer it gets to the actual election.
By a lot outspent.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I think, that whole Colbert Tallarico moment.
I mean, it was utterly cooked up by Tallarico.
It felt very cooked.
The way that Tallarico painted it on social media is not at all what happened.
It's not the truth. The FCC,
the Trump administration doesn't want you to see this. That did not. Now, we're not going to say Brendan Carr might not have done
but these were CBS lawyers and Colbert. Correct. And I still don't believe I've gotten the truthful version of events from anybody.
It is just remarkable.
But it worked. It was a big moment for Tallarico.
And I think Jeffrey's point is important, right? It's like it's not. It galvanized like money, which he already had a money advantage, but it galvanized money, it galvanized earned media, and it galvanized this idea of like, all right, well, voting for Talarico now is a way to give the middle finger to Trump in a way that it wasn't.
But it was also
before that happened.
And people forget. Look, the story about Talarico trash talking Colin Albright. Right? I don't know what else to call it other than
that's what it is.
It was a little bit of trash talking. You know, Talarico never denied that he said what he said. You know, he was explaining, and it wasn't a good look for him. It just never was a good
especially
look.
Because it was so inconsistent with the brand he had built. Right.
Exactly. And it was sort of like, oh, you're kind of a calculator. You're just another politician. Right. It was the worst thing that could ever be attributed to him is you're behaving like a typical politician. Right. And the Colbert story just sort of wiped that slate clean. Right. It totally turned the page on that story. That's probably what mattered more than anything is getting rid of that other story. But
if you're
I think it matters.
If you're Jasmine Crockett, you're like, I had nothing to do with that. You know what I mean?
Her press conference the next day, you could see it. She couldn't. There was no way she was going to defend the FCC, right? There was no way she
can't.
But it was like gritted teeth. Well, I've been on Colbert before too. And I've done his show before, right? It was like speaking through gritted teeth. Like you could just feel the frustration in her on that one. It was like, yeah, sometimes something goes viral and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
And that's
so, Jeffrey, you want to do? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to run through a handful of these real quick. So,
do it.
And then we may call it an evening here. I know folks are going to walk away from us before we walk away from them.
This is the district. This is one of the two districts that were redrawn in Eastern North Carolina. This is Don Davis, incumbent Democrat, was in a pretty 50-50 seat, but now it's one that Trump won by a little more than 10 percentage points. Well, Lori Buckout, who Davis narrowly beat in 2024, has won the nomination. We're projecting has won the nomination for this seat pretty narrowly, considering she loaned her campaign like $2 million. But she appears to have pulled this out to face Davis, and then
she's thankful that they don't have the same runoff rules as Texas.
Correct, and
39%.
Now, North Carolina used to have those rules, but they keep dropping it down to 30. They let's see other races of note. We still have not projected this one, the second, but it's because we haven't had a single election day vote, is my understanding. And so basically, the moment we see election day votes there, it will meet. And assuming that they are the way we expect,
what you guys think,
yeah. I mean, Dan Crenshaw is probably cooked. This race looks like it's probably going to. Maybe going to a runoff. This looks like a runoff. And Christian Menifee, Al Green, incumbent.
And we're pretty confident Al Green, even though he's not even campaigning this week in this race, that I get to keep campaigning. Fine.
Well, I think he'll stay.
Yeah. I mean,
why would he get out now?
Don't write him off. And then now, guys, we haven't actually. I don't know if we've actually brought this up tonight. Maybe you did during when I had to step away and Gabby Birnbaum was on, but Tony Gonzalez.
We mentioned it.
We did. We got into it.
Go into it. Go off.
Yeah, so Tony Gonzalez, who, long story short, allegedly had an affair with the staffer. The staffer killed herself. This was last year. Things were sort of simmering about this story. And then just before the primary, a whole bunch of stuff broke as basically some evidence of, that sort of backed up more the rumors. And while Gonzalez has continued to deny it, obviously, and we still have to say it's alleged, there basically was just more smoke.
Well, there were text messages that were purportedly exchanged.
Particularly obscene text messages that were released. Well, anyway, Gonzalez is up by 3 points right now. Which I have to say
against a well-known, right? Brandon Herrera ran,
but it was noted
right?
that this story got peak attention after early voting started.
Yes. So we're waiting for election day vote. And that's what the big question is. But the point, I think Gonzalez might have enough votes here, though, that he can force a runoff.
Yep. And
these two actually went to a runoff. In fact, you know what? I actually made sure to add this because I thought
that's right in 2024, and it was close.
So in 2024, these two guys, first round, Gonzalez finished under 50. They were forced into a runoff. And in the second round, with much lower turnout, there was nothing really driving turnout in the runoff in terms of a statewide race of note. Gonzalez ended up very narrowly beating Herrera. And now Herrera's like a gun influencer on YouTube.
Yes, the AK guy.
Yeah, the AK guy. So it's interesting. I think if Gonzalez is in this territory or is at like 40% after we get election day vote, like he's in a really tough spot and probably.
Well, and Jeffrey, go back. I'm so glad you had that. Go look at that. So 44-41. Go back to the primary from 04 because Gonzalez's margin was so much larger. I mean, he starts with like a 20-point lead there and barely ekes it out.
Exactly. And so this time around, he might finish lower than that.
I was going to say it may be a political. It may be deferred, or delayed, but not deferred, right? Like
exactly,
he survives to a runoff, but he probably can't. The math doesn't add up.
So, and we already talked about this a little bit. Colin Allred, Julie Johnson. Johnson's another endangered incumbent facing the person that she succeeded, who's trying to get basically his old seat back. That may be headed to a runoff again. We don't have election day vote there yet. It's in the Dallas area. That's a big question mark at this point. In terms of other races, there's just a ton of House races about, so I won't go into all of them. But Eric Flores looks like he won this seat in the 34th. He will be the Republican nominee against one of the two main incumbents that Republicans are targeting in Texas. When they redrew the map, there were two Democrats in South Texas who were already in Trump-leaning seats that are now even more Trump-leaning seats. And one of them is Vicente Gonzalez, and Eric Flores, who had Trump's endorsement, will be facing him in one of the marquee House races in November. Gonzalez easily won his primary, so the two of them will be facing off. And then in the 35th district, which is a district that we're projecting a runoff here. Now, Carlos de la Cruz is the brother of Monica de la Cruz, who represents the 15th district. He had Trump's endorsement, but he only got 26%. He was facing a state rep, John Lujan, who got 34%. So this is headed to a runoff. It was a crowded race, a bunch of candidates, some who self-funded, but others who raised money. So actually, it doesn't shock me that this ended up in a runoff. I do think it's interesting that the Trump-endorsed candidate finished second. So this is only a notable seat because it was one of the redrawn ones that Republicans are targeting. It's now about a Trump plus 10 seat south of San Antonio. And Greg Casar, instead of running in this seat, which barely had any of his old turf, is now running in the 37th. And Lloyd Doggett retired. Sorry, I should say south of Austin, not San Antonio. South of Austin and a little east of San Antonio. But this is one of those seats that if Latino voters do swing back some, or, in terms of who's turning out, it could be a much more competitive race because Trump only narrowly won it via the 2020 vote. So it's one to keep an eye on. It's likely a Republican kind of seat, but one that is potentially on the map. So a lot of House races, a lot of interesting stuff.
Can you do the Texas Attorney General and Texas Ag Commissioner?
Yes, absolutely.
So that looks like a runoff. We expect.
Yeah, projecting a runoff.
Projecting a runoff. Okay, got it. And again, that's not great for Chip Roy, right? I mean, that's
not when the top vote getter's over 40.
Be tough. Yeah, right.
That's when you're 29, and here's the thing. I think the situation is this: both of these are conservative candidates, but my suspicion is that Huffman's voters probably Middleton more.
Yeah,
Wright's is the most right to the right of these candidates.
So maybe Roy gets that.
So maybe to Roy, but even then, the challenge is getting the voters who voted for that candidate to show up if they were more marginal voters who were maybe attracted by the Senate race, right? And don't. And
we haven't mentioned the ag race yet, but the race is crazy. I mean, the allegations of the Sid Miller is the sitting ag commissioner. I mean, it's
I believe he's
going to lose
third term, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Well, he's trailing right now. But by the kind of margin that we're not.
Abbott endorsed Sheets, right?
Yes.
Abbott endorsed
endorsed Miller.
And Trump endorsed Miller.
This has been an Abbott Miller, an Abbott Trump.
Yeah, this is like one of the proxy kind of fights between Abbott and Trump. Is this race? Miller, I think there's been some I think
like marijuana stuff and a lot of weird scandals.
Well, it's the hemp money, right? It's just making a bunch of money off of the hemp business.
Yeah, and so some conflict of interest stuff and
Abbott's been. Well, it's fascinating to watch this, right? Like Patrick has been obsessed with killing the hemp industry.
Lieutenant governor. Yeah.
Right. But Paxton and some others have been, no, don't mess with the hemp guys. We're going to have this weird collection of marijuana laws where you're going to have sort of conventional marijuana in the northeastern and western states, and you're going to have the hemp-based stuff in the southern states. because of the loophole, although Mitch McConnell closed it in the Senate, but I imagine so much money's been thrown at it in the Senate, it probably changes over there. But that all has to do with hemp versus marijuana. You know, it's very similar to what we're seeing with how the prediction markets have been throwing money into campaigns, right? Because they're all
we've heard
gaming
crypto a bunch of times.
They're
tonight,
all
Chuck.
gaming all the regulators, and in the state for weed and hemp, the regulators are in like the ag commissioners.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Exactly.
And can we go back to...
I want to share with you a little
go ahead, Chuck.
a little Chris LaCivita. You know, nobody likes to trash talk.
Loves to
He's
throw
a
bombs.
trash talker.
So LaCivita goes, "Hey, Ken Paxton and Jeff Rowe." He
hates Jeff Rowe, who is Paxton's consultant and was Ron DeSantis'
political consultant,
guy in the
Ted Cruz's guy,
Ron
right?
DeSantis,
LaCivita and Rowe have been on the opposite
They do not
sides
like
of a lot
each
of.
other.
There's a bit of a little Republican consultant rivalry, and he goes, "The second wave is going to be a B." As he put it. I'm trying to be a family guy here.
I do love LaCivita in that he has a very senior role and he will still take swings. Like he does not give a shit, you know.
He's a pretty gruff guy. I remember I met him when I was working.
He now looks like a Civil War general.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've noticed, like he's like totally gone full Civil War general on us. But
I think he was running Ken Cuccinelli's campaign in 2013, and I remember I met him for the first time, and it was he's kind of a no BS kind of guy, and his Twitter, his tweets kind of reflect that. Sometimes people aren't necessarily quite what they're like on Twitter, but sometimes I get
exactly
the vibe
what his tweets are like.
Yeah, he's not like dual personalities here. That's kind of what he's like.
Yeah.
No,
can we go to the kind
it.
of one that we're waiting on, which is the Senate race?
Sure.
I just want to see where we are on it. Right. So,
still 5-ish
like you said, Tallarico
points.
kind of holding where he is.
Yeah, I mean the lowest he's been is 51.5, and like it's creeped back.
And can
up
you
to
click on
51.9.
Harris, Houston there, Jeffrey? Right. So 61% in.
And it
lot of
might
just
be a
waiting
long time
for
before we get the rest of that.
Yeah, right. Waiting for the rest, and that's today vote is the rest,
Yes,
right?
that's
Yeah,
election
same
day
day.
vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
And
Crockett
again,
is
Tallarico
doing
not
better
getting
in,
House.
but not exactly. But she's not. That's the thing. She needs larger margins in a place like Harris, and so you don't want to write it off. I mean, look, Tallarico's favorite at this point. We're not projecting it for obvious reasons because there's a lot of votes still left.
With all these late votes in Dallas, you can't officially project tonight.
No.
And can you go back out, Jeffrey, just to the map overall, that the Senate map? Yeah. So it's like, she's just not some of that light green, right? So that's Tarrant next to Dallas, to the left of Dallas, right? Like her margin just not probably big enough in some of those places that it would have to be.
I mean, for me, it's like, just the fact that, we still don't have like election day vote from these places, which is part of the problem, or at least not very much election day vote. And so
I'm guessing you thought that she needed to carry every county that touched Dallas County.
I thought my thought was like kind of like the core and immediate outlying.
She needed immediate outline, right? To
like highly populous, pretty diverse, pretty like, Yeah.
And that's where she's known, right? I mean, that's like that media market is where she's known. She's been on TV. She's on the local news.
Well, look, and are we still looking at the Democrats are going to win this overall turnout war? Right? We're looking at
let's see. At this point,
we're looking at 1.5, and we expect another 700.
So
1.6. Yeah, and the Republicans.
And the Republicans are at.
Yeah.
1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 2.1. So it might be like 2.3 to 2.1, 2.2 something to 2.1-ish.
Yeah. But still, very likely more Democratic votes than Republican votes.
Yeah.
But close.
But not by much, though. Yeah, not necessarily by much.
But close. And there's certainly, and I guess the question that Democrats have to ask themselves is this I know. Yeah, is this the max sort of Democratic? They just all showed up in the early up.
It's not a cheap bet. If you're going to go on Texas, it's not going to be cheap.
Well, look, they're going to, and that's
kind of
interesting. Do you?
I know.
They'd have to even if Cornyn won in the end.
Does Chuck Schumer's super PAC become Ken Paxton's super PAC for the runoff?
Oh my God! Now
I know.
Now, what is interesting is that we know that Republicans did. Greg Abbott spent some money trying to boost Jasmine Crockett,
help Jasmine, yeah.
And that is a tactic that we have seen more from Democrats in recent years.
They've meddled.
By the way, I mean, it's better money spent there than down the road. I mean, it's probably cheaper.
It's less money, probably.
Right. And Paxton is
the like conservatives, the conservatives for like eight word name, that's just kind of like the most like just
like banal thing you can think of.
Yeah,
totally.
Exactly.
Like the human fund from Seinfeld. That might be before your time.
Suddenly they have like $10 million and they're dropping ads attacking John Cornyn for being a traitor to conservatives. And Ken Paxton or Ken Paxton's too conservative. That's actually really the trick. Is they'll run ads for Tallarico and mention that Ken Paxton is just too conservative for Texas.
Or you run this. Call Senator Cornyn and thank him for his vote on gun control.
Oh, so
right?
true. Thank you for standing up to the gun lobby.
Thank John Cornyn for standing up to the gun lobby. Isn't that's the ad you run, right?
100%. Yep. Yeah. I love when they do those. Yeah, you're right though. Jeffrey's right. That's more a Democratic thing, but in a 2.5 month runoff.
Oh God.
Where we're gonna have a margin that's very I still think Paxton, given a Memorial Day Tuesday, I still have to think Paxton, even with, do you think that, guys? Even with, let's say Trump endorses Cornyn, do you still think Paxton wins? But if it's close, if this winds up being basically this primary vote is like 43, 42 or something
every
like that.
Single rule of politics we've grown up with when it comes to runoffs and primaries and all of that says Paxton. There is the only time we've ever seen a runoff not behave the way it has behaved. It's the Thad Cochran situation, and you had in Chris McDaniel, and you had a situation where they recruited basically Democrats who didn't vote in the initial primaries to help out.
Not
Thad
a lot
Cochran.
of many didn't.
and right, and that to me, like if you're Cornyn, I don't know how you play that game anyway, but you've got a problem because there's a
competitive primary on the Democratic side.
The Democrats just had like the highest turnout primary in modern times.
What voters who didn't vote in either primary tonight are gettable?
Yep.
Right? And who are they? Yeah. These are people that chose not to participate in one of the more interesting Senate, primaries, set of Senate primaries we've had in the state of Texas in decades. Who is the profile of the voter that didn't show up there, but somehow, but then somehow John Cornyn can get him. Somehow John Cornyn, and oh, by the way, with John Thune's Senate Leadership Fund trashing Wesley Hunt, does that help John Cornyn?
Is Wesley Hunt inclined to go all out for John Cornyn or Wesley Hunt supporters?
Like I don't have like a Hunt heat map here. But I would assume that he did best in the Houston area. So I'm just kind of clicking.
That's right. That's where he's from.
Because he represents the 38th is right in here. I'm just wondering, he got 18% or he's at 18% in
but
Harris.
Basically Harris is basically a toss up, and then Paxton won all the surrounding counties.
Yeah, exactly. So it's sort of like, well, who are the Hunt voters? Were they?
Yeah.
Are they?
So you assume that they are turned off by Paxton and think Cornyn's a rhino, right?
They're like, yeah. So,
right. Talk about lesser of two evils, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a really good point because
I mean, when you look at every rule that we've ever dealt with, and that we've watched,
Paxton should win.
There is the scenario for
low
Cornyn,
turnout,
right?
Base voters.
And again, the Tuesday after Memorial Day, it is. The only thing is if somehow Republicans get religion on the idea that this is for the Senate control.
And that's the
if
Donald
voters
Trump
are convinced.
And that's a lot of Cornyn ads if Tallarico
That's what it's going to be. Right.
Yeah.
You may like, do you really want to hand the Senate to Chuck Schumer or something?
You may like Ken Paxton, but is it worth control of the Senate? Basically is the right. Which is interesting. I always wonder about those like national arguments.
Just
You know,
don't
the
know
like
if they
head
work.
versus heart
Yeah.
argument. I feel like head almost always loses, particularly on the Republican side. Sometimes Democrats will vote a little bit more strategically in that regard, but I don't know. I just
mean, that
feel like
gets to the whole,
Paxton has a hardcore.
how much do you care about someone being electable thing, which is Democrats
I know.
have tended in recent times to show more interest in that. That is also maybe a Trump era phenomenon to some extent, like the extent to which we've talked about like electability as a thing.
Did Trump blow that all up? Right, because we spent all of 2016 talking about how
not
he
being
can't win,
electable, and then he won.
Right,
Yeah,
and then he won again. Right. I mean,
well, it's I think at this point it's a lot of hurrying up and waiting, and I think any longer on here and we could, you know,
it could be 10 minutes, it could be 10 hours.
Right.
But let's Jeffrey,
can
you give us,
for...
if we're gonna sign off, can you give us your sense, DDHQ sense on the Democratic side? We know runoff between Paxton and Cornyn going to be close, right? If you need a takeaway,
the likelihood of a runoff in the Democrats is what? Are we in the 5% category, 10% category? That's all we're waiting on.
Yeah, it's definitely on that end. To have both of them end up under 50, with Hassan getting the third candidate getting 1.3, and as we get more election day vote, he probably did worse in election day. I would think. So if he's at about 1, for them to both be under 50 is kind of.
She's got to get to 48. She's got to gain a couple of points.
Yes,
you would
honestly, I think she needs to be above
49. You would much rather be Talarico, right? I mean, I don't think there's any question about that, right? I mean, and I always say, like, this is why we like Decision Desk HQ, because they're careful, right? They like to be first, but they're careful. But like, if I'm James Talarico going to bed tonight, I feel a hell of a lot better than if I'm Jasmine Crockett going to bed tonight. Is that fair, Jeffrey?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And I think just for Crockett, I mean, the story right now is that Talarico appears to have won among Latino voters, and in some cases by a decent margin. And there was a thought that they would perhaps be what swung the election one way or the other. Or particularly if they were very competitive, it would be good news for Crockett. But if Talarico could win them by a decent margin, that would be his ticket to winning. And, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's just an interesting, the split on this is just is very much what I think a lot of folks were predicting. It echoes the 2020 primary here with between a black candidate and a white candidate with a kind of an Austin tie. And here we are again with kind of a similar breakdown. And Crockett just doesn't seem to have expanded enough beyond the base as Armin.
What's funny is that literally it's a primary electorate that's twice the size of that Hagar.
But
West,
because that was a runoff, the one we're talking about. Yeah.
And it ended up almost exactly the same.
And it's very similar looking. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, look, I would say I love doing these things. I'm thrilled we're doing these. I would say, judging by our audience, people like us doing these things. So we're gonna keep doing these things, right?
Yeah, man.
I mean, do we have a next big one, Jeffrey?
Well,
what's our next? What's the next?
You're not interested in. We got Mississippi next week, brother. What do you hate Mississippi for?
That I believe Mississippi is by itself.
It is.
Okay.
Illinois is a big one. March 17th is Illinois. We will definitely, we will definitely be here on the 17th.
Yeah, because that's the Senate primary is a big deal.
Illinois, there are a number of congressional primaries.
Ton of congressional primaries.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
So 2 weeks at a minimum.
And then we get a break in April, and then May and June. Just
book your calendar. You're going to get a lot of the three of us.
I don't know, guys. Right. You don't want to do a Virginia referendum night on April 21st. For the redistricting referendum.
That's right.
Assuming it happens.
I have seen signs around my neighborhood on the redistricting referendum.
There is no advertising campaign that is more gaslighty than that campaign. Those TV ads couldn't be more misleading.
Donald Trump.
They're very offended. I'm offended. I'm very offended by the messaging. I get what they're doing.
Lobster claw.
It is
so. There's a lobster on it.
It is so. These ads are so misleading.
Yep.
And they're
kind of like James Tallarico getting postponed by Stephen Colbert, aka the Trump administration.
You know, they're taking the page out of the same playbook that worked in California. Obviously, Virginia is not nearly as blue as California, but they're banking on, you know,
you're right.
Election in April.
It's so funny that you say that too. Is I talked to a Democratic member in California, and he said, look, it wasn't great until we figured out just make the entire thing about Trump. Don't make it about like, we need fair lines. And just say, do you not like Donald Trump? Then you should vote for this. Now, to your point, Jeffrey, Virginia is not California, but it is an interesting, like,
look, I just
think
as
simple as possible.
Yeah. Look, this is quite the partisan start for the new Democratic administration in Virginia. And does
Spanberger really want it, or does she feel forced?
Oh, heck no, she doesn't want it.
Right,
there's no choice. This is no.
I brought up the map because I couldn't resist.
It is just.
This is the 10-1 map. Yeah. So this is the proposed map. What is it right now, Jeffrey? 7-4?
6-5.
6-5. Oh, so it's really right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's I have so many problems with this entire.
By the way, isn't the ninth like at least some semblance of what Rick Boucher, the Democrat, had back in the day?
Yeah.
So
Well, the guy
it's
who
not
beat
like
him is
even
still
that,
Morgan Griffith is still the representative, the guy who beat Boucher in 2010.
right? But it's like it did once elect even that district-ish elected a Democrat at one
Stop
point.
pretending any of these districts look like anything we've ever seen before.
They're
I
ridiculous.
refuse to
It's
accept
ridiculous.
that.
And by the way,
it is
also
terrible.
like let's let Democrats get off their high horse on redistricting.
Oh yeah, no.
You know,
it is, and this is one of those things.
I mean,
where
Trump opened the Pandora's box with the
he did,
mid-decade,
and then
now
look, karma's a bee,
so kind of thing.
There's no doubt, but you know, this is one of those where when you do the tit for tat, eventually people stop drinking. You know,
the Kool-Aid.
Stop
yes,
drinking either Kool-Aid, and they're going to look for an alternative. And I just think that this is not the way to restore trust in politics.
Yeah, the problem is that this
eye for an eye makes everyone blind, Chuck.
If the Voting Rights Act gets whittled away further or overturned, the entire Deep South is going to be redrawing. And in response to that, you might see New York, Illinois, some other states redraw. Illinois is already squeezing as much,
golly, yes,
blood
from a stone. How much more can you get?
Stone, but
and I'm sure Maryland
will
will
get one
get
more.
Maryland, they'll probably twist arms if the Voting Rights Act gets overturned.
100%, because you're going to see all those states in the Deep South.
Colorado.
All right, I'm going to get some
to open up the door to that too. Like,
I'm going to get some beauty sleep. So we are on for March 17th.
Well, I'll see you for Mississippi.
Oh my God. Know about that. I got a spring break trip coming up there, Chuck. Jeffrey Skelly showed out.
As always, great. Jeffrey.
I loved it. Decision Desk HQ, they're the best in the business.
Well,
love what they do. Get me that monogrammed Decision Desk HQ.
In all seriousness, Illinois will be a great Democratic primary for that Dick Durbin Senate race.
I just saw a poll that had Laura Stratton, the lieutenant governor, who Pritzker is for, ahead of Rajna Krishnamurthy, who had, at least at the start of the race, Greg Abbott-like amounts of money to spend.
Well, what's funny is like there's a crypto candidate, there's an AI candidate, there's an APAC, like every big spending outside group is dropped a ton of
throwing a billionaire governor.
And Pritzker wants to run for president and look
I found
strong.
a candidate in that Senate race.
All right, I'm out. Bye, gentlemen. Love what you do.
Thanks so much, guys.
See ya.
Bye, guys.